The story begins with a young girl who has a nightmare about being burned to death in her own home, leaving her in a state of shock and crying. The female lead, who has died in a similar way in the past, is now just a 12-year-old, sweet, red-haired girl. Just a year after her rebirth, she became an orphan because her parents died in the land of the Santans in the north. So now she lives as a maid in her uncle's house. What could be worse than this? Then in the morning, the female lead comes to the kitchen, grabs breakfast, and heads to her uncle's. As she leaves, she says to herself, "Sometimes I feel hungry and cold, but even if I die and am reborn, no one cares. Furthermore, if you talk about your past life in this life, you're considered a witch. You'll be burned alive. Maybe that's why I keep having dreams about my past life. But I don't want to be burned to death again in this one." Just as she approaches her uncle's room, someone shouts, "But tell Tia, she's the heir to the mining empire. She may be 12 years old, but I'm her guardian. I have every right to use her inheritance and raise her the way I want. If we spend more money, we'll send people back to the land of devils. We'll give it to you. We might be able to find the mining documents that were lost in an accident 10 years ago. Once we stake the property, we'll become incredibly rich." Then his aunt says, "That's not the issue, dear. Because of you, one of our daughters will have to marry that monster." Here, listen, the female lead, Money My Mind, asks, "What are they talking about?" Then his uncle's two daughters shout, "I won't do it either." Then he shouts, "I won't do it either." She says, "Don't you know what kind of family the hosts are? Because of that hereditary disease, their children are born in terrible humidity. Have you heard about the three old women in the Lord's servants? If they don't like any of the English ladies, they sacrifice them to the devils. All the ladies' belongings are stacked high like a tower." Hearing this, Lyd says to herself, "I thought the sisters made up stories about Holstadt to scare me." Then her uncle says, "But I need to find those documents. It must be." To this, his aunt says, "You've been searching for those documents for a decade after his mom and dad died. Dear, do you really think I can find them here after all this time? Please give up now." To this, his uncle says, "No, I can't do this." Just then, the other mates arrive and ask our female lead, "Lady Grey, what are you doing here? Why don't you come in?" Lady Tia says, "Oh, I'm sorry. Guys, we'll call our female lead Tia. It's easier to say here." Then, Tia mutters to herself, "Hasn't he given up my inheritance yet? Is that why he didn't attend my mom and dad's funeral, because he was heading to the land of the devils in search of property? I hate him." Her aunt then yells, "You shouldn't have gone to the cursed place alone. You're indebted to that strange family." "And for what?" her uncle yells. "You want me to be killed by those devils. If that man hadn't saved me, I would be dead." And her uncle's aunt's daughters start crying and saying, "You've had a party, you've sold us out to that monster's family." Listening to Tia, Tia again says to herself, "Wait, what does the Hellstate family have to do with my inheritance?" Then her aunt says to her uncle, "As I said, you should send Teddy to them." Her uncle says, "No, I can't do that. We'll burn the affidavit and forget everything." Then her aunt says, "Are you crazy? Give it to me." She tries to snatch the affidavit from him. Then it slips from his hand and there it is. It falls in front of Tia. Tia goes to say, "Uncle, I brought you breakfast." Then she sees the letter, picks it up and says to herself, "Here's the holly paper sent by Temple." Handing her the holly paper, her uncle shouts, "Letitia, give it to me." Her aunt says, "No, Lady Tia, burn it." They then argue about whether to burn it or not. Tia looks at the letter carefully and begins to read it. It says, "Alistair Gray, for your life. You owe a debt to the Master of Heltier, located in the land of devils. Thus, in the name of the divine God, Gray promises to repay your debt by giving another life. To fulfill this blood pledge, the Master of the Heltier state will take one of Gray's daughters into his family." His aunt then says, "If anyone breaks a blood pledge, the temple confiscates their property and locks them in a dungeon for life. Dear, please give up." Then her daughters also say, "Father, please." Then his uncle says, "Only blood is blood related. You can break the vow, and you, Lisha, we are related by blood." Tia is shocked and says, "You want to send me to the north," and Manaman says they were fighting over this, that if I marry into the Hallstatt family, they will have no rights to my inheritance. Then her elder sister shouts, "Yes, you go there." Then her younger sister says, "You will make a good match for Master. You are a witch." Here her aunt says, "A witch, what do you mean?" The younger sister says, "She talks in her sleep every night since she was a little girl." The elder sister says, "Yes, she's very well behaved here." Tia, surprised, asks herself, "Do I talk in my sleep?" Then the tray falls from her hand and she shouts, "This is nonsense. There's no proof I'm a witch." Her sisters shout, "They say all gingers are witches." They'll find out when they interrogate you at the temple. Then her aunt says, Lady Tia, do you know what they do to witches? Tia panics. You can't be that serious, Auntie, she says. You're being bewitched and interrogated at the temple. If they take me there, they'll surely find out I can remember my past lives. Her aunt then says, After all, you're my niece. I can't let them burn you to death. But if anyone else finds out about this, you'll be taken to the temple immediately. I'm so worried about your safety. We're trying to adopt you and marry you into the Hallsetz's family. We were talking. This is really the best way to protect yourself. Tia says, You can't do that to me. You'll send me to where my mom and dad died. Her aunt says, Do you want me to send a message to Temple? I'll get you ready to go north tomorrow. Tia says, I knew there were devilfish, but it can't be that bad here. Diana says, In the next scene, we see Tia being sent north. And she says, Of course it's near the land of devils. But it's near the land of devils. People live there, and the demon lord is a human. He can't really be a devil. Better to be a witch here than to ride in the Sioux. Of course, that's how it should be. Then suddenly the car stops. So Tia gets out and goes to the front of the car and asks the driver, Hey, what's wrong? There are two people there. One of them says, I don't know, we somehow suddenly ended up in the north. Then Tia looks around and shouts, There's a sandstorm come from. Then the second man says, I'm looking there. Then we look at the road. There's dust everywhere, and we hear the sound of something approaching. He asks, Who's there? Is a carriage coming? Tia looks closely, and a horse's foot emerges. As it emerges, it's a monster, accompanied by a group of goblins. Coach Man shouts, It's a monster. Run. They immediately turn the carriage around and leave without Tia. Shocking Tia. She runs after them and says, Wait for me. Tia falls while running, and the goblin comes near Tia and says, Human child here. Seeing this, Tia gets scared and starts running from there to the other side. While running, she gets stuck between the rocks and there is no way out from there. Seeing this, Tia says in her mind, Is this the end? On the other side, goblins move ahead, saying, Human, we will eat the human. Then a goblin sees something on the other side, and while moving towards that side, he says, Human girl, where has she gone? We can smell that human boy. Tia was hiding on the sidelines. As she watched them walk past, she thought to herself, Is this how I'm going to die in this life? I'd rather die by Dewan Lord than be eaten alive. Then she looked at his car. There were cans of boots and flowers in his car. Seeing them, she was startled and said to herself, Is that really who I'm looking at? It's because of fear. Is that really the fire can? I used to keep it in my room next to the state noodles. What are they doing here? Millions of garbage? Portable gas burners are used for indoor cooking. These burners use butane custards as a fuel source. This is what Tia is talking about. Then Tia's eyes fall on the monster horse, which is made of fire. Seeing the fire moving on the monster's head, Tia gets an idea and says to herself, Wait, will this work? If it does, I might just be able to escape. Then she slowly goes and picks up a can of goblin from the car and stands in front of them. They shout, Goblin, they say the human girl is over there. Tia, who was a baseball fan in her childhood, knew how to throw a ball a little bit. Then, while throwing the can, Manny Man says, Please work here. She throws the can at the monster. The monster gets a little confused. The can hits the monster's head, and it jumps off and starts going the other way. Tia gets scared when another monster comes and catches the can. Look here, the goblins start laughing and say, That's great. We caught it. That crazy human girl. Good job, evil horse. Then that monster breaks that can, and there is a huge explosion which makes Tia feel a little better. And all the goblins get injured, and looking at Tia, she says that human girl, she knows how to use magic, we have to kill you. We will tell the great devil, as listen Tia says in her mind, that the great devil is. He nearby here, then her eyes go on a rock and she sees a human monster there. So friends, that human monster is none other than our main hero. Whose name? The Hall is State. Then Tia, seeing it, gets scared and says in her mind, Oh God, what is this? Then the goblin moves towards Tia and says that he killed our friends. That bad human. Seeing all this, Tia gets more scared. Then Aiden takes out his shot and throws it towards Tia, seeing which Tia feels that he is going to kill her and she sits down in fear. But that weapon was for someone else. It was for the goblin behind her. As soon as she sees this, Tia gets shocked. Then Adrian's colleagues come there, and they all. While killing the goblin, he says there is no end to these devils. It seems that more than half of them have been blown away by the explosion. Is there any other magician around? Seeing them, the human says happily, Then his eyes go to Tia and he says a little girl seems to be lost. Then another person comes there and she says she is not lost. Kazaro says, Alexa, did you get any update? Then Alexa shows him a batch and says, I found a broken car. I did not find any person here, but I found this one whom I saw. They are both shocked and say, the gray crest means she's Count Gray's daughter. Tia, who was nervous, fearfully replies, yes, I am. Just then, Aiden arrives and says, Gray kept his promise. Suntia looks at him, and Manaman says, the dragon Holstein with 2 pairs of wings means this is the demon lord and my husband. We then see Holstein Castle. Tia is taken there, and upon seeing everyone, she says to herself, the demon lord and the 3 old witch sisters have done whatever they can. He said it was true. Seeing Tia, the other people there started asking why she looked so scared. Another person said that maybe she was scared of them. Just then, Casero comes there and placing his hand on Tia's shoulder says, my lady, look here. Tia starts shouting loudly, hearing which everyone starts looking at her, and Casero says in panic, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it here. Then a lady shouts and says, how did you scare her? Casero nervously says, I just wanted to give her cookies. The lady says, what do you think? It is said that after seeing you killing all those monsters there, she will want to eat cookies, due to which Sunaya gets more scared and she says to Honeyman, will they kill me? Just then, Alex comes there, and while introducing herself, she says, it is a bit late, but I am Alexa, the butler of this palace, to which Sunyaya gets shocked and says that she is lying. Then another lady says, I am Bessie, the nurse here, I like children, due to which Sunyaya gets more scared. Then Kasaru says, I am Kasaru the cook. You can find the best cookies in the world here. You'll love it. Suntia becomes even more scared, saying to herself, he'll cook me. Seeing her so scared, Alexa says, it seems we've scared him even more. Bessie goes to her and says, what happened on the way must have scared you. My lady, I'll show you to your room so you can get some rest. Bessie then starts taking her to her room. Following Tia, she thinks to herself, what will happen to me now? Will they eat me? Will they slaughter me or make me a slave? When 3 old witches unlock the room and you can see that the belongings of dead old ladies have been hung in the tower. Then Tia starts asking, is that me? Bessie says, what is this room for? Bessie says, oh, you'll find out soon here. Tia cries and says, so everything here is real. Next scene, let's see nighttime. Tia falls asleep and she says, maybe it would have been better if I had been killed by the devils. Then I could have started my next life. Are the 3 witches really girls? Who do you eat? Will they sacrifice me? What will happen to me tomorrow? What if the demon lord comes into my room at night and bites me to death? Then she gets up and opens the door. Manaman says it's unlocked. Then she goes outside and looks around the alley and runs away. Maniman says, the castle is huge here. Will I be able to escape from here? But what will happen if I do? Just then, some knights start walking away, talking. Brother, they say, the things you got from those masters, where is it kept? Hearing their voices, Tia becomes alert and hides. After they leave, Tia takes a deep breath. Then Aiden comes behind her and he says, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Tia immediately turns back and looks at Aiden, and she says in fear, oh well, that I. Aiden says, follow me here. Hearing this, Tia gets scared and Manaman says, where is he taking me? Should I really go with him? Then she starts following him. After some time, they reach a room. After reaching the room, Aiden opens a secret door. After the door opens, Tia reaches there, then Aiden shows the way and says this is where Syria goes to the stable. Go and choose a horse. Tia says sorry. Aiden says if you ask the horse breeder from there, he will accompany you till you reach the south. He is a good man. Tia says sorry, I did not understand. Aiden says were you not running away from here? Tia says well, here is the truth. But Aiden says then go so I can finish my book. Then Tia notices a book in Aiden's hands and she says to herself that his book is the history of Elder Very Bunny. Then Aiden says, well, yes, here's the thing. Aiden says, haven't you heard the rumors about me? Tia says, yes, I have. Aiden says, then you should run away. Tia says, but I have no place to go. Aiden asks, then do you want to stay here? Tia, she panics and says to herself, I have no place to go, and no money. If I return, I'll be burned as a witch or killed by demons along the way. She says, I'd rather stay here than die there, if you make me your bride and spare my life. Aiden says, no. Tia says, I can't do it right now. Tia gets scared and cries. Why won't you? Oh, I knew you would sacrifice me and eat me. Aiden panics. He says, "Why should I eat you?" Tia says, "While crying because you eat people." Aiden says, "No, we don't do this." Tia starts crying and she says, "But I don't want to die. Please don't kill me." Seeing this, Aiden gets more scared and he says, Listen to me." Tia says, "But if you want to kill me, then please don't throw me in the fire." Aiden says, "Wait, please listen to me." Then Tia starts crying and she says, "Don't kill me by burning me." Aiden shouts and says, "I am still a minor just like you." Hearing this, Tia gets shocked. She goes and says, "What?" After a while, Tia is made to sit near the fire and Aiden asks her, "Are you okay now?" Tia says yes, then Aiden says cannibalism or sacrificing cattle is not a tradition in our family. "Don't worry," Tia says, "Yes, I am happy to hear this here." Then she starts looking at the cup. There is a rabbit carved on it. Seeing which she says in her mind, "A rabbit." Then Aiden says, "We both are still minors, so we will get engaged." Tia says, How old are you?" Aiden says, 15. Tia says, "You are my." He is only 3 years older than Aiden. Aiden says there is still a lot of time here. You have to go through 4 seasons and 3 races: spring, summer, Shraddha, and winter. Tia says, "Oh, I get it, you are very good at maths." Then what happened to the room full of women's items offered as Bali? Aiden says, "Yes, which room?" Hearing this, Aiden takes her to that room and opens the lock of that room and shows her inside that room. Tia gets very happy after seeing that room and says, "Wow." There was a room which was filled with very luxurious things and was also decorated nicely. Then Aiden said, "This is your room." Then Tia said in surprise, "What is my room?" Aiden said, "We did not know when you would come, so we did not make any preparations. As soon as you arrived here, we hurried to prepare it. These are the best things in our palace. But a young lady who is used to dressing up will not find it special." Tia said, No, I like it here." Aiden said, "Really?" Then Tia, she nervously asks, "So what happened to those 3 evil witches?" Aiden says, "Oh, you mean Bessie, Alex, and Saffron. Beth herself is evil, but they're good people. Don't be afraid. But most of the rumors about me are true." Tia says, "Really?" Aiden says, "I'm really disgusting. You deserve so much better than this room, this castle, and me," which makes Tia feel a little bad. She says, "Honestly, I'm not Count Grey's daughter." Aiden shouts, "What?" Tia says, "I was adopted. After my parents died, my uncle and aunt took me in and didn't send their daughter here." Aiden angrily says, "They forced you to come here. How can you allow this?" Tia says, "Because I had no choice." And she says to herself, "Otherwise I'll be crucified." Aiden says, "That's terrible." Tia says, "Now that you know I'm not my uncle's daughter, will you send me back?" Aiden says, "I was going to. When his daughter arrived, I was going to have an engagement ceremony with her. And as soon as the vows were fulfilled, I would send her back immediately." Tia is shocked to hear this and says, "So, were you going to send me back forever?" Aiden says, "But now I've changed my mind. Your uncle and aunt don't want to take care of you. So tell me, do you want to go back?" Tia shakes her head and says, "No." Then Aiden says, "Then follow me." He takes her to a room and writes something on a piece of paper saying, "You can stay in this palace as long as you want. Yes, you can also ask for protection if needed. No one can harm you." Then he puts his seal on it and shows it to Tia and says, "This paper guarantees it." Tia starts looking at her signature on the paper. Then Aaron says, "I will drop you off at your room so you don't get lost again." Then he goes to her room and puts her to sleep and asks, "Do you want me to turn off the lights alone or leave them on?" Tia says, "Please leave them on." Tia says, "Aiden, is it okay if I call you Aiden?" Aiden says, "Yes, you can." Tia says, "Did I just upset you? If I did, please forgive me." Aiden says, "No, it's just been a while since anyone other than my parents called me by my name." Tia says, "Good night, Aiden." Aiden says good night. After saying that, he leaves. Tia looks at the guarantee paper and says to herself, "He doesn't seem like a bad person. I'm sorry." Tia falls asleep wondering what he would look like without the mask. On the other side, we see Aiden, who has taken off his mask. He then looks at himself in the water and, while washing his face, says, "I'm disgusting." In the next scene, we see Tia walking in the garden, stretching and saying, "Good morning." Then she tells Moneyman, "I had a great sleep last night. I didn't have any nightmares." Then she sees Apple's foot there and says, "Wow, I've never seen such a big apple." Then she jumps. She starts plucking the apple, but her hand is unable to reach it. After trying for a while, she thinks in her mind that when will I become tall? Just then Aiden comes there and he plucks an apple, hearing the sound of which Tia looks back. Seeing Aiden there, she says, "Oh, good morning. So Aiden cuts an apple for Tia and gives it to her. He had cut the apple in the shape of rabbits. Then he says to Tia, "You are hungry, right? Take them." Tia says, "Is this for me?" Aiden says, "You wanted these apples, right? Breakfast will be ready soon, so you shouldn't eat too much. And Kasaru is the best cook." Tia then eats the apple. She loves it and says to herself, "Delicious." She then thanks Aiden, but Aiden has already disappeared. Not seeing him, she says to herself, "He's gone. He's very smart. He seems like a very kind person." The next scene cuts to the dining table. Many dishes are prepared for Tia. Seeing them, Tia says to Kasaru. She asks, "Did you cook here?" Kasaru replies, "It certainly didn't cook on its own." Tia says, "Then you're a pirate and a cook. This is amazing." Kasaru tells them to stop laughing. Tia then asks Bessie, "Can I meet the hyenas after breakfast? I want to thank them for last night and for the apples this morning," she says. Bessie says, "You don't need to ask, my lady. You'll be quick. He is going to be the owner of this house. You don't need our permission, but I am afraid that you won't be able to see him today. He went out this morning itself." Tia says, "Where did he go and why?" Vaish says that it is his duty and responsibility here in the master's room of Hall State to hunt the devils around. Then Tia starts getting a little sad. Vaish says, "Don't worry, he is very strong." Tia asks, "Will he be back soon?" Vaish says that it is a small hunt here. However, later he is going on a long trip. He's going to leave, but he'll be back by tomorrow. Tia says, "I want to help too." Vanessa is a little surprised. Tia says, "I can't go out and hunt monsters, but I can help." Alexa is also there, saying, "I see that our future second master is Karana." Tia asks, "It's an old dialect from the north." Alexa then says, "It talks about a true king or master, not just a name, but also an ideology." Tia says, "That's what we call a true king." Shocked. Karana says, "What does he do?" Alexa says both masters protect the palace, from inside and outside now that one is away. The others must protect from inside. So Tia says protect. Alexa says, "There's one thing you can do to help. Can you make blessing knots?" Tia asks what's here. Alexa says there's an old tradition. It said that if you hang your knots on a sword going into battle, it will return unharmed. The threads that make the knots. We make them and bring them back home. Here in the Northern Territory, people don't fear death. Our fear is that if we die, we wander and can't return home. But when you go out with a knot made by someone who cares for you, it provides comfort." Tia says, "Then I'll help you make the knots for all those who go on the expedition." Alexa says, "I'm sure the Lord will be pleased too." During the break after breakfast, she works on the knots with maid. "Go and ask headmate Romina, but first finish your breakfast." Tia says, "Oh yes, that's fine." Alexa says birthday kids should eat good food. After finishing breakfast, Tia goes to the mates and says, "Oh, excuse me." One of the mates says, "Oh, how can I help you, my lady Tia?" She blushes. "If you don't mind, can I help you? Can I help you make your guard?" The maid looks at her and says to herself, "How many?" It's cute. And a maid says, "Yes, of course, we'll show you how." Then she makes her sit next to her and starts teaching her. Tia tries to learn, and she says to herself, "It's so strange here. Everyone is so kind to me. I always dreamed about this. But now it's so scary here. Will happiness last forever here? Is it really okay for me to be so happy?" Just then, she hears some knights screaming. They say they've been attacked by vicious animals called raccoons. Everyone there is shocked. Meanwhile, Naito rings the bell, telling everyone to prepare for battle. Saffron shouts, "Why today of all days when the Lord isn't home?" Alexa goes to Tia and tells her, "My lady, you should hide." Tia asks, "What's going on?" Alexa yells, "How is that situation?" Bessie replies, "Those giant ants we fought just 3 months ago. We thought they were all sandstorms. They must have been swept away. They must have used some artifact. They're more powerful than before. They can tunnel underground. If we don't hurry, they'll attack the castle and build a tower of earth in front of our walls." Then Alexa speaks to another person. "What about the Lord?" The person says, "We sent the message, but I'm not sure how far he's gone." Then Kasuro says, "It was done on purpose. They waited for him to leave, so we have less time. The guards are left." Bessie says we need more people to use our weapons. Tia tells Pacey, "I want to help too." Pacey says, "Please, my lady, hide." Tia shouts, "You said we need more people. If nothing else, I can at least help you carry your stuff." Hearing this, Bessie is a little surprised and says, "Very well, as you wish." Cesaro then shouts to everyone, "Give us whatever you can. Get them out. Line everything up according to their labor. First, prepare the deep temple defense weapon. Tia starts helping them and starts moving a box from one place to another. Then she sees a butane fuel can in the box and says, Money Man, here again. Then Tia grabs a can and Money Man says, I can't believe this. Why is it here? On the other side, the ants have started building a tower with mud. Seeing this, Nat shouts, they are pushing mud against the wall. And they're also digging an underground tunnel. We need to destroy that earthen tower before they climb up here. No, we need to attack the center to stop their digging. Seeing everything here, Alexa asks, what should we do? Casaro says, this is madness. Alexa says we don't have enough guards to fight both of them, and if we manage to defend one, the other will attack in the meantime. Tia looks at the can and Monty Man says, what if I use it again? But further, what will happen? What will happen? What if they ask me how I know about this thing? What will happen? What if they find out I can remember my past life? They will call me a witch, I will be summoned to the temple and crucified. It would be better if I didn't say anything. But what will become of all this? She begins to see them. She also remembers Aiden. Then she remembers what Alexa had said. When she had said that both masters protect the castle from the outside and from the inside, when one is away, the other must protect from within. I want it. And she shouts, stop. Everyone stop. Alexa says, my lady, don't worry. The maids will protect you. Please go and hide in the closet. Tia says, an idea. Do you remember when you found me? In an explosion among goblins. Alexa says, yes, we still don't know how it happened here. But what do you want to say? Tia says, the explosion here was caused by me. Alexa is stunned and says, what? Then Kisaru says, what? Are you a magician? Tia says, no, you. Use this. If you throw this into the fire, it can cause a huge explosion. Saying this, she gives them the can, then Alexa catches it and asks, how did you know about this? Tia says there is no time to explain. We have to hurry and save the palace. The explosion will not only distract the ants digging the tunnel, but will also bury them in the sand. And if everything goes as planned, the flow from the explosion will also destroy the tower. Alexa says, yes. Can the guards find anything in the lot that looks like this? Alexa says, and we'll need archers too. I guess they all moved away from the lot. Just then, the maids come in and say, don't worry, my lady. He then takes off his clothes and takes out the wood from his legs and starts making a bow. She looks at him in shock and says to herself, baby, he's a trained warrior. This is so cool. Then Alexa says, Robina, you know the ladies and the longbowmen. The arrows should go to the command tower with the arrows. Kai says the rest of you should shoot arrows with the gunpowder bags to help spread the fire. They start doing the same, and while shooting, they say we will burn them all. After this, Robina says, we are ready. Then they start walking towards the command tower. After reaching there, they get ready to attack them, and Tia says he is there. After this, Alexa says our target is there. Everyone get ready for the suit and no one should stop firing. Everyone get ready. So they get ready with their bows and arrows and aim for a target in the center. After a moment, they all release their arrows simultaneously, and they fall down. Some of the arrows were on fire, others contained balloon fuel cans, which, when they fell together, created a huge blast. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and said, work is going on here. Tunnels are being dug and buried, towers are falling, and ants are moving. Alexa then shouts, ladies, get ready again and attack those ants again. The attack is launched. Just then, Tia sees something and shouts, Robin, look over there. It's probably the queen of the cheetahs. She's running away. If we don't catch her now, they'll attack again in the future. Then she grabs a can and says, we only have one can left. Alex shouts, pick up your bow, aim at the queen on my signal. Robina does just that. She targets the queen and attacks. The arrow hits the queen, causing a huge explosion, killing her. After a while, the smoke clears and they look closely. Seeing Queen dead, Bessie says, we did it. Hearing which, everyone starts shouting and says, we did it. Robina hugs Tia and everyone starts celebrating together. Kasarkar then praises Robina. Seeing them all, Tia says to herself, it's okay, Bessie, that's all that matters. Then Alexa comes to Tia, and Tia gets a little nervous seeing her. She says, now there's a killer here. Seeing which, everyone starts looking at her. Alexa takes Tia in her arms and shouts, Our Lady saved everyone. Hearing which, everyone starts shouting, and Alexa says, Hallstatt will never forget this. We will risk our lives to repay your favor. Hearing this, Tia starts crying. On the other hand, Aiden also reaches near the palace. After this, he enters the palace and shouts, Bessie? Alexa says, how can you see them? My lord. Then Aiden comes to them and asks, what happened? Where did all the birds go? Bessie says, we defeated them and no one hurt us. Aiden is shocked and says, how can this happen? Alexa says, Lady Grey, she is really amazing. She will become a very good second master in the future. Hearing this, Aiden's eyes fall on Tia and he says, Manaman, she defeated all the evil animals with so few people and no one got hurt. I also cannot do this. Then Tia gets happy seeing Aiden and says, Aiden. Then Aiden becomes a little cautious seeing her and Manamon says, who is he really? Tia says again Aiden and starts moving towards him. Then Aiden starts moving back, seeing which Tia stops and says in her mind, I understand that anyone can seem like a monster to anyone. Then Aiden gets down on his knees and says, our family owes a debt to your family, but what you did for us is more than that. Tia nervously says, then Aiden says, thank you for protecting our palace. Tia says these people are precious to you, Aiden, and I don't want them to be hurt. Tanum Nexon arrives. Tanum Nexon sees Aiden and Casaro together in the kitchen. Aiden says, do you think Talitha is a witch? Casaro, shocked, says, what does a witch do? Aiden says, Belle, they eat people and do magic. Casaro says, do you really think that lady who first came here was shaking like a leaf? Aiden says, no. Casaro says, but I wonder what the source of her knowledge is. Aiden says, yes, me too. Casaro then says, even if she was a witch, there's a good witch for us. Aiden shows a key and says, I think she learned it here. Saffron is shocked to see the key and then laughs and says, no way, that can't be. Aiden says, yes, right. Casey says, my lord, I think it's too late. You better get some rest for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the engagement day. Aiden says, engagement. Casey says, a lot of things will change. Aiden says, I think the change has already begun. And he leaves. Then we go to the next day. Tia gets ready for the engagement and says to Maniman, you said it would be a small ceremony here. A lady tells her, your real wedding will take place after you become adults. My lady, this is just a small engagement. So don't worry, Tia tells Maniman, this is not a small affair. Just then, a maid brings a wedding cake. Seeing this, Tia feels like eating it and tells Maniman, I'm hungry. She looks around and is about to eat a snack. Just then, Casaro arrives and says, the feast's food is still bland. It will take. Right now, the food is not good for this. Tia says, but why? Whatever you cooked till now was very tasty. Casaro gives Tia an apple and says you will soon know why this is so. The ceremony will start when the Lord arrives. Are you ready? Tia eats her apple and says to herself, will he wear his mask today too? After some time, Aiden reaches there. Then he goes to Tia and extends his hand and says it will be over soon. Just bear with it for a little while. So Tia says in peace, how can he be like this? So good to me and so harsh on himself. Then they go on stage and father tells them that Elton, Elias, and Leona's son announces the acceptance of Gyray's daughter Letitia as the second master of Hallstatt Castle, thus fulfilling the vow both families made 10 years ago. Everyone congratulates them and starts throwing something at them. Seeing them, Man says, what are these snowflakes? Then Aiden says, these are salt particles which you can only find on the northern cliffs. They are crunchy and not too salty, so this salt is the purest. To celebrate an occasion, we spread salt everywhere, like a less fatty salt. Tia looks at the food and says to herself, that's why the food wasn't ready. Tia says, it feels magical here. Aiden says, you might think the north is barren and cold, but we have such beautiful things. Talisha Gray Hallistet, with this engagement you have now become a member of the Hallistet family. You are officially welcome to this north. Saying this, he closes the door behind him. He opens it and Tia Mani tells him it's a tunnel. Aiden then adds, this is the last stage of the ceremony, which frightens Tia a little, and Mani says, I can't help but be scared, yet I find myself compelled to hold his hand every time. She then holds his hand and he begins to lead her to a cell. Tia says to herself, Mom, why have you brought me here? Will I be sacrificed until the end? Can't I at least eat something before I die? Or will I be one of the menu items for a while? They later reach the basement, and Aiden pulls out a blade, shocking Tia. Seeing this, Aiden panics and says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Tia asks, are you going to kill me now? Aiden says, what? Tia becomes very scared and says, I'll be sacrificed. Aiden says, wait. Tia starts crying. She screams, you're going to cook me for the demon. I knew you were going to kill your fiancé so soon. So what's the point of this engagement? Aaron asks her. Going closer, he tries to convince her, saying, hey, wait, it's not like that here, Pratigya. Then Tia punches him and says, stay away from me. After hitting him, Tia says, one Pratigya, then Aiden blushingly says yes. But Pratigya has to be burnt on the altar, and this is the last stage. And look at the copy here in my hand. Then Tia says, okay, then why did you bring the dagger with you? Here Aiden says, I am focused on blood. It can be fulfilled only with blood. Don't be scared. We just need a few drops. Then he makes a small cut on Tia's hand. He kills him and puts his blood on the paper. He says the promise is fulfilled as soon as you burn this. Tia says, well, that's how it is. I didn't know that. Then Moneyman says, wait a minute. Is he leaving? Wait until you take off your gloves. I'm not ready for this. What if he has scales like those animals I've seen in books? Or hairy hands like a goat? Then Tia sees Aiden's hand, which looks just like a human hand. And Moneyman says, I can't believe it. His hand is it's beautiful. I've never seen anything so smooth. Then Aiden also rubs dirt on his hand, which Tia is shocked to see and says no. Hearing this, Aiden starts panicking and asks what happened. Tia says nothing. It's okay, Tia thinks to herself, how can you cut your beautiful hands? So Aiden fulfills his vow and burns those papers. After burning them, Aiden says, it's done here. The vow between the two families is now complete. And there's one more thing I want to show you. Tia says, what's here? Aiden shows her a key and says if we go down a little further, you'll see our family's treasure chest. Going inside, Tia looks around and says to herself, there's a statue of an angel and a devil. This place must be a pilgrimage site. As she goes inside, she sees more statues wearing masks similar to Aiden's, and there's a lady with them. Looking here, Tia says to herself, they must be Aiden's mom and dad. They were killed by devils. So Aiden calls Tia and shows her a box. Tia looks at it and asks what's in here. Aiden says there's a great secret book inside. Tia says it was written by the great sage who defeated the devils many years ago. I tried to summon devils once and it caused me a lot of trouble. I haven't tried it since. Tia is surprised and asks, did you try to summon devils? Aiden says, yes, after my parents' death. Tia says, oh, Aiden says this. It's not easy at all, but here comes the sage who came out of nowhere and defeated the devils one by one, handing them over to his slaves. Tia asks, then why are there still so many devils in the north? Aiden says, one day they just gave up on it all. It was as if they never existed. They wrote down how to defeat them in a book. He then unlocks the box, removes it, and says, here's one of those copies. It's old and damaged, with many parts missing. It's written in cryptograms. No one can read or understand it. If we can defeat the devils by reading this book, it will be incredible. So I want you to see it. Tia is surprised and says, me, but why me? Aiden says, you have incredible knowledge. Maybe you can read the book here. Tia says, well, there's nothing incredible here. And she tells Moneyman, in my past life, I made a lot of stunned noodles from watermelon flowers. She places the box on top of it and says, you said that your family's treasure is here. If I can see your family's treasure. Is this really okay? He removes the box again and says, but you're also a member of my family, Tia. Moneyman says, now he's going to treat me like some great sage. She begins to open the book and Moneyman says, I had no intention of giving him false hope, and I certainly don't want to disappoint him. But how will I be able to read this book unless it's written in Korean? She looks at the title and is shocked. Moneyman says, yes, it's written in Korean. She reads the title and it says about her as a devil. Hearing this, Aiden gets nervous and he says, you just read it out loud. And hearing this, Tia also gets nervous and she says, yes, I think so. Aiden gets excited and says, ma'am, I am so glad I showed you this. I can't believe it. Keep going. Please go ahead. Tia says to herself, oh my God. Then she continues, and it says in the land beyond the north in Kulhar, the devil who is evil and cunning lives. Aiden sees her reading it. He becomes very happy and says defeat them this way, seeing which Tia says his eyes look so curious. He is wearing a mask, yet I can feel it. After this, she continues. It is written in it, still I was able to defeat the devils. Thanks to the object that came from another world, I was able to catch them by surprise. After this, Tia says it seems that the great sage also brought the object from the world he came from. Aiden says, what do you mean? Tia says, money. It seems he wasn't reborn like me. Then Aaron says, where is the world they came from and where can we get those items? Tia says, I think it says they came from another world, not this one. Aiden says, you mean like hell? Tia says, no, it's not like that here. It's kind of like hell. And she says, Moneyman, how can I explain this? Then she says, hey, wait, there's more. After this, she goes on. She says, but this anger is not complete. It's a strategy is important for this. So Aiden asks how. Tia says, I can't continue because the reading here is bad. Then she goes on to say that it says that the real evil is modern capitalist society. Mankind has done so many bad things that I was able here to defeat the evils. Then Aiden says, what does this mean? Yes, Letitia. Tia says, I guess it means in the world where those great sages came from, there are devils. There were more evil people than that. They lived there and gained experience so that they could defeat the evils here. Aiden says, so is the source of that strategy the modern culture society here? Tia says, yes, it seems so. Aiden says, what did he tell next? Did he elaborate? Tia turns the pace, but nothing happens. Then, Aiden says, you are amazing lady. Then Tia says to herself, there is no mention of how he came into this world. Aiden says, you really have you have a rare and valuable talent. You could be a great sage in the South because you're from the capital. Tia, she nervously says, I'm not like that. I just know that. Aiden ignores her words and says, only a great man like you can defeat evil beasts so easily. Tia says, money man, whatever, and she shouts, that's not true. Please listen to me. Aiden becomes very serious and says, okay, I'm listening to you. Tia is a little shocked to see him and says, I'm not a sage. I'm not. The book here is written in the same language I used in my past life. Aiden is surprised and says, what? Tia says, I can remember my past life. Aiden asks, have you told anyone else this? Tia says, no. Aiden says, good. I'll keep this between you and me for the rest of my life. Tia asks, won't you send me to the temple? Aiden says, you've become family to us. Lady, you're one of our protectors of Holist. Tia says, oh, thank you. Aiden says, hey, should I tell you my secret? It would be fine here, wouldn't it? Tia says yes, and the money man says, you really don't need to do this. Then Aiden shows Tia a crystal ball. So Tia says, what's here? Aiden says, it's so beautiful. Aiden says, it's also called the Tear of Toix. It holds the power of oblivion. We found it among the remains of that Queen Chinti you defeated. Tia says, artifact. They have many different powers and effects. They are all types of magic stones. Every kingdom's castle has an artifact. It is their treasure and the source of their power. Some wealthy and influential families often raid other castles and steal their artifacts. Tia asks, do the housewives also have an artifact? Aiden says, it's my secret. My heart is here, Hall Castle's artifact. Tia says, your heart. And the money man says, Aiden's heart is the castle's. Anyway, it is the source and center of power. How can a 15-year-old boy handle such a huge responsibility? So here is her secret. And she says that is why they attacked us while you were away. The castle's power was much weaker than normal. Aiden says my ancestors tried to integrate artifacts into their bodies to fight the demons. They succeeded, but it had bad effects. Their banshees still look disgusting. The good thing is that I know the names of all the artifacts and their powers like the Tears of Trax just from such knowledge. After my parents died, I decided to destroy all the demons. But in reality, I was barely able to protect this castle. This was a naive dream of a little boy. But with your amazing talent, we can fulfill our dream. Then Tia says, wait there. Then Aiden says, I will defeat the demon at any cost. And Tia says, Money man that he wants to avenge the death of his parents. Then Aiden says, I will give you a better and happier life. Letitia is shocked to hear this. And Aiden says, you deserve so much more than a douchebag like me. I promise I'll divorce you when I grow up and make this world a better place. Tiab, shocked, says to herself, has he predicted my future? Why doesn't he plan for my retirement too? Then she says, but Aiden, why do you want to make this world a better place? Aiden says, I want to protect good people. People who are vulnerable and insecure, but still extraordinary. I want to create a safe world for them. I want to make it by exorcising the devils. So I have to go on a long trip far away from here. Tia says what? And the money man says why so suddenly. Aiden says, I'm going to collect all the sheets of the Great Book of Secrets. Tia asks how long will it take? Aiden says I'm not sure. It could take a long time. And the money man says I'll be alone again, left disappointed, a wall against everyone and waiting again when, until someone comes with me and she starts thinking about Aiden and how Aiden helped her. Then Maniman says I will wait and wait, I will wait forever. She thinks about her misfortune and who it meant nothing to. And she takes Aiden's hand, which shocks Aiden. She says, please bring the book. I promise to do my best to help you, and Manaman says, I can't sit and wait any longer. Then Aiden starts staring at her. Then Tia says, yes, I will do that. A little while later, they return and are surprised to see everyone. We see that everyone had already started the party. Aiden says, it seems we're quite late. Kasaru then looks at them and says, my lord, my lady, you're late. Come here. Aiden says, finally we found something. Tia Manamund says, what a feast. Everything looks delicious here. Just then, Bessie comes in and grabs them from behind and says, it's time for bed. Tia nervously says, but I haven't. They haven't eaten anything. Bessie says the children should get a good night's sleep, so they should eat tomorrow morning. As she starts to take them away, Chizaro and his companions say, my lord, my lady, rest in peace. Then, in another scene, we see Tia in her bed, thinking about Aiden, who had said, I want to create a safe world by expelling the evil. Tia says to herself, when I heard him say that, it broke my heart. He's such a kind man. I wish I could help him. Ati says, somehow here. She looks at the cut on her hand and she is shocked and says to herself, wait, his hand. I have never seen such beautiful hands. Why would he hide his hand because of Corin Wright? I completely forgot about it. It looked so soft and smooth. Of course it was strange here too. But why is that? Then we see the next morning. Tia has her breakfast and Manaman says it was so nice. This was the best food I had since I was born. Then she hears the voices of the others. They say you are Dark D. We're heading to today. Aiden says, yes, I've already told my men to pack their things and get ready. I think we'll leave by noon today. Kasaru says, I saw you going to the temple with Lady. I was hoping you'd make a decision, but I didn't know you'd be here so soon. Bessie then asks, how long will it take? Hearing their conversation, Tia arrives and says Moneyman is leaving today. Alexa says, I'm sure about that. I'm not. What if you're away and something happens to our castle? Those evil beasts could attack us at any moment. Last time, the lady's wisdom saved us. But Aiden shows them the artifact and says, I'll use this. Here's the Tear of Tykes. Here's the artifact we got from the giant ants. It holds the power of oblivion and disguise. Alex holds it up and says, Oblivion and disguise. That's how they hid their buffalo. Then Bessie says, so that's what made us think. Made sure all the giant ants were out. Alexa says, wait. Are you Aiden? Says yes. I will completely erase the Hall State Palace from the memories of all the humans and animals outside the state. No, one will remember anything about it, neither the place nor the entity called Sunt or Manamund. They will not remember anything. Then Alexa says, so you have already made a plan on this? How Kisaro says, so we can't say no. Aiden says, Grannies, I promise to succeed in my mission, so you can live the rest of your life in peace. You won't have to fight Master anymore. You'll spend your days relaxing. Hearing this, the three of them start talking quietly among themselves. Alexa says, I always thought he was a little boy who loved reading stories about rabbits and we raised him well. Then Bessie says, now he won't get any tasty food, not even an egg. Listen to their conversation. Aiden Sharma says, why are you bringing this up here? Then his eyes fall on Tia. She leaves. Tia sees her and starts hiding. Then Aiden says, oh, Litia. Then his eyes go to the maids, and one of the maids says, oh dear, you're really crazy. You're in trouble, my lord. Aiden is shocked and says, do you think she's angry with me? Rabina says, a fiancé who leaves the day after the engagement. Who wouldn't be angry with him? Hearing this, Aiden panics and says, no, what should I do? I had no intention of upsetting her. Then, putting her hand on Aiden's shoulder, she says, she's only talking to you. Everyone is crying and is just sad that you will suddenly leave. I will take care of Our Lady. Don't worry and have a safe trip. Aiden says, thank you. By the way, please take good care of her. Tia runs away and Manam says, seeing Aiden getting ready to leave, after last night's outing, I feel like there's already something missing in my heart. No, it's something like this. My heart is breaking again. He looks so lonely. He's just 15 years old, but he's incredibly kind and dedicated. E sees everything. He lifts her onto his shoulders, yet he's always so hard on himself. She then goes into her room and searches for something on her bed. She finds a knot of thread and finds it. Alexa tells him, if you feel like you're in over your head right now, you can come back anytime. Even if it's tomorrow, we don't care about the books, as long as you're safe. Aiden says, I'll be fine, really. Tia was listening to their conversation. Just then, Aiden called Tia. Tia went to her and said, yes. Aiden said, I'm very sorry to leave so soon and suddenly. Please take care of the palace while I'm away. Keep everyone safe and healthy. And if you want, you can leave. Tia took the paper I gave you and said I'll wait here for you. I promise. Hearing this, Aiden was a little surprised and nodded. Yes, okay. Tia then handed him the paper and said, take it. A little while later, Aidenbo starts to leave, and everyone from the command tower says goodbye to him. Tia says to herself, I'm not, we are. On the other side, we see Alexa and Cesaro who take the artifact with them and say, shall we start? Tia looks at Aiden and says, we're not the only ones who have been abandoned or are waiting aimlessly. We're just waiting for the right time. Tia then goes to the command tower to see Aiden and starts evacuating people from there. On the other side, Alexa. She places the artifact on a symbol, which will erase their existence. We then see Tia on the other side, who says to herself, I just want to call his name one last time, but he's gone too far. I don't know when I'll see him again. She was about to shout his name, then everything disappears, and Aiden looks back. He doesn't see his palace there. Then a man says, the palace disappeared in an instant, and there's no one outside the palace at the end. Do you? Will we remember that the castle exists? And will we forget it too? The second knight asks, what if we forget our way back? Aiden says, don't worry, I remember. We then see the guard that Aiden had placed in his court. Then, 7 years later, we see a carriage going somewhere. Look at that carriage, the guard says. Whose carriage is that? I've never seen one before. The guard is half human and half animal. Then, stopping the carriage, he says, stop right there. Stop right there. Go. This is Duke Blair's state. Tell us your state and business. Kes starts in the car, shouting, if there wasn't a night market, who would come this far in this weather? So open the gate, he says to Success. We have to search everyone before giving entry. We'll look inside the car. Kesru says, it's very cold, yet you want to see the car. He says, we're just following orders. Don't create any trouble. Let me do my work. Kesru says, Manaman, he's very intense for the devils. And he says, I'm not a fool. Hey, hurry up. It's very cold here. Tia is also there with Kesru. After this, the guard looks at everyone carefully and says, 1 coachman, 2 passengers. Are you 3 entering the palace? Kesru says yes. Then the guard asks, which state are you from? How does he say, well there? Then Tia looks at them and says, Hall State. After asking everything here, they give them permission to go inside. After they go inside, the second guard asks the first guard, where are they from? The first guard says, this is strange. I thought that. I just wrote it down. The other guard says, oh, you forgot. Okay, you can write it as Beshat Mahal. Then we see Blair's statement. Tia looks at everything there and says to herself, wow, it's so beautiful here. The land of devils doesn't look so scary and intimidating. Just then, Khazar comes there and says, my lady, oh my god, don't walk so fast. I can't keep up with your speed. I'm just out of sorts, and you should be more careful. My lady, when you mentioned our palace, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Tia says, don't worry, the artifact here is working well. Saffron says, but it won't take long for its effect to wear off. We must hurry, my lady, to the night market. It opens only once a year. Let's take a look around. Tia says, yes, let's go. Then they enter the market and Tia says, wow. And Manaman says, we haven't heard any news from Aiden in the last 7 years. Time was passing very slowly. It was as if it had stopped here. How is Aiden? Is he hurt? Is he still alive? Tia, everyone starts thinking, and Kisaro's shopping becomes a bad idea. He says, my lady. Tia looks at him in shock and says, Kisaro, don't bother yourself too much. It's worse for you here. The money man tells her that Kisaro has been buying more than usual lately. Kisaro then says, there's not much for me here. Look at me. I'm still energetic and energetic. We'll clean every stall here, so you better be ready, my lady. So Tia says to herself, and just like that, she leaves Aiden's old library. She's fixing it up again while Alexa takes care of the castle's renovations. It seems they've heard of Aiden's imminent return. As Tox's tears grow weaker, her anxiety grows. Just then, a shopkeeper shouts, you can choose anything here to find Denia. You can have anything you want. Find your keeper. Totia goes over and, shocked to see a Korean item, says to herself, here's a candy bar, my favorite snack from my past life. Where in the world do these things come from? Tia holds it and looks at it. Then the sabkeeper says if you touch it, you buy it. Tia says is that sabkeeper says just a denia. In this place, the coin is called denia. Then Tia gives him the coin and says in her mind, you are a devil. After this, she eats that candy and Money says in her mind it is not spoiled. Isn't it? I heard that it comes from a certain portal here. Some people call it a door, In fact, others also call it a storehouse. The problem here is that no one knows where it is. I wish I can find out where he is. I want to find some instant noodles. Then one monster says to another monster, "This is nonsense. You must have heard about it, so did that castle disappear into thin air or something? How come no one has heard of Hallstatt in the last 7 years?" Here Santia gets shocked. Then Kisato whispers to her, "Let's go back." Then that monster says to someone else, "Hey, don't you know Hallstatt Castle? I can't believe this at all." Then another monster. He says, "If you think about it, about 7 years ago, the demons were talking about a bride whose marriage was arranged with a certain family, but it turned out to be the great demon." Then someone else says, "Was the little bride a demon?" The dog-headed master says they said they wiped out a group of demons. The bear-headed monster says, "Do you believe those demons? You should know better." The first monster says, "Whoever it is, it must be a powerful force that has influence over the entire country. No one remembers anything about Hallstatt." At this, a goat-headed monster says, "Hey, do you have a complaint? Why are you so upset?" The master says, "You should remember me, if not them. I am the most powerful of all the stone golems in Belosa. My name is Kurex. So guys, these monsters are called golems." Then a dog-headed devil says, "He's back from Kuram. Didn't you go to the outer regions for tending?" After the Lord placed his hand over the fire near Belosa, then the head of the bearer, the devil says, "Right, he caught him well." Everyone bursts into laughter. Then angrily, Kurik says, "Do you know who that lord was? He was the lord of Hallstatt Castle. He's really burning here. Just wait and see. As soon as I come from Besula and join Satura, I'll attack that kingdom. I heard they've already entered the Spider Kingdom. My family and I trained for 7 years for this day. It's about time, and my revenge. It's time to take it. I'll crush that ugly head of Nosikia until it spreads all over the fields here." He then starts shouting angrily. Hearing his words, Tia and Keisaro start leaving. Then Kurex notices them. Keisaro makes Tia sit in the cart and starts glaring at Kurex. "That old witch, where is she from?" After this, they come out. Then Tia shouts, "Why isn't the artifact working on them here? How can he remember our palace? How does he say it's been 7 years and it was in a very remote location? It seems they returned there when the artifact's power was starting to wane." She says we still haven't heard from Aiden, and they're planning to attack the palace. What should we do? Of course they won't be able to find the palace because the artifact is still working. Casero says, "Why don't we attack them first at the spider's hideout?" Tia says, "Yes, but I read that the spider's tomb is built like a maze. Only a few people can pass through the narrow passage at a time. It will be difficult for the army to pass through. In other words, it would be suicide." Casaro says, "But my lady Terrarox's tier of power will be gone now. Our castle will soon be found." Tia says, "That means sitting here quietly and doing nothing would be suicide." And she says, "Think, Tia, think. Fear won't help me. For the past 7 years, I have read the Great Book of the Arcane over and over again. Along with other books in Eden's library, I have read the book about the civilization of the high-rang devils. Also, Low Rank has read about these beasts' civilization. And she says it seems they don't know Aiden is out there anymore." Kaisaro says, "Then maybe our idea will work." Kaisaro says, "What? Wouldn't it be better if we attack them first?" Tia says, "I've read that the north is like evil beasts. Stone golems are quick-tempered and dim-witted." Dynam looks at the Nexen Hall estate. Bessie says, "Korax, he's back." Kisaro says, "Is that right? Of course we can sit and watch until they find us, but we never know when the power of Tylo's tears will run out." Tia then says, "Kurex is ready to attack us soon. If we don't do anything about it, it will be like waiting here to die." Alexa says, "But we don't have enough weapons or soldiers in the palace. We can't be fully prepared for this war." Tia says, "I have an idea. Will you listen to me?" Alexa says, "Bell." Then Tia shares her thoughts. She says, after listening to this, Alexa says, "Well, this is a very wicked idea. Why couldn't any of us come up with such a thing? How could you think of such a thing?" My lady Todia Manaman says, "Well, who else but me could think of such wicked ideas? After all, I was born in a modern capitalist society and was born there." He says, "This plan can reveal the location of our palace, and then the battle can continue here. Inform everyone in the village about this and make sure they don't go out and send a message. Don't forget to provide the family with weapons and emergency food." Bess says, "This could be very dangerous. My lady, even if we're here, we could attack the Centuria before the Kurax joins us. They're no ordinary warriors." They're so well-trained stone golems. Tia says, yes, but it won't be as dangerous as attacking us after the Kurax joins us. Let's just hope they're as stupid as we think they are. No matter how dangerous it gets here. I have to protect this castle. We have to fulfill our duties. Are you ready for this? They all nod and agree. Totia says, okay, then I'm going to get ready. After she leaves, Kazar says we haven't seen anything like this in the last 7 years. Tia then goes to her room and thinks to herself, should I really have made such a reckless plan? I can't fight like Aiden, but it's my duty to do what I can. Maybe I'll be able to fight for my 19th year. I may die before my birthday, but I can't let the people here get into any trouble. Can I really protect them? No, I have to think about it more and be careful. I have to face it and protect my castle. Until Aiden comes back. Then Nexon sees them in a forest and asks Setia, my lady, do you know where the stone golems are? Tia says if they want to go to the Tomb of the Spiders first. If they are, they've most likely just arrived in this forest. At this point, they wouldn't have found a good place to hide their massive bodies. That's why they must have gathered here in the forest. Just then, a golem appears and while clearing the bushes, asks, who's there? Another golem appears with him and says, I think I heard some noises here. Then he clears the bushes and looks at them. The human, seeing them, gets scared and says to herself, that's what I thought. They're bigger than them. Even Kurex wasn't that big. Then the golem asks, aren't the people I was talking to Kurek about here? The first golem says, hey, you two, are you humans? Then the second golem calls out to his companions, come here, look, there's a group of humans gathered here. All the golems start moving toward them and ask, where? Seeing them, everyone gets scared. And those golems, he says, look, he has weapons. That's right, Kirk's also talked about this. What should we do? Should we kill him? Then Tia raises her hand and says, everyone stop. Then he says to Golem, what do you think? Who are you to give orders? Tia's knights all lie down on Jaina, and Tia says to herself, please work here. She says, don't be afraid. It's been a long time since I took control of the people of Horseland State, including the Lord. Then one of the golems says, what does it mean Tia says you are a lowly animal and yet you dare to be cruel in front of me? Golem says in front of the Great Devil, we are lowly animals. Tia says, don't you trust me? And again she raises her hand, seeing which Bessie, Alexa, and Cesaro all say, hail the Great Devil, Lord Chola. Hearing which the Coleman start talking amongst themselves, they say, I think he is real. He is the Great Devil looking at him like this. She says in her mind he is really mad. Then she points to Alexa then. She says, oh, how disappointing. I was so excited to finally hear the news of war after 7 years. Why are you guys lingering here instead of heading to the hall stands? One of the comms says, you'll have to wait a bit before we start the battle. Then the other golems tries to stop him. The first one says, hey, what happened? The second one says, hey, don't give up so easily. Then the first golem says, you'll have to wait. To this, Tia says, well, that's like that. Then I guess you'll have to entertain me. Alexa says, yes, my lady. Then she brings a bag of coins and says it contains 100 dimes. Then Tia tells Golem, here's a sum of money you may never get a chance to get again. Seeing this, all the golems are shocked, and Tia says to herself, this is all we have left in the palace. Will it work here? I'm sorry, Aiden. Then she flips a coin and says, I don't need any small things, but I think I'll have a little fun with this. One of the golems says, won't you? We'll explain how T says, we'll bet on who will win the war. And Manmohan says, stone golems are known for their greed. They fill their stomachs to the point of bursting, yet they still go crazy for money. Then she says, we'll lead you on the path to self-realization, and this is what gambling is all about. Then one of the golems says, I don't understand what you're saying at all. Tia says in her mind he's even more stupid than I thought. She says, if you fight and defeat 5 Hall State Knights, I'll give you all the money. One of the golems says, if 5 of them die, we'll get 100 coins. Tia says, what? Don't you want to do this? They all shout. Yes, we will. We'll have fun. Tia looks at her knight and says, I'm sorry. Just then, one of the golems attacks their knight, but the knight escapes. All the golems attack their knights, but they all escape and quickly pretend to be dead. One of the golems says, yes, I haven't even touched it yet. There are 2 more. Then another one says, it looks like they're already dead. Looking at the ones she sees, Manny says, they're the best of these. Are they really practicing acting? And she laughs and says, "Oh, it's so exciting here. There's only one kid now. Kill one more and take Dania here." Hearing this, the golems, "Where's the last one? All the money will be mine," he shouts. "Why should all the money be yours? We'll divide it equally among these," another goblin says. "Are you an idiot if we divide the 100 danias in the summer room? Everyone will only get one dania. So I'm taking all of them here." The other one says, "No, wait. You can't do that." Seeing them fighting, Tia says, "Money mind? Is it really working here so easily?" Then the goblin says, "Then I'll get rid of you so that all the money can be saved. The money is mine." Then they start fighting among themselves. They were planning to kill each other. Seeing them, Tia tells everyone to get out of here. So Tia takes all the knights from there and starts hiding somewhere else, and those goblins fighting among themselves, says, "I will kill you." "What are you guys doing? We should not kill each other." Hearing this, Kaiser shouts and says, "You fools, it will be better here if you kill everyone and take all the money for yourself." Hearing this, they start fighting again, and Tia tells her knights. She asks if he's hurt. Benai says, "No, I'm fine." Casaro is also there, who says they're doing great. The idiot golem starts killing everyone, and in the end, only one is left, but he's in a bad state. And he says, "That's not going to happen." Golem says, "Great Satan, give it to me." Tia then shoots an arrow at him, and Golem says, "What now?" Tia attacks him again, causing him to fall. The golems break and fall apart. Tia breathes a sigh of relief after killing them. On the other hand, Bessie shouts, "You showed me the cut here, my lady." And everyone starts shouting loudly. Tia gets tired and sits down. Seeing her like this, Bess goes to her and Saffron says, "My lady, are you all right?" Tia cries and says, "I was so scared." The three of them take her in and say, "They're all destroyed." Tia asks, "Is there any possibility of that happening? Did any of them escape?" A knight points to a stone and says, "We've collected all the life stones in their hearts, and there are a total of 100. None of them survived." Tia says, "Okay, is Value here?" The knight says, "Sure." Tia says, "Okay, then save them." Seeing her like this, Bessie Manaman says, "Our Lady, when did you learn archery?" Tia says, "Oh, it's like that. I asked Rabina to teach me so I can help you all in such situations. I've read that great rulers should lead their knights to battle instead of hiding." Just then, a knight arrives with a bird and says, "We found their messenger, Bakshi." My lady, Tia says, "Okay, and this way we won't be able to contact Crux." The knight says this might reveal something about their strategy. He hands Tia a note which Tia reads, "I can't find the Hall State's castle. I'm still searching." Suddenly, it was overcast and I saw a horse-drawn carriage coming out. It seemed to have come from Hall's castle. When the fog lifted, the castle disappeared once again. I guess the great evil is involved. After reading this, Tia says to herself, "Crux is already watching our castle." And she asks Alexa, how much time is left before the toy axe is destroyed. Alexa says, "It's very difficult to tell, but we have very little time left. 2 days at the most." Tip Money says, "The power of this artifact will be lost quickly. It will end soon. Now that we have eliminated Centuria, it won't take us long to defeat Crix. Everyone will prepare for war." The moment Tix's tear power ends, the war begins. Then in the next scene, we see that everyone starts preparing for war, even the children, and the other woman says to herself as she continues talking to the messenger bird, "Crix must think that Centuria is now waiting for him to ambush Hallstatt Castle. He must be sitting there, now only an all-out battle is left." Just then, Bessie comes there and says, "My lady, please take this." Todia looks at her and says, "Armor." Bessie says, "In any case, this will be the best thing for you." Todia says, "To deceive them completely, I must show them that I am not afraid of anything." Bessie says, but Todia says, "Thank you for worrying about me." Bessie looks at her and, taking a deep breath, says, "The last 7 years seemed very long, but time passes quickly. When you first came to this palace, you only came up to my waist. Do you remember that, my lady?" Tia says, "At that age, you were quite small as a child. You looked a few years younger, perhaps because you were malnourished. I could never have imagined that you would save us all with that tiny body. But since then, you've looked like those other children, and that brings me relief. Your opposite, Aiden, has fought battles since childhood. You always look like a little girl. And to me, I hoped you would always remain a little girl." Totia says, "Bessie, why are you saying this?" Pacey says, "My lady, you are special." Tia gets a little shocked and she starts remembering Aiden. Then Bessie says, "And we want to protect our master." Then she holds Tia's hand and says, "Promise me, my lady, if you find yourself in danger, then please run away from there." Tia shouts and says, "You want me to leave my palace? No, I will not do that." Pacey says, "Don't worry about the palace. So we can build a new castle. We haven't heard anything from the Lord. Who knows what will happen to him? But we can't find you, my lady. Listen here." Tears well up in Tia's eyes. And she says, "Bessie." Bessie says, "Please." Tia says, "Yes, I promise." Then we hear people shouting. Tia says Tyrax's tears. Then we see a knight shouting, "Everyone get ready. The castle will appear soon." On the other side, Alexa looks at the artifact and says, "Now we." They cannot hide or run away. The artifact starts breaking, seeing which everyone starts preparing for war. And in a short while, the Hall State Castle becomes visible, seeing which Correct says that is the Hall State Castle. Everyone get ready. On the other hand, Tia, hearing the news here, extends her hand towards Bessie and says, "Let's go, Bessie." So Bessie holds her hand and says, "Yes, my lady," and Bessie starts remembering Tia's childhood polo. Then they come out of their castle and climb the command tower. After reaching there, Tia Golm. Curix looks at them and says that the famous Lady Hostet must be there. Then he raises his hand and says, "Centuria charge." Then no golems come there, which surprises everyone. Then the golems beside Curix says, "Where are they hiding?" Then Curix again starts shouting Centarius. The golems beside him say there's no sign of them. Then Tia shouts Curix and everyone starts looking at her. Tia says that the one you are looking for is here. Later, she shows them the golden stones she got from Gollum. And all the golems are shocked to see them and they say, "What is it?" "Yes, it can't be. It is Centaurius." Then one of the golems says so. It means here that Lord Hallstatt had a contact with the great Satan. Correct says, "But it sounds strange here." One of the golems says, "How?" Correct says, "If Lady Hallstatt was the great Satan, then what about the Lord?" Once two people have a contact, they usually stay together, and if one of them is far away, then they are no longer. We are at a disadvantage. This means either they are trying to deceive us, or the Hall State is unsafe. Then he shouts and says everyone move towards the palace. Tia and the others are shocked to see them moving forward. Then Kisaro says, "My lady, it seems they will attack us without the Centuria." Tia says then they will attack Fulin. So get ready. Then they get ready with bows and arrows and attack them. They also use artillery to attack them. But they are very weak. They grow stronger. They move forward and try to break the gate, causing the walls to shake. A lady says, "They're trying to destroy the castle with their own strength. What madness is this?" To stop them, Bessie attacks them and kills one. Just then, another golem appears behind Bessie and Tia shouts, "Bessie, follow you." Suddenly, Bessie is unable to do anything, and the golem grabs her and tries to kill her by pressing her with her hands. Bessie writhes in pain. She starts screaming. Tia looks up and starts screaming too. Just then, Caesar arrives and attacks the golems. He defeats them, causing them to release Bessie. Caesar then asks, "Hey, have you lost your touch?" "Well, I'm still warming up," she says. "That's all. We haven't fought in a while." Alexa arrives and asks, "How dare you attack our castle? The Lord isn't even here. Do you all think you can defeat us?" Caesar looks at him and says, "Alexa." He seems very excited. Bessie speaks up, "These vile creatures need to be taught a lesson." Then, raising her spirits, she says, "The warriors of Hallstatt, they can never defeat us. We will defend our castle. We will defend our home." From here, they all start shouting and move forward to attack them again. They tie up all the Golans and try to defeat them. On the other hand, Tia also tries to help them by attacking those Golans. She gets very tired and says in her mind that it is about to get dark. Casaro, Bessie, Alex, and the other knights all look tired. Seeing them in this condition, Kurek shouts and says that they are tired. Attack them. Seeing them like this, Bessie shouts and says that Hall Street, "Step back now. Come inside. Everyone come inside." Then all the knights start coming inside. Many knights get injured. Seeing them, Tia falls down. She gets down and says that Casaro is also hurt along with Bessie Naito. Then Casaro says, "Don't worry, my lady, it's just a small scratch here." Tia says Casaro, then Casaro says, "It's not over yet, my lady, we will protect our palace at any cost." Then Tia says the worst is over here. What should we do now? Then those golems again start trying to break their gate. Hearing the sound here, everyone gets alert, and they all start going towards the gate. And Tia again goes to the command tower and starts watching them. So Kurek shouts and says, "Break all the doors and walls." Seeing them doing this, Tia says, "What do you think? Will the walls break?" Bessie says it is strong here. But if this animal keeps moving forward like this. Tia looks at Bessie and says, "Bessie," then Bessie shakes her head. Then Tia starts remembering Bessie's words and says in her mind, "Calm down, I have to stay calm and think." And she asks Bessie if we try to escape from Kalkoti, then where will he take us? Bessie says. In the southeastern Parbia areas, Tia says, gather some simple weapons and provisions, and first evacuate the elderly and children. By the way, she says, what about you, my lady? Tia says, I will go after the people only when the rest of them are safely out. Please understand, Bessie. Bessie says, yes, my lady. Then Maniman says, I have to buy time. After this, she starts attacking Gobli with arrows. After some time, her arrows also get over and Maniman says, it's over here. Then Bessie comes there. She comes and says, my lady, we've just started evacuating, you should come with us. TS doesn't say anything. They see the goons begin to break down the gate. Then she lets go of her bow and begins to feel sad. She tells him to hurry up, my lady. Ria looks up at the sky and hops. Moneyman, says Aiden. Then she closes her eyes and Moneyman says, forgive me. Then she hears something scream. She opens her eyes and sees a dragon in front of her. She sees it and says, here and here. Bessie says, I can't believe this. Then the rest of the people say, look over there. The dragon with 2 pairs of wings is the symbol of the Hall State, isn't it? Tiabo Manaman says, can this be possible? Then Aiden comes there with his army. Seeing this, Tia gets very happy and she shouts Aiden. Aiden looks at her after hearing her voice. Then Tia says in her mind, Aiden, he is back, and the rest of the knights shout and say there is a dragon with 2 pairs of wings, the symbol of the Hall State and our lord. He is back. Yes. Here Kurex is surprised and says what? And the rest of the people say our boys are back. Let's fight back. Then Kurex looks at Aiden and says all of you little Hallstaters attack him now. Here a big golem moves forward to attack Aiden. So Aiden targets it with a spear and attacks it, and the golem dies due to this attack. Then Aiden moves towards Kurex. Then Kurex shouts and says, yes, come to me. Young Aiden takes out his sword and attacks Kurex. When he does so, Kurex blocks his attack. Then a battle ensues between them and Aiden says to him, you still haven't become smart. Kurex says, what? And then Aiden attacks him again and the attack hits Kurex, causing him to faint. Seeing him lying like this, everyone thinks he's dead. Then Tia looks at Aiden. Aiden looks at her and says, lie down, Tia. Then Kurex stands up again, seeing which Tia shouts, Aiden, behind you. And Aiden looks back. Before that, Kurex had already prepared to attack him, but Aiden attacks Kurex before that. But Kurex does not get hurt much, and while attacking Aiden, he says now handle him. He attacks Aiden's mask, due to which Aiden's mask starts breaking and Aiden starts moving back. Seeing this, Tia shouts Aiden and she starts coming down from the command tower. Then Kurex catches Aiden's neck and starts lifting him up. Then Aiden tries to free himself from this. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. To crush Aho's little head. Just then, Tia arrives with a horse and attacks Kurex. The impact causes Tia to fall off the horse, but Aiden escapes. Kurex then says to Tia, sorrowful girl, I knew you weren't the great devil everyone says you are. He then grabs her legs and calls her human trash, a girl who thinks she can mess with me. Tia screams, let me go, give it to me, let me go now. Kurex says I will crush your head before I kill him. Then Aiden attacks Kurex from behind and the spear goes through him. Seeing this, Kurex says, Tiam, if you agree, I will kill you all. Then Tia's eyes go to Aiden's sword. So she fires that shot, due to which Kurex feels pain and he lets go of Tia. Look here, Aiden says to Tia. Lie down, Tia, be careful. So Tia uses that shot and attacks Kurex with it. Because of this, Kurex dies and is blown to pieces. Seeing this, Gollum shouts Kurex is dead. Did they kill him? Tia starts gasping and Gollum shouts Kurex has been killed by the Great Devil. Let's run. Saying this, they all start running from there and Aiden starts moving towards Tia. After coming near Tia, he says Tia. So Tia looks at him for a while. Then she puts down the shot and starts running towards him and says in her mind that a long time ago it was covered in snow, just like a frozen river in winter. Then she grabs his cheeks and hugs him while crying. Seeing him cry like this, Kaser also starts crying again. Tanum sees the next scene in the morning. Tiabo wakes up and says to herself, when did I fall asleep? Just imagine, I cried last night. I cried until I was exhausted. Anyway, she will scold me down there for being so stupid. Then she sees that his hands are bandaged and she says, Moneyman. Yes. Who did it here? After this, she looks to her side. There is Aiden, who falls asleep while sitting there. Then Tia sees the bandage on his hand and Moneyman says Aiden. So he did it here. Then from inside the net, she extends her hand towards Aiden and Moneyman says this is not a dream nor an illusion. I can touch him here. Then Aiden catches her hand and tries to escape from her. After this, he opens his eyes and sees that he has caught Tia and he shyly says, "Oh, forgive me." Talisha, "Forgive me." Tia says, "I'm sorry for waking you up." Aiden says, "When I was in the Darkland, I couldn't let my guard down. Even when I was asleep, it'll take me some time to break that habit." Tia says, "Yes, yes, of course." Then she says, "We haven't seen each other in 7 years. I think it's strange for him here, too. Yes, he's changed a lot, the way he looks." Then Aiden says, "I'm sorry for everything that happened. And yesterday, Talisha blushed. Could this have happened yesterday? I can't believe I did this." Tia said. "Why?" Aiden said. "Because I was gone for a long time. I assumed you were gone already. I was so surprised and happy to see you," Tia said to herself. But deep down, Aiden said, "You were really amazing yesterday. It was really amazing to see you running towards that monster without any fear." "Tia, listen here. Manny says he hasn't changed at all." Aiden says, "You've really become stronger." Killing Kurax here was truly a courageous act. Tia, panicking, says, "You brought him to his knees already." Then she says, "Manny Mondin, and when I saw what he was doing to you, I went absolutely crazy." Then Aiden says, "And it's not over yet. You defeated our enemy, and not a single one of us deserted." Tia says, "It's all thanks to the Great Book of Secrets." And Moneyman says, "But his height, his body, his voice, everything has changed." Then Aiden says, "Oh, right. I almost forgot about it." Totia says, "Moneyman, but he hasn't changed at all inside." Then Aiden shows her a book and says, "I was waiting until I give it to you." Totia takes the book and says, "Here." Aiden says, "Here is the complete copy of the Great of Secrets." Then Tia looks at it and says to herself that he has been away for 7 years to get it here for me. Then she says, "Thank you very much." "Thank you, Aiden. I really want to help you a lot." And she holds Aiden's hand. Then Aiden Manaman says, "Here, please show me the picture of that day 7 years ago." From here, then he starts removing the net from over Tia. And Manaman says, "I was waiting for this day in his eyes." Then a knight comes there and shouts, "My lord, my lady." Here, hearing this, they both get shocked and start blushing. Then Aiden says, "Yes, definitely." Then that knight comes inside and says, "Why you came suddenly in the morning?" "I'm sorry. It's here again." You know, Aiden says, "It's there again." Then Tia Hanuman says, "Wait, what?" Dunham. Next scene, there's a dragon. It starts screaming loudly. And a knight says to Aiden, "It's causing trouble here again. It's already cut through the steel cage." Tia looks at it shocked and says to herself, "It's a dragon." Then a knight says to them, "Please back off. It's dangerous here." Then Aiden says, "We found it around the land of darkness, running away from dragon hunts. It must have lost its mother somehow. We thought. I thought it would be easier to control a small child." But then he says to his knight. Tian, on the other hand, says to herself, "A small child." Then the knight says, "He's already eaten 4 buffaloes and 2 cows. And he was just here for breakfast." Then the dragon starts howling and Mani says, "This reminds me of that stray cat I used to take it to the doctor. It made the same sounds." She says, "I think it is feeling trapped." Aiden says, "Sorry." Tia says, "Before knowing that it used to fly freely in the sky, how suffocated it must be feeling being locked in that small cage." Aiden says, "Okay, if that is the case, then Tia starts going near that dragon. Seeing which, Aiden says, "Wait, Tia." Tia goes near that dragon and says, "Look there, there you will be fine." You see then, the dragon ignores her words and attacks it with its tail. Seeing this, Tia starts getting scared. Then, she does something. She thinks and says, "Right." Then she brings a grass flower and shows it to the dragon and starts shaking it in front of him. The dragon calms down. He starts acting like a child. Tia asks, "Can you remove this cage?" Wayne does just that. He removes the cage. Then Tia goes to the dragon and touches him and says, "Okay, okay, we won't hurt you." The dragon doesn't say anything to Tia, which surprises everyone. Then the dragon calms down completely. Everyone looks here. They are even more surprised. And Tia hugs the dragon and says dragons are intelligent. If we don't stop them or try to hurt them, they won't become hostile. Aiden asks, "How do you know?" Tia says, "I read it in a book." Just then, Alexa brings a letter and shouts, "My lord, we're in trouble." Then, she hands the paper to Aiden and says, "We've captured a messenger bird from the stone goblins. It was heading towards Basula. You should find it yourself. It should be read." So Aiden starts reading it. Then Tia asks what it says. Aiden folds the paper and says, "It seems they're angry with us. They're planning an attack on the castle." Tia says, "After all, they lost Karax and Centuria." Aaron says, "It seems they've even gained the support of another Devon lord." Tia asks, when did this happen? Aaron says, maybe in a week. Tia says, in a week. This means that in at least a week, their strength will not exceed ours. It must be. Alexa says sorry. Tia says, I think it's your turn to give a gift now. Aiden then Alexa says, my lady. Tia says, I will give you Basula Castle. Hearing which they both get shocked and says, Basula Castle. How Tia says, oh, here is just an idea. If everything goes well, Aiden, we just have to fly in the sky. Dynam in the next scene, Tia again starts playing with the dragon with the grass flowers and says to him, look here. Oh, go there. On the other side, Alexa and Casaro are waiting for the dragon. They bring the saddle. Alexa looks at Tia, and Tia turns her head and says, yes, do it. They're about to put it on the dragon's back when the dragon moves away, and they both fall. Tia says to herself, when I promised him we'd control him, I was confident, but he's really out of my control. Just then, Aiden comes over and says, are you making good progress? I heard you're skipping meals to work with the dragon. So I'm here to take a look. Came to see it. Tia says, it wasn't easy here. I thought putting the saddle on would be easy. But as you can see, we haven't done it yet. Looking at it, Aiden says, are dragons made of liquid or something? Tia Manaman says, yes, just like a cat. Then she goes to the dragon and says, the problem is here. He seems very attached to me. He keeps following me around and keeps out of sight of everyone else. So Aiden goes to him and says, it seems like you really like him. He does. The dragon sees him and starts yelling at him, which scares Aiden, and he says, it doesn't like me. But how about you try riding on its back? Tia, surprised, says, I. Aiden says, yes. Once it gets used to being on its back, other people can ride it too. He says, but I mean, do you think it'll let me? After a while, Tia sits on the dragon's back, and the dragon has no problem. Hoti and Manuman say it wasn't that bad here. Just then, Aiden comes over and says, take me with you. Seeing this, Dragon gets angry and Tia says he looks very upset, but I think it's okay here. Then Aiden gets down and says, but we have a problem here. If he lets me up when you're with me, I have to take you to war with me. Tia says, I can go with you, right? Aiden says, I won't put you in danger for any reason. Tia says as she climbs down, but Aiden helps her up, saying, I'll help you, but you'll also be stuck in the north because of me, and if anything happens to you, I'll be too. Just then, the dragon looks at her and attacks Aiden's legs with its foot, causing them both to fall. Tia says to herself, wait, if I let him help me, this could happen again and everyone is watching us. I can't let that happen. Then she grabs Aiden's hands and pulls them away, causing her to fall to the other side. And Aiden runs away. He falls on the other side. Just then, Alexa and Cesaro arrive. Cesaro says, my lady, are you okay? Tia says, yes, I'm fine. Then she looks at Aiden and says, oh ho. Manaman asks, what did I do to her? And says, Aiden, are you okay? Aiden says, I'm fine. Do you know what I forgot? I have something to do today. I should go here, so I can do it. Saying this, he starts to leave. But Tia says, wait, Aiden. But Aiden doesn't listen to her. And while leaving, Mannyman says, it's fine here. There is nothing to be disappointed about. I knew this would happen because who would want someone like me? No one would want a monster like me. Then Tia comes from behind and holding Aiden's hand, says, Aiden, you are not a monster. I mean, and she starts crying. Then she says, Manny man, it was just a moment here, and she says just a while ago. Then she says, Manaman, but even behind the facade, Aiden cannot hide his sorrow. There is a real monster outside the palace, eager to attack me. This is a huge threat. You can't scare me no matter what you look like. You're no monster. Aiden says, don't lie down, Tia. Then Tia says, I pushed you away because I did that because I thought that might happen. Aiden says what Rhea says, and Alexa and Andy Knight were there and everyone was looking at me, so I felt self-conscious. But you can't scare me, Aiden. What I want to say is hear what I want to say. Then Aiden gets down on his knees and, holding Tia's hand, he says, please repeat what you said. Tia says, sorry. Then Aiden says, I can't scare you. Then Aiden listen here and puts his head on Tia's hand. Then Tia says, Aiden. Then Aiden Moneyman says, I said I don't care about it. But his words seem complete. Then Tia says, I was there only because everyone was watching us. I didn't want them to misunderstand anything between us and embarrass you in any way. Aiden says, but we're married. We're not minors. And legally, this is already finalized. Hearing this, Tia is even more shocked and says, what? Then she starts panicking and says, yes. Oh, right. This is correct. Then Moneyman says, I made all this fuss just to make things more awkward. Iron says, "You're very kind. Lady Tia, I better finish what I was doing." Tia says, "I'll make it up. Divorce papers were being served here." Hearing this, Tia gets very shocked and says, "Divorce papers?" Aiden says, "Now you are a very powerful and free lady. Selling the Lifestone of Stone compliance for a huge amount of money was a very smart move for you. Now the time has come for you to start a new serial." Tia says, "You have always been like this." Aiden says, "Sorry." Then Tia says, "Money Man has always been here. If I come one step closer to him, he takes one step back. And when I feel that I am coming one step closer to him, he takes one step back." The foot has already come out of the wall. Then she says, "Okay, but on one condition." Aiden says, "Please go ahead." Tia says, "You will prepare the vapors for divorce." But after defeating Bosula, and Manaman says if he is planning to do everything himself, and says, "Oh yes, okay." Then Tia says there was only one condition for not going on this expedition. And Manaman says, "I will also take my own decision because I am the second master of this palace." Then, we see Nexon at the tomb of the Capricorns. Some golems are talking among themselves, saying, "Did you hear that Kudux died this morning and Centaurus was also killed by that great devil from the Besby Hall estate?" Another golem says, "But we have the support of another devil lord. Who knows? We might still win." Then another golem says, "What if we are completely destroyed? Even our reserves might not reach here. We better run now before it's too late." Just then, Tia and Aiden arrive with their dragons. They reach there. Seeing this, all the golems say, "What is that there?" Then the dragon screams loudly and they get even more scared and say, "What is there?" Then they look at Tia carefully while looking like the dragon and shouts that there is the great devil of the red flame there. Hearing this, Tia also screams loudly and says, "Yes, it is true that the Lord of Holstat made a deal with the great devil." And she says, "Manaman, it seems that the old women's advice is really working." Then we see a flashback. She tells Basita, "Hey, let your hair down and keep that cocky attitude. And I'll even get you some armor." Then we come back from the flag bag and Tia Manaman says, "Thank you, ladies. So, shall we begin?" And she shouts, "Stone tablets of Basula. Listen to me. I'm going to conquer Basula's palace. Listen here." Everyone is scared and says, "What?" Then Tia says, "My plan was to burn down your palace when you all gather. But my employer says that he wants to preserve the castle, not destroy it." Aiden looks at him and says, "He's very cool and arrogant." Tia then says, "But it would still be fun to kill some of you. So if you want to fight, come to Basula." Hearing this, all the golems there get scared. Tia then leaves and says, "I hope Kurex and his centurions will be there to welcome you at the gates of hell." After she leaves, the golems panic and say, "What should we do now? We're trying to escape. What else can we do? But where will we go?" Then another golem says, "Go north, you fool. To the south there's Holstedt Castle." Then another golem says, "Exactly." Then we see that the Hostet people were already there. After listening to them, Bessie says, "It seems our plan is working." And Alexa tells her knights, "Everyone move forward quietly." Then they slowly start moving forward. After some time, they reach near the castle. As soon as they reach there, Kisaro says, "Now we have to go here. What we have to do is stay in our positions and wait." Alexa says, "Our job here is to initiate the plan and buy time for our master. I hope he is safe." Then we look at the hall state a few hours ago. Then everyone makes a plan and Tia tells everyone that the narrow path of cover of the Capricorns and the Gobans of the stand of Bosula Castle has made it very difficult to penetrate their fortress. But we can use this against them. She says, "But how?" Then Alexa says, "We have Crux and his Centurias have been defeated. But this doesn't significantly reduce the number of stone columns on the Makari's tomb." Taya says, "According to the great secret book that Aiden gave me, the first thing you need to do to bring them under control is to create a rift in their unity. Pylon has been proven right here before. Now that Kurex and the Centurias are gone, both their morale and manpower have been severely weakened. That's why they may have sought help from other demon lords. Then we need to instill fear in them. And now the time has come. Our dear little dragons must hurry up and move on." Then Anne says if they fled from the last battle and talked about what happened in Hal State, fear must have already spread among them. Macy says we can increase it even more. Then Tia says we will fly over the spider tombs on the dragons and attract their attention. This will force them to either return to Basula Palace or abandon them. And if our knights emerge from the spider tombs and fill their territory, Basula Palace will be destroyed. The K's completely surround Stan Gomes. Please stay in your positions and wait until Aiden reaches the Book Calcoti and retrieves their artifact. Everyone nods their heads in agreement and the dragon does the same. Then Aaron says, I'm thinking we should give it a name. Do you have something in mind? Tia says. A name. Exactly. We can't always call it a little dragon. Aiden says, I was thinking about when we capture Bosula and retrieve their artifact. We'll do it. We can name it after his artifact. Tia says, oh wow, that's a great idea. Then she says to the dragon, did you hear you're getting a new name? Aiden says, lady, if you don't mind, can I ask you why? Why did you join this expedition? I don't think it's just because of the dragon. Tia looks at Aiden and says, because I want to know. And she says, money man, all those years that seemed like winter last time were with us. What did you take? Aaron says, sorry. Tia says, I want to know what I can do for us. And one truth. Then she says, Manaman, if it's okay to stay with you for a while. Then Aiden says, what truth? Then Tia says, yes. Aiden says, yes. What truth? Tia says, all the truth that has been hidden from me. And she says in her mind, I want to know. Aiden's true feelings. Then Aiden says sometimes the truth can be even more terrible than what you imagine. Todia says it's okay, Aiden won't change anything, even if I know everything. Oh. Then we look at Belosa Castle. The guards there see the dragon and say, what's going on there? What's wrong? What's going on there? Go quickly and call the Lord. After a while, the Lord of Gauls arrives there. Then Gaul says to him, my lord, here is the great devil of Hallstatt. His lord says here. Then Tia shouts and says, listen, Lord of Belosa, your knights have already escaped from the spider's cover. The Lord of Belosa shouts and says, what you fool in hands? Tia says you have only one choice. Die immediately or give us the artifact there. Lord of Belosa says, great devil of Redburn and demon Lord of Holstedt, you killed my son in Centaurus. Here Sanaya Tia is shocked, and Manaman says that Corex was his son. Then Lord of Belosa sits on his knees and says that I surrender. Then a golem says, my lord. Then Tia Manaman says, is he giving up so soon? Lord of Belosa says that our artifact is in Calcut. I will take you there. Here, Sunaya Manaman says here. It seems a little easier here. After a while, they start going to the dungeon and the dragon keeps an outside watch. As they go inside, Aiden says, how far is it now? Lord Bessela says it's right next to this hatchery here. Sunya Manaman says this hatchery, I've read about it in books. Golems are born from this black lava stone. Interesting. After a while they reach there and Lord Bessela takes out the artifact and seeing it Aiden says hand it over to us. Lord Bessela stares at the artifact. It seems so Aiden says right now the Lord of Basula is here. And listen, he gives Aiden the artifact. Aiden looks at that artifact carefully and says this artifact is called the Eye of Balhan. And can this be possible? Then the Lord of Belosa shouts and says I will break all the spells cast on you. So Aiden Moneyman says break any spell. Then energy starts coming out from that attack. Seeing which Aiden says while shouting, then Aiden takes out his sword and he directly attacks the neck of Lord of Blasia so that he dies right there and Aiden is unable to handle that energy and his mark starts breaking. After a while, his mask breaks. So Aiden shouts and says no hearing, which Tia says, Aiden, are you okay? Aiden says I am fine. Aiden says even if I get hurt, I won't become more disgusting than before. Tia says, still look at me. Convince me that you are not really hurt and she holds his cheeks. She starts to pull him towards her. Aiden says, no, I can't do that. But Tia sees Aiden's face and is shocked. She steps back in shock. Aiden nervously says, I'm sorry. I know I'm awful looking. I didn't know that artifact had the power to break magic spells until I touched it. Tia looks at Aiden. Aiden says, you shouldn't look at me like that. I'm really sad. Then Tia asks, who are you? Aiden, startled, says, Lady Tia, I'm here. Yes. I know it's hard to believe. Tia shouts and says, no, don't lie to me. Where is my husband? And Moneyman says, isn't he a demon? And where did that handsome guy come from? Then Aiden says, ladies. Tia says, don't come near me. And Moneyman says, he looks so handsome I could have a heart attack. Aiden panics and says, I scared you badly this time. I'm sorry. I should find something to hide my face. Tia says, no, I can see. I know you are my husband, you don't need to hide your face, says Aiden, but this face scares you, Lady Tia. I have to cover it, Tia says. No, I want to see. I want to see here. Aiden says, no, I can't do this. So Aiden says no. Tia the money man says, no, how can it be here maybe? So Aiden says, as I told you before I was born. In the form of a disgusting monster. Tia Moneyman says, how did my husband hide such a handsome face for so long? Aiden says, I'm sorry. I know everyone here knows that I'm awful. Tia Moneyman says, I was meant to stay here. Even though Aiden has already filed the divorce papers, I know now that I'll stay here. Aiden says, how can this be possible here? How can someone be so handsome? Aiden says, I understand how you are. You must be in shock. There's horribly melting flesh, growing wounds, and boils and hair falling out. You've seen the face, I can't even dare to look at myself. Sunaya is shocked and says to herself, Yes, what is he saying? Aiden says, You must be in shock. When we get back to the fort, we'll call a typist and arrange a session. Tia says, Aiden, wait a minute. You listen to me. There's no disgusting person anymore. I've seen a lot of beautiful things in my life, but you're one of them. Tia feels something strange and starts screaming in pain. Then Aiden says, Come on, Tia, are you okay? Tia says, I'm fine. And Manaman says, My head hurts a lot. Then Tia starts to faint, so Aiden shouts, Come on, Tia. Just then, Tia hears a strange voice that says, Don't say anything. Tia thinks to herself, Who is here and who is talking to me? Then Tia feels an energy, and it tells her that there is an ancient curse here. Tia says, What? That energy looks at Tia and says if you tell this truth, the hostage master will die. Tia gets scared and says, Wait, what are you talking about? She doesn't say anything on this, and she puts Tia in a strange illusion, due to which Tia starts getting scared. And after some time, she opens her eyes. Look here, Aiden shouts and says, Lady Tia, are you okay? Tia says suddenly there was pain, but now it is gone. Then she says, Man, your face cured it. Aiden says, I can see that after this of mine. You were so shocked by his face. Tia says, There was a serious warning here. Aiden then says, I need to find something to cover my face with when I get back to the palace. Tia says, Whoever finds out about his true face will die. After all, what did Holstedt do to protect his family? But Aiden then takes Aiden's hand and says, Aiden, I'm not surprised at all. Aiden says, But Letitia, Tia says to herself, My heart is beating like crazy. No, I'm really amazed at how beautiful you are, she said. Look straight into my eyes. Do you think I'm scared? Aiden does the same. He looks at Tia and says, Lady Tia, you really amaze me. Tia says, Your face is even more amazed. Aiden then says, As we go back to the palace, I'll go to the architect of the tower. It's a good thing we have a swan here because we can fly right up to the tower. Tia says, Swans, so here's a dragon. His name is Tia. It is amazing here. Aiden says right, he fits perfectly here. Then Tia says in her mind that when he smiles, he looks even better. Then suddenly, a shining butterfly comes from somewhere and sits on Aiden's face, seeing which Tia says yes, a butterfly. Aiden looks at it and says, Wow, a glass butterfly. Tia says yes, a glass butterfly. Aiden says glass butterflies sit on a magical object and absorb its powers wherever they go and create new magical items. Tia says it's really beautiful here. Aiden says, Unfortunately, their numbers have declined recently, and as you've seen recently, the northern region is becoming more and more desolate. I thought they were almost extinct in the north. Then Tia looks away and says, Aiden, look over there, there's butterfly essence. It seems it came from that direction. Should we follow it here? Then they follow the light. Once inside, he looks at them and says, Hey, oh my God, there are a lot of butterflies trapped in a cage. Looking at them, Aiden says, It seems like all the butterflies of Kaz have been captured and imprisoned in Belosa. Ria asks, Why? Aiden says, There could be many reasons, like creating an artifact for himself or preventing fairies from being born. Tia holds up a dead butterfly and says, Poor butterflies. Aiden unlocks the chains and frees them, saying now they can go back to where they came from. Tia tells Aiden, I'm here. She extends her hand towards him and says, Should we do the same? Let's go back to our house? Hearing this, Aiden is shocked and holding her hand says, Yes, of course. Then in the next scene, we see a man carrying a small ladder in his hand, slowly moving forward inside the dungeon. He stands in front of the statue of Aiden's parents and he removes Aiden's father's mark through that woman. After taking his mark, he quietly starts leaving from there and Aiden's father's face is not visible. From there, off in that mask, he takes it and gives it to Aiden and says, Your father used to wear this, but it's still in excellent condition. Please wear it until I make you a new mask. Aiden takes the mask and stares at it. The craftsman looks at Aiden and says, Is there something wrong, my lord? Aiden says, No, it's just here. I wonder if it still smells like father. The craftsman says, It's been kept in the dungeon for a long time. Ahem, lucky, at least it hasn't gone moldy. My Lord Iron says, Isaac, do you remember father's face? Isaac says, As you know, I lost my sight when I was a child, suffering from a terrible fever. But I still remember that feeling. His cheeks were very hot, and the breath coming from his nose felt soft but strong. Oh my lord, why are you asking here? Aiden says. The thing is, Letitia, she saw my face. Isaac says what happened there. Can I ask how she reacted to it? Aiden says Letitia. She said I'm no monster. She looked me in the eye and said I didn't scare her, Isaac. Says I knew Our Lady was courageous, but now I respect her even more. Aaron says yes, of course, I have to divorce her as soon as possible for her sake. But strangely, I feel some relief. Then he looks at his face in the mirror and says I've always hidden behind a mask, afraid of what other people will think of me. But come on, she saw all the disgusting boils, peeling skin, melting nose, and everything. She smiled at me again, and I love it when she smiles like that, and I go, I want to see her smiling face like that for a very long time. Putting his hand on his head, he says, Oh my lord, when will you accept this? The world we live in is full of lies. So the truth is here. No matter how horrible it is the most precious thing. Then we see the next scene, Tia, who is reading a book and saying this to herself. Devils are obsessed with beautiful things and beautiful things. They have a strong desire to possess. That's why demons are easily attracted to beautiful and shiny things. Like something beautiful and very expensive. Then she thinks about the idol and says, why does his face keep coming to my mind again and again? That image keeps coming to my mind and keeps distracting me. But he's really very handsome. It makes me feel like I like him because of his looks. Wait a minute. Do I like him? No. No. She blushes very much while saying this. She looks at her face in the tub of water and says to herself, calm down, Letia. I'm already married to him. But Aiden is filing for a divorce. So this is just a silly curse. But what if I can stay married and still be with him? The thought of this makes her blush even more, and she says to herself, You've gone crazy. You've gone absolutely crazy. Lady, what are you thinking? Stop thinking about it. Just then Alex comes in and says, My lady. So Tia says Alexa. Alexa says, what's wrong? Tia nervously says, oh, nothing, I was just exercising. Alexa says, you have a letter from Bejan Castle. Then she gives the letter to Tia. So Tia, taking that letter, says, Bejan Castle, what for? Alexa says, Belle. So Tia opens that letter and reads it, in which it was written, My dear Hallstatt. Blah, blah, blah. So here is the main issue. After this, she moves forward, shocking them both. It said they were going to play ball throwing. Hearing this, they are both very surprised. We then see Iron on the other side, looking sadly at himself in the water, and thinking to himself, Letia, how can she remain so calm after seeing this disgusting face? How can this be? Then we see a flashback. Aiden asks his mom, Mom, do you not like being around father? His mom says, What do you mean? Dear Aiden, aren't you afraid to see father's face? Aiden's mom says, Are you or the others at Hall State afraid of your father? Aiden says, I don't think so. Aiden's mom says, Right, neither the others nor I care what your father looks like. And if you're with someone as sweet and kind as him, no matter what he looks like, you can't help but love him. He sees your heart and stays with you forever. Then we come back from that black bag. That's when Tia comes in and she shouts, Aiden. Aaron gets nervous and says, Late, Tia. Then Tia says, Can I come in? Aiden says, Wait a second, please. Then Tia says, Yes, okay. Sorry. Aaron goes to grab his mask and says, I am not wearing a mask right now. Then his mask falls. Hearing this, Tia opens the door and says, Yes, is something wrong? Then Aiden shyly says, No, Tia. She comes in and seeing its brightness, she also closes her eyes. Aiden also shyly. He covers his face and says, Oh God, I'm sorry, I will cover my face. Tia says, No, it's nothing like that, and she says in her mind, It's because your beauty is dazzling. Then Aiden says, I have dropped my marks. So Tia holds Aiden's hand and says, Aiden says, Letitia. Then Tia says, I want to see your face for a while. Hearing this, Aiden gets shocked and Tia says, Please show your face when you are alone with me. Aiden goes to take the marks, extends his hand for us, but on hearing Tia's words, he stops and says, Absolutely right. Then Tia says, Absolutely right in her mind. Then Aiden says, What has brought you here so late at night? Then we will see after this. Tia tells her everything. Then Aiden says, So Buzzle Castle, it seems they have sent us an invitation here as news has spread about the recent achievements of Hall State. Tia says, By achievements you mean hunting the devil. But why would they do that? Aiden says to Bachan recently, They haven't had much success. They're devil hunters and start trending at a very young age. And the state has fought on its own for a long time without any allies. But participating in society will help us get useful information. Tia says, then we have to go. Aiden says, they must be feeling threatened by the great devil Duke Blair, who has been expanding his powers recently. Tia asks, are the devil hunters invited to the ball too? Aiden says, sure. I believe that every family invited is somehow related to the Blair family. They can help here, Tia says. Then won't there be any danger here? And says, how is that possible? Tia says, all the hunters will be at the ball. There will be a large open pot of health for the devils, ready for the taking. Aiden says, you don't need to worry about that. The artifact in Lady Bassett's castle is far more powerful than anyone can imagine. Tia asks, the powers of all the devils and evil beasts here are contained. He finishes, Beijing Castle has long been a safe haven. Any evil creature that touches or climbs the walls dies instantly, and no magic works. Tia says, wow, it's amazing here, and she says to herself, it seems like the holy grail of all artifacts is here. Aiden says, but we have to be careful going to the ball, because anyone could attack us. Tia asks how. Aiden says, as soon as we get to the capital by car, we'll go to the castle alone, without any companions or guards. We'll go. Just the two of us, no one else. We'll blend into the crowd so no one will notice us. So Tia blesses herself and says to herself, just Aiden and me, just like a maid. Then Aiden says, we'll borrow 2 horses and ride them on the road. Duke Beacon has secured it with invisible barriers. Tia says, no, I'm just thinking. Then we see a few days later Tia and Aiden about to leave for the ball. Then Alexa comes up to them and says, my lady, my lord, the car is ready. So Tia says to Alexa, Alexa, please make sure you do exactly what I told you. Alexa says, yes, I will, my lady. Then they both start getting into the car and Tia yells, take care of yourself. Then we see inside the car. Adrian removes his mask and says, yes, it seems it will take me some more time to get used to wearing this new mask. Then Tia looks at his face and starts blushing. Look, Aiden says, Letia, are you feeling okay? Tia says, yes, of course, I'm feeling great. Aiden asks, are you kidding me? So has my skin condition gotten worse? Tia says, no, it hasn't at all. And she says, skin disease. I don't see a single pimple on his face. Then she changes the subject and says, I have a question when you said that Duck Blair, the great Satan, is expanding his powers. So what does that mean? Aiden says, oh, I heard that he recently passed here. A gambling house has opened in the area. It's a place for devils and evil creatures to hang out and gamble frequently. Its luxurious, boyish nature makes it aptly named Crystal Place. Every night there are various gambling parties and drinking parties, and this has made the devils in the area more active. Tia says, but there must be more than one gambling house here. Is there anything special about Crystal Place? Aiden says, well, I don't know much about it either. Should we go there? Aiden says, yes, where are you? What do you mean? Tia says there's Crystal Place. Aiden, surprised, says Crystal Place. Tia says, won't it be dangerous here? Tia says, maybe it's better here. It's better to mingle with the devils than with the people. Aiden says, why do you think that? Tia says, we can get noticed very easily, and if someone is after us, it can cause trouble for others around us. But among the devils, we can't be anyone's concern. We can't attract attention, and no one here will think we'd willingly walk into the midst of evil. Aiden says, that makes sense. Then the money man says, I hadn't thought of that. So Tia asks Aiden, where's the stepless book? Aaron says, I'm not sure, but I heard it's somewhere in the middle of the wasteland. Tia says, oh, it'll be easier to cross the wasteland directly to our destination than to take a trip through the village to Vision Place. Aiden says, but really, no one saw that. Christ Place, where is it? I heard that the evil beasts bring carriages to the palace, and that's all. I don't look much different from the evil beasts because of the mask. But you, Tia, Bobby shows a mark and says, yeah, I wasn't expecting this, but I brought it here. Look at it, Aiden says. Here. Tia says, I asked the craftsmen to make this for me. Everyone will think of me as a poor girl who got married into Hallstatt. But if I wear this to the ball, I thought I'd look like a member of Hallstatt's officials. I'll be able to see you, Iron says. Again, this silly desire is rising in my heart. The desire to free her from this situation quickly so she doesn't have to worry about such things, and at the same time, to be with her for as long as possible. Tia then says, but it still feels strange here. Duke Bachane has recently had a setback in hunting demons, and he's keeping the ball here at a dangerous time. Aiden says, I believed his intention was to encourage others to gather strength. That's why Tia says he must be very rich to be organizing such a big event. Aiden says it seems a little strange to think about it. Maybe he had support from others. Tia says who would be willing to do this during such a difficult time. Just then, it starts raining outside, and Tia says, now that I know about Krista's place, it feels even more suspicious. And why did the Bagans suddenly invite us? If demons still had control over humans, they would have attacked us already. But if you look at what's been going on with Blair and the other devils lately, everything seems to be going peacefully. It's very strange here. Aiden says maybe it's because all the evil beasts and demons are busy enjoying themselves at Krista Palace. Tia says peace was brought by the devils. How ironic. So Aiden Maniman says that's right. The peak of the devils has declined. Ever since Krista Palace opened, the Bezans, who were always at the forefront of fighting against the devils, have suddenly become less active, causing the other northerners to slack off as well. Is there any connection between Bezans and Krista Palace? Maybe? After this, Tia and Aiden stop at a place to go to Christ Place. Just then a devil's car comes there and he laughs and says what bad weather. I really liked it. It seems that the weather here will attract many customers today. Hearing this, Tia and Aiden start looking at each other. Then the animal says, are you both going to Christ Place? Aiden says right. Then the animal says, come sir and madam, I will take you there quickly and safely. Seeing him, Tia says in her mind that he is not at all sensitive. Then they both get into his car and start driving to Christ Place. As they leave, Tia sees a castle and asks Aiden, is that Christ Place? The animal says, no, that's Diamond Castle. You must have come from a long way, and you wouldn't know that Duke Blair's castle is here. Aiden says, yes, we're from the south. The animal says, oh, I've heard that life in the south is very difficult these days. I hope you'll enjoy Christ Place. Totia says, it's not far from Betchen Palace. They arrive and the channel says, wow, we're here. They look outside. There's no place there, just a dead tree and a pond. Aiden whispers to Tia, but I can't see anything. Tia says, don't worry, Aiden. Then the animal says, you've never been here before, have you? Just keep walking on that lake until you reach the middle steel tree. You won't see Crystal Place. He then drops them off, and as they leave, he says, everyone was surprised at first. Yes, So here also it is heard that when the Sandbilius came here for the first time, they were completely astonished, and the coachman had to explain to them for hours, hearing which Tia says in her mind, walk on the lake. Then the animal starts leaving and says, then I should go get other customers and have fun. Here then, Tia puts her foot on the lake and sees that they can walk on water. Then she takes 2 steps forward and Mani says in her mind, I can walk on water just like Jesus Christ. And she says in shock, how can it be here? On this, Aiden says it seems so. That's very close to the crack of the diamond. So here she says, crack of the diamond. Aiden says yes. From time to time, punctures appear in the ground and all sorts of strange and unbelievable things happen in that area. After walking for a while, Aiden says, I guess we've reached the center of the lake, but I can't see anything. Then Tia looks at the foot of the lake and says, Aiden, look over there. Aiden says, there's a reflection here. I can see the foot's reflection, but I can't see my reflection. No. Aiden says, it's really strange here. Tia then moves one of her legs forward and is pulled into the water. Seeing this, Aiden shouts, lie down, Tia. Then Aiden is also pulled underwater, and Tia says to herself, I can't breathe. Then Aiden says, Lady Tia, open your eyes. Tia opens her eyes and says in surprise, but I just fell into the water, but I'm not wet at all. The sky suddenly turns dark. Tia then looks down at her legs and Panaman says, this is it. What are those raindrops? It's not raining. Wait, it's falling from below the surface here. Is that like we're walking on the opposite side of the water surface? So Aiden looks the other way and says, Latia looks over and we see Christ Place over there. And Tia says, we've reached Christ Place. Then Aiden says, so many people are still talking about it. Like I said before, no one really knows where it is. And it's hidden right here, in this place. So Tia, this place is even more incredible and more magnificent than I expected. How much money must be coming and going through this place? The payments here must be huge. Just then, they hear some animals screaming. What are you talking about? We can't go in. Do you know who we are? Seeing them, Moneyman says, they weren't allowed in, but they're very elegantly dressed. Then, the guard Bach nervously says, it seems the object you gave us for entry is a fish. Its price is less than the things that we get normally. So that lady says, here's the joke. Do you think you can get something more beautiful and strange than this? Says here and shows them the camera. There the guard says, I will give you examples of things given by other guests. And seeing that camera, Tia gets surprised and says in her mind, then that guard shows them a packet of chocolates and says, look at this. Here the paper shines like gems, but it is very light here, which one can see, and also see it. She's even more shocked, and Money Man says, this is just a candy bar. Then he says, the card says the otherworldly food that comes with this paper is really tasty here. Then he shows them a bottle and says, look, here's a very light Pardesi glass. Here's a very light Pardesi glass. But then he throws the bottle forcefully to the ground, showing it, and says, look, I wish it wouldn't break and the contents wouldn't leak, but the things you brought seem to me to be nothing but useless metal. No, I'm sorry, but we can't let you in for this. Then Tia says, wait. Then the guard says, oh, would you like to go in, madam? Have you brought some item from another world in exchange for the interface? Tia says, no. Then the guard says, then I'm sorry, madam, we won't let you in. Tia says, but I can tell you how the item works there. If it works here, then you will let both them and us in. Then the lady beast says, can we use this item? But how? Then Aiden whispers to Tia, Lady Tia, is this your past life? Tia shushes him with a gesture and says, will you both stand here for a moment? Then Tia starts taking a photo of them with the camera. The camera flashes, startling them both. And Wistman angrily says, what was there here? He attacked us. To which Tia replies, there was no attack here. Look here. Then she gives them their photo and looking at it, he says, what is there here? There is a piece of paper here. That's it, Tia. She says, here's a magical piece of paper. Wait a moment and see. Then they start looking at the photos. After a while, they're shocked to see themselves. The others are too. Beast Lady says, that magical box drew this picture so quickly. I can't believe we were created in such detail on this tiny piece of paper. Then Tia says, it seems IU doesn't have a good eye for valuable things. There's really something more valuable here than a bottle of Parsi Kaz. Even the glowing snake. The guard says, forgive me. I couldn't believe how precious this is. Please, all four of you, come this way. Seeing Tia say this, Aiden becomes happy and says, your mystical knowledge has saved us once again. Tia says to herself, wow, thank God there was a movie inside. Then the beast man says, looking at your ball outfit, I'm convinced you're a low-ranking devil, but you know a lot about otherworldly objects. Then the beast lady says, you've saved us. They have surprised me. On this, the guard says it seems they are saying thank you to you. Tia says, oh, and Money Man says, no wonder they are evil creatures. Then the guard opens the gate and says, you are welcome to Christ's Place. There was very nice decoration inside Christ's Place, seeing which Aiden says this is probably the main hall. And Tia, looking at the other people, Money Man, says there are humans here too. Then the guard says to Tia, madam, please forgive me for the disrespect I did earlier. Tia is shocked and says yes. The card says the depth of your knowledge about that higher civilization is very impressive, madam. Then he says softly, there's a separate area here where people interested in higher civilization come. You can talk to them privately. If you're interested, I will show you the place there. Suntia Man says. There will be a VIP room here. Then Tia spreads her tresses and says yes, it feels very nice here. I know this area very well. My knowledge will be of great help to many people who are interested in other worlds. Then Aiden, he says, I bet my wife doesn't know much about that high Savita. The guard says, yes, I'll show you a room there. Please come this way if you can give me some good information later. I'd be very grateful. He then starts leading them to a VIP room. After a short walk, they arrived. Aiden then pulls back the curtain and looks inside. There a boy is dancing, which everyone is watching. There are both humans and giants. There are them. Dakia Manamen tells them that they are beyond the levels of evil creatures outside. So Adnadia says to Lichia, be careful. Then they start moving forward. Then they hear some people talking. They say, so what happened to that small palace which you were going to take care of? On this, the other person says a good plan is going on. They will bring good news from me by the time Bejan's banquet is over. Hearing this, Ednat says Bejan. Then Tia says, Ednat, come sit and listen. Then a boater comes there and he says, what would you like to drink? Tia says, 2 glasses of whatever is famous here. Then Tia starts listening to their conversation. They say, Bezins, do you mean the person you have a business relationship with? What does the banquet have to do with this? Tia says to herself, I knew it. The other person says, there's a trap here. I told some older guys to teach those Hallstatt guys a lesson. Hearing this, both are shocked, and Tia says to herself, Aiden, he's shaken. Then someone else says, what do you have to do with teaching them a lesson? What do you mean? Are you planning to take over the castle or something? Second person says, No, in this situation, war will only hinder our business. First person says, so I decided here to destroy their house a little while they're leaving. First person says, now that Betchens is with us, the devil hunting has decreased, and our business is booming. If we can just get that Hallstatt out of the way. Second person says, and this time, they've completely taken over Belosa. We had the most reliable door there. Here, Jantia says to herself, door. Then she hears further discussions. They say, maybe we'll have to take Belosa Castle with the help of the Bacans. All State Saffron is in the middle of the wasteland stretching from the east, and Belosa has the fastest route. We've lost all our customers from there, and what about the customers we're losing? After hearing this, they come from there, and Aiden, he starts moving forward angrily. So Tia, Aiden shouts, wait, Aiden. Aiden says, we have to go back now, otherwise our castle will be destroyed. Tia says, listen to me, Aiden. I've already taken care of that. Aiden says, what? Tia says, Husted, he's safe. You don't need to worry about anything. We then see a team of demons, one of whom says, well, they're Blair's vagrants. Even if they're your friends, are you sure you can trust humans? The white-haired demon says, I trust them. I don't. I trust their greed. Then we see Tia and Aiden come out of the crystal castle, and Aiden asks, our castle is safe. How is it? Tia says, that night when we were thinking about the Bezon castle, I got an idea. The Bezons are being protected from monsters during the artifact. Other castles become vulnerable when their masters are away. So I asked Alexa to do something. Aiden says, what's there? Then we see the other side of the Holocaust castle. All the monsters are on them. They move forward to attack. Castle looks at the monsters through the telescope and says, yes, it's exactly what Our Lady expected. How dare they attack our castle when our master is away, those cunning evil creatures? Alexa says, well, at least they came just in time to feed them. Then we see in the sky Balance moves very fast towards them, which scares everyone. Balance then goes towards them and starts screaming loudly. Tia then says to Aiden, I thought, the Balance will need some time to exercise. Aiden Maniman says, it's amazing how he predicted this, with just a little information. They then get in the car and drive off, and Tiabo tells Aiden that's why the demons are so thriving. The Balance hasn't been actively hunting them lately. Aiden says, it's so disgusting here. Ria asks, what should we do, Aiden? Should we go back to our palace? Aiden says, no. They'll get suspicious of us. The banquet will be blamed for not participating, and they will expel us from the devil hunting group because the Bezons have established the most significant presence in the north. Let's proceed to Bezon's castle as planned. We must proceed very carefully once we get there. Tia says they will think we are attending their banquet without knowing anything about their plan. Aiden says Duke Bean made a deal with the devils because he trusted the power of the 8-boon artifact. I respect him greatly. Yes. Why did he do this? If it weren't for your wisdom, we would have ended up in a very bad way here. I'm grateful to you again. Thank you, Tia. Tia replies, you're not grateful to me. This is my duty. And Maniman says, whenever he says things like this, it hurts me. Then Aiden says, the Duke betrayed the humans and put our castle in great danger. We must find out why he took such a risky step, and what he really wants to do there. Done, we'll see the next scene and begins. Let's see. The ball begins. The people attending the ball chatter among themselves. Did you hear? Well, the maids at that palace have a bad reputation for all the men in that family. You should reconsider the wedding. I heard he's on the guest list today. Yes, I heard that too. 2 daughters from his family. I've heard a lot about that place, but I've never heard where it is. Honestly, I'd like to go there too. Wow, your dress is so nice. Do you know about that tailor? Can I tell me? Just then it's announced that Lord Aiden Starr, Loan L. Holistedt, the longtime protector of the North and master of Holistedt, and Lady Tia Gray Holistedt have arrived. They both enter together. Tia's eyes fall on a man. The man looks at them too. Then everyone chatters among themselves. That's him. Yes, he's wearing a mask. That demon lord, so his lady must be Gray's daughter, who was married to Holistedt. Why is she wearing a mask? Then, that suspicion arises. The Duke of Bezon says, thank you both masters of Holstadt for accepting our invitation during these difficult times. Aiden responds, thank you for inviting us. The Duke of Bezon says, I've heard that Hellstadt is doing very well these days hunting demons. I hope we can have a more private conversation on this topic in the near future. Aaron says, why, absolutely. Then the Duke says, then you enjoy the banquet here. He says, Say man, and leaves. Seeing which Tia says, money man. He hasn't talked to me even once. He doesn't care about me at all, or you can say that he is ignoring me. Then Aiden says to Tia, I will be his shadow. Todia says yes. Be careful, Aiden says, you too. Letia saying this, he leaves from there. Todia says, I should also be careful. Then people start talking about her. They say, look, there must be some reason why she is wearing a mask. She must look scary. I don't know that she is very beautiful. I want to see how she looks. Oh ho, we can try some methods. Everyone here, Suntia says to themselves. She's so excited about me. Then someone pushes her and drops a bun on her. And she says, oh, God, forgive me. It's my fault. Then Tia says to herself, oh, here you go. Then she opens Lady Tia's mask, which causes Tia to fall down. And she says to herself, so Aiden meant it when he warned me when I was living at Hollistead Castle. Then everyone starts talking among themselves. Looking at her face, she's so beautiful. Not as I thought. She's still young. So she's Gray's daughter, she's much more beautiful than his other daughters. Remember I told you about that? Maybe she's here to find a suitable partner for her second mate. She's married to a demon. How can anyone accept her proposal? Listening, Tia says to herself, I forgot that humans can be as evil as demons. Just then, a lady comes and extends her hand and says, oh dear, are you okay? Tia says, yes, I am fine. I am. And Manaman says, well, at least you could sit here. Then she grabs Lady Tia's face and says, you have a beautiful face and you look healthy enough to have a child. Don't you think being with a demon lord is ruining your life? I know some people I can arrange a relationship with. So think about it. I wouldn't want anything more than you. I'd want a son from you. Hearing this, Tia becomes angry and stands up, saying to herself, enough is enough. Then she says, yes, thank you, but that won't be necessary. I am the second master of Hollistead, and I am very happy among Hollistead. Proposing marriage to a lady who is already married is utterly absurd, and they have the audacity to demand that she give birth to a son. The lady, alarmed, said, I, Totia, am not an animal to be bought or sold. I never want to hear such a suggestion from you, people like you who enjoy spreading gossip and rumors. Maybe you enjoy thinking and talking badly about Hollistead, but now Holstead is at the forefront of the fight against the demons in the north. And no one can dare to diminish our pride. If you want to know anything about us, come and ask me. Don't push me or abuse me and take off my marks. And the money man tells me I was wrong, that I don't need to wear a mask on my face to look like a Holstead member. All I have to do is become the face of Holstead. Then she talks about Tia again. The conversation begins. He says, now I can see she's nothing more than a proud lady who is cruel to the Holstead's family. But she has a very pretty face. What a proud girl. It's not right to be so proud of Holstead's recent success. Sundhya says to herself, whether you stay like that or whatever you say, I will stay with Holstead and be happy forever. Then Aiden comes to Tia and extends his hand to her. And Tia says, man, he will never know the reason for my happiness. The reason for my smile is that Aiden says let's dance. Tia agrees to this and then they both start dancing. After dancing for a while, Tia says, Aiden, you are very good at dancing. Aiden says, I am happy to hear my praise. Thank you for this. Tia says, oh, by the way, you did not follow Duke. Aiden says, yes, this is the point. Then he pulls Tia towards him and whispers it seems he has gone to the dungeon. Shall we go there? Seeing this, Tia starts blushing and she says, in the middle of the banquet. Then she tells Maniman, I was just so close to him. They start walking towards the dungeon and Tia Maniman says, we could have danced a little longer. Then Aiden says, it seems he has a tool to talk to Bill in the dungeon. Now that our presence at the banquet is clear, he'll be there waiting to contact Bill after we attack the palace. A moment later, they reach a door. A voice comes out. Yes, he must be here. So, Angton, from here. He says, yes, please be careful. Then there's a loud shout. They say, what are you talking about? Do you want me to capture Gear's daughter? Then we see Blair in the room. He says, did you know he has a dragon? The Duke says, what? No, you can't do that. Blair says, all our knights were crushed by that dragon. Some who barely survived came back with a message from the dragon. Here, Sunaya Manaman says, what evil creatures can they understand the dragon's language? What? Bilya then says, the dragon said, if you mess with the Hell State, I'll consider it an attack on the Hell State, and I'll burn you all. Hearing this, they both cheer, and Tia Minaman says, our little baby Bilhem, he's all grown up. Then Duke shouts, the dragon is just a legend, and that dragon hasn't even fully evolved yet. If we start a pre-war now, we'll be at a huge disadvantage. So let's bring that lady to our side. They seduce him and get Belosa back. Duke says, but how? Miller says, do I have to tell you everything here? Do whatever it takes to get Allstate out. If our business fails, you'll pay a heavy price. The woman Beau will be there, and as long as she's there, do whatever you want. Duke says, whatever we take. Saying here, he starts walking away. Hearing his approach, Tia says he's coming this way, so Aiden takes Tia and hides on the side. He leaves. Aiden says we better follow him. He won't know we're missing. Tia says, right. Just then Tia realizes she's very close to Aiden. Seeing him, she panics and says, he's gone. Aiden says, I feel the same way, and Tia thinks to herself, why did my hand go there? Then, they both go inside and see that they were talking to each other through a body of water, and Tia says, so they were talking through that. Then Aiden looks to the other side and says there is an artifact from Vagan Castle. Tia asks what is its name and what power does it have. Then Aiden touches it and says, let's check it out, and Tia says in her mind it looks really beautiful there. Then Aiden touches it and says here is Lucius's shield and it destroys all the devils and their magic power. Then he feels something and he shakes his hand and says I can't believe this. Tia says, what's wrong? Then Aiden says, artifact here is the artifact. The power has already been lost. Hearing this, Tia is shocked and says, what? Aiden says this artifact is called the Shield of Set Lucia. It can only work if there is a pure will behind it. The Bezin family has long been engaged in hunting demons and protecting the North. They were instrumental in keeping this artifact working, but now that the current Duke Bezin has been seduced by Blair into betraying Bezin's honor, Silly's power is weakening. So this means that Bezin's downfall is near, which could cause even more serious problems because its fall would mean the destruction of our northern line. Here she says, so what does that mean? Aiden says, besides, if Belar's business grows and the devils gain more power, the devils will take over not just the north but the entire continent. Tia says, the entire continent? Aiden says, this is a very urgent matter. We must find a way to protect Bazane and fight against Belar at the same time. Tia says, well, along with protecting Bazane, there's a way to fight Biller here. I'm not sure about the northern defense line, but I think there's a way out of the Bezins. Aaron says, how? Tia says we should attack them first. Then, in another scene, we see Tia on the balcony. Just then, Duke arrives and says, oh, you're here, madam. I couldn't find you, so I thought you had already left. I'm sorry, I was so worried today that I couldn't even welcome you properly. Then Tia says, oh, you're so sweet. Duke says, Belle, honestly, I was looking for you too. Duke says, what? Tia says, I wanted to ask you, how do you keep this palace so amazing? Your taste is amazing. Duke laughs and says, yes, thank you. Tia says, I wish I could live in such a wonderful palace, but I don't think it's as luxurious as Crystal Place. Duke is surprised and says, Crystal Place, have you been there before? Tia says, oh, why? Do you think so? Is that what I don't know about this? Everyone knows I'm a poor little girl who was married into the Hoster family. But actually, I'm a businesswoman, Duke says. Honestly, most of your guests disappointed me. How can I be so behind the times? And I seem to be the only person with excellent taste. Then she touches Sensu on his cheek and says, is that the person entering Krista's place? Duke is shocked, and Tia says, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I know you teamed up with Blair and ran Christ Place with him. Will Blair reward you generously? Duke nervously says what? And he says to himself, you're much braver than I thought. Then Tia says, I was wondering if you were interested in making more money. Luck says, oh, I'm not sure. So Tia says, and you call yourself a businessman. I'm asking you if you'd be interested in becoming a double agent. Hearing this, Duke calls Moneyman a double agent. Tia then says, I'll pay you as well as Blair is paying you. Duke says, can I? He says to himself, I don't know yet. Tia then says, first of all, we have a dragon. He has a strong physical strength. As strong as an artifact. Besides, I know everything about the civilization of another world, which is also called the High Civilization by the Devils. Duke, surprised, says, do you know about the High Civilization? After all, how, even among the Devils, only a few high-ranking people know about it. Tia says, this is my business secret. Why should I tell you? Duke says, then how can I trust you? Tia says, do I look like I'm just joking with Biller? Duke says, no, that's not what I meant. Belle Hollistes has been actively hunting devils. So Sentia laughs out loud and says, "You're more naive than I thought." "Calm down, Duke Vajan. Do you think I'm just telling people? I'm fighting devils for the sake of it. Cheating, violence, plundering and hurting others without any moral boundaries. This is only permitted between humans and devils. If a person attacks and robs another person, they will be taken to the temple and tried. But if you do this to devils, they will be praised. What's wrong with robbing devils? Everyone will welcome it with open arms. It would seem strange to stop us." So Duke Moneyman says, "I never thought about it that way before." Then Tia, she says, "What do you think? Do you think I'm wrong?" Duke Moneyman says that woman isn't just courageous. Her actions are like the devil. Tia extends her hand and says, "Would you like to shake my hand? I guarantee you a good profit." Duke thinks for a while and then shakes Tia's hand. Then we see the next scene in Holliston Castle. Tia is reading a book and says, "Of course I remember the civilization of my past life, but what are you going to do with it?" "Hey, Letitia think I have to find a way to fight Biller. The human lords, they won't unite, and Holstein doesn't have enough knights either, but they are avoiding the pre-war because they have to run their business. Biller's only goal is money. 21st century culture is seen as a superior. Won by devils, this means here it's all about money. There must be a way." Then she starts looking for the book, but she doesn't find anything and she throws the book away and says, "No, it's not here. There's no way." "Oh." Then she looks at the book again, and taking it up, Moneyman says, "Let's take a break and see what I'm most curious about." Then she starts moving on to the book, which says, "The Crack of Dimension, the Tree of the Crack." Seeing this, Tia says, "Oh, I found the Crack of Dimension, although I think it's connected to the world I came from. Even if you go there, it doesn't mean you're in another world. You can go. Lost objects, evil creatures, or unknown things lie in wait in that area. Before the crack is pierced, it comes out here, an energy bar you forgot to leave in your bag. Lost packages and other stray objects you forgot to leave there. All these things have secretly disappeared and are floating inside the crack. I, along with Matches, created something in this crack called a door. After reading here, Tia remembers that those devils also talked about a door, and that mind. They definitely said they have the most reliable door in Belosa, Himana says. She then continues, "As I said, you never know what will come out of the crack. The crack is to prevent various evil creatures from escaping when it's sealed. We created a door to open and close the crack so that evil creatures can't get in. You can order anything you want by saying its real name. Open the door and call the name of the item you want, in the language of the other world. Here in a second, you will have it. It will come in your hands, whether the goods reach there in a heap or not. Whatever happens there, he will wait for you at the door, getting bored." She hears this, and in her shocked mind says, "Is it here? It means here. They knew what was there in Korea. Guaranteed delivery on the same day in the morning. Then it means then she immediately starts leaving from there with the Bulans and shouts, 'I will be back soon from Belosa.' On this Alexa says, 'Oh my god,' so suddenly then, in the next scene we see Tia near that door in Belosa. Tia that. Looking at the door, she says door door. Then she tries to open it and says, 'I think this is what a door looks like.' Then her eyes go to a corner where it was written in Korean language, 'Important password open.' Here Manaman says familiar Hangul, and there is a very familiar one left. And she says open semi, then a crack comes on this door and it slowly starts breaking. After a while it breaks completely, and Tia Manuman says so there was CC here, and she is surprised and says it opened here, at least I can try. Then she takes a deep breath and shouts, 'Ice Americano,' but she doesn't get anything and she says sadly, 'Yes, I made a fool of myself. This cannot happen.' Then suddenly something hits her hand. There is Ice Americano. Holding it, Tia says, 'Here it is real,' and she starts crying. While crying, she says, 'Yes, here is really Ice Americano. I was missing it a lot.' After this, she drinks it and says, 'Oh, this is so good.' Then she opens that book and starts reading and says in her mind that this is the reason why they can get Barossa back. Wanted to take it. By the way, what did he mean when he said the door was reliable? Then he goes on to say that the note read, 'You can't summon living things by their name. Some doors can be unreliable. They don't knock things out, they swallow them. The door can be opened or closed based on a biometric system. See the lock system for more details.' Todia Moneyman says, 'So you can't summon living things. I miss you very much. Fussy and soft. Near a store across from my house. There was a cat there. Whenever I got tired of the alien, I would take some money out of my piggy bank and buy myself an Ice America and a snack for that cat. Come to think of it, we don't have any cats here. I've never seen one. The only cats I've seen here in the north were those rogue breed of sand cats. Ooh, I have an idea. Then we look at the next day at Hollister Castle. Tia calls a meeting. So Alexa asks her, "Ma'am, why have you suddenly called a meeting? Did any of us do something to upset you, my lady?" Tia says, "No, there's nothing like that. From this moment on, we declare war on the Hallstatt Grand Devil Billier." Everyone is shocked. Kisaru says, "My lady, are you serious?" Bessie says, "I heard about what happened during your trip, but this has happened very suddenly, my lady. In the current situation, we are unable to even seize the war, let alone fight it. Our weapons and night bays are not enough." Aiden says, "Do you have any ideas, lady?" Tia asks. Tia shows them cat food. She says, "We have a weapon here." She says, "What is it here?" Tia says, "Here is Kachu." Deanna, we see in the next scene, Tia takes everyone to that door in Belosa, and she tells Moneyman that you can order whatever you want from the door in Belosa. Others will have to wait until the door spits out, unaware of what it will spit out, but I am guaranteed delivery that very morning. Then she goes there and shouts, "Kachu." After a while, she finds a box. Aiden sees it. Chakta says, "How is that possible here? This is amazing." Alexa then says, "But my lady, are you really going to go to war with it?" Tia says, "Yes, I am. I meant I will declare a commercial war." Tia says, "To do this, I need all of your help, especially how are you?" Kazar says, "I know cooking and fighting in my lady. But running a business." Tia says, "Of course you can cook with it, because now Duquin is with us, so we should take advantage of them. I asked Bijan to secure a nice building for us near Key Place. We'll open a restaurant there." Everyone is surprised and says, "Let's see a restaurant, Dynam Nexon, on opening day." They're all dressed in their best, and Tia says, "Perfect weather to play tricks on the devils." Casaro replies, "You said this is our business. My lady, are you sure those sandcats will come?" They're very selective, unlike other species that do evil to others. They are very curious about the latest fashion. Tia says, "I am sure they will come, they will not be able to resist us." Just then, a carriage starts going from there in which there are two sandcats. One of them says, "Dear, what is their performance in Crystal Police today?" The other cat says, "Let me see. They have the Scorpion Demon's Ball Dance and the Duke of Snakes swimming show." Then the lady cat says, "Right, I heard that dinner is here." Then a smell comes near them, which they smell. They say, "Stop." Then the coachman says, "What happened, madam?" Lady cat says, "What's the smell like here?" Coachman says, "Smell." Then Mel cat says, "Oh, I can smell it too. It's very nice here. I can guess the boy is coming here. Shall we go?" Then they both reach their restaurant and open the door and look inside. Just then, Alexa comes there and she says, "Welcome to the pub, Otherworld." Seeing her, he gets surprised and says, "Oh, you surprised me." Then female cat says, "Oh, when did a Sebi restaurant open here?" Alexa says, "Just today." Then male cat, "Oh, then we're the first customers." Alexa says, "We just made stew. Would you like to come over and try it?" He says, "Here," and shows them the menu. The male cat says, "Oh, this sounds good." The female cat says, "Wait, honey, do you really want to eat at an unknown restaurant like this? Remember, there's a dinner show at Crystal Place today." The male cat says, "Oh, okay." Then he smells it again and says, "Manny, but it smells so good. I can't resist." Then they order and sit at a table and start chatting. The male cat says the menus at Christ Place are very expensive. The female cat says, "Yes, it's a good thing to support small businesses here." Tia then goes to Cesaro and asks Casaro to order. Casaro says, "So soon?" Casaro quickly prepares it, and Pacey comes and takes it and places it on their table, saying, "Here's the stew you ordered." The stew looks strange, and Pacey says, "It's called Maui stew." Yes. So the male cat says it looks like it's poisoned. Then the female cat says, "Oh, this looks more like someone's mucus than stew." "Oh, never mind, let's taste it first." Then they start eating it, and as soon as they take a bite, they both love it. The male cat says, "This is disgusting. This will make me cry." Then the female cat says, "This is delicious." Then they start leaving and say, "I've never had food so tasty before. Let's go back to Christ's Place and tell everyone about it." Explain. Here they say they leave. Seeing them in such a hurry, Alexa says they didn't even take their change. Then Casaro says, "So he works here?" Tia says, "Yes. Everyone get ready. Our restaurant will soon become old and filled with monsters." Then we see the second day of that restaurant. It's crowded. All the cats come there and say it's so good. I've never eaten anything like this. Then we see the third day. People. They are always ready to make reservations in advance. Then on the fourth day, word spreads and reservations become even more difficult. Then on the fifth day, Alexa tells a cat, "Sorry, everything is already booked." The cat angrily asks, "Have we been waiting for hours?" Then on the sixth day, Alexa tells the cat, "Your outfit doesn't meet our dress code. Currently, there's a membership system and only members can enter. Please come today and tomorrow." And then we see Kesaro and Tia. Kesaro says, "Oh, my dear." Tia says, "You did a good job." Kesaro says, "Well, my lady, I understand we're targeting the evil species, but is it really okay to rob them?" Tia says, "Of course it's not okay here, because there aren't enough of them." Kesaro smiles and says, "Yes, do you have a plan? Please tell me." Tia says, "No, I'm sorry, because it's a business secret." Then they temporarily close Baba Otherworld. Hearing this, Sir is shocked and says, "Wait, my lady, when we have a lot of customers, why are we closing suddenly?" Tia says, "Because now is the time to provoke the biller." Dynam, in the next scene, we are told who is the Grand Devil Blair. Alexa, she says, no one knows his real age. Everyone only knows his name Blair, and he is older than all of us. He is the devil of wealth who takes the form of a young male human. He conquered the Iron Castle, which he converted from Diamond Castle. He rebuilt it and made it his personal residence. I've heard he's very arrogant, extravagant, and self-obsessed. In short, he's a complete idiot. Aiden says Blair holds the title of Duke, one of the highest-ranking Grand Devils. Both male and female Grand Devils are very beautiful. They attract and mislead people with their beauty. Totia says to herself, "Yes, was Duke Bashans also captivated by her beauty?" And she says, "Is Blair the easiest person to seduce? The way is money." Aaron says we have no other choice. There is a devil of wealth. He will react immediately after seeing money. Now she is thinking about moving to the next extreme. Isn't it late, Tia? Tia says we are already ready to attack. Now we just have to build a defense line. On this, Bessie says defense line. Then Tia says, what should we protect first? On this, Kesaru says here kill Holstat and Dynam Nexon Pub Base World Day opening in Bolosa. Tia is reading the same book. And Manaman says, still, Hostic Castle is our base. The most important place in this strategy is Bolosa. Normally we have Malahan guarding Bolosa Castle, but he's often away. In any situation, we'll just send some knights who can stay outside and protect the castle. But we don't have enough forces in Hallstatt. No, we can't trust them, and we have to pay them. So what do we do? Then she looks away and says, Stung Gomes's hatchery. Then we're next. The scene cuts to Bolosa, the third day after the pub's temporary closure. Aiden looks at the hatchery and says, we'll try it like we read. But do you really think it'll work here? Litia says, if it works, it'll be a huge boost to our army in Bolosa, since we're humans. I don't think it's that likely, but at least we can try. Aiden says, it's okay, we've had the stones since morning. Glenn's got live stones. He takes them out of a boar and puts them in the hatchery. As soon as they're put in, it starts boiling, and she says, it's boiling like lava in there. Just like I read in the book, we have to throw stones in it. I'm not sure what will come out, but just throw them in. Then they pick up some stones and start putting them in. Then Aiden says, be careful, Letitia. Then they put the stones in and wait a while. A splashing sound comes from the pond, and they both start swishing them. Then, suddenly, a hand comes out of the pond, seeing which Tia gets scared, and then a head comes out, seeing which Tia gets scared and says, I think something is wrong, Aiden. It seems like we have made some strange tongue. Then, Aiden starts going inside the pond. Look here, Tia says, Aiden, wait. It could be dangerous here. So Aiden goes into the pond and says, everything is fine here, Letitia. Then he takes out the stone from inside and says, look at this. The stone there had turned into baby stone golems. Seeing this, Tia says in her mind, baby stone golems. There the baby golem starts crying. Seeing which Aiden says that it was just struggling to come out of the water. When I saw it struggling while it was alive, I felt its strong will to live, even though it is an evil creature. Hearing this, Tia says Manaman did this remind him of herself? Then Aaron drops the baby down and says that the baby stone golem is smaller than I expected. On this, Tia says that is right. I did not expect a baby to be born here. Then he takes the baby golem to Tia and Aiden. He holds the clothes and says, Mama, Daddy. Hearing this, both are shocked, and Aiden says, Mama, Mama. Who are we both? Then Tia says, what Mama? Mama. And she says to baby Callum, oh, okay, we are not your mom, Dad. But here everyone calls us, my lord. Baby Callum says yes. You will call both of us, my lord. Then he shouts and says, okay, my lord. She looks at him and says in her mind that he is so cute after this. They make more baby golems and they are the cutest of all. The first one is baby golems, he shouts. Hey everyone, listen to me, he's our lord. Then all the baby golems shout, my lord, look at him. And Money Man says, I really can't believe this is working here. I can't believe we're the first humans to tame an evil species. Then he takes them all to his home. They were children after all. They start bothering everyone, to whom Dekia says, well, I never thought their numbers would be so high. We don't even have that many people to take care of them. No, we're going to reopen Puck soon. So ladies, he won't be able to help us. Tell your people to take care of him. It'll be very dangerous here. Aiden says, I have an idea. Dia says yes, Diana. In the next scene, Aiden introduces Dia to some people. The guy wearing glasses says, you can call me Banderous King. And the person holding the arrow belt says, you can call me Booster RA. Look at them, Dia says. If you call me Dark, we met in the land of darkness. Banderas then says, I've grown a lot since I was separated from Aiden in the land of darkness. Then when he asked me to take care of your baby stone golems, I found it fun here. I knew I couldn't leave this officer, so I came here immediately. He then starts taking care of 4 baby golems at once. Similarly, the others start taking care of the baby golems. Seeing this, Tia says to herself, they're amazing for using their skills. Then Aiden says to Tia, I'm going to join the warriors. I'll take care of the golems. Don't worry about the kids and just focus on your work. Lichia, look here. Tia, Money Man says, should I call him my house husband? He's perfect. Then we see 6 days after Puppy's closed. 2 cats come in and say, hey, it's closed again. Then the male cat says, tomorrow will be a whole week since I haven't eaten their stew. Then T comes in and says, oh, I'm sorry, it's still closed. To this the male cat says, hey, wait, when are you going to reopen? I'm going to eat the stew. I'm dying for it. Then the female cat says, please open it soon. Tia says, actually, it's opening tomorrow. Then the female cat, surprised, says, tomorrow. Tia says, yes, it's been closed for a week due to renovation. But now that's over. Then both the cats say, yes, we're very happy. Then Tia says, we've completely revamped our menu and made some changes like adding chore smell. But of course, Mendes is that stew. Here Sunbay says, wow, chore smell looks really good here. Then she says, but due to the renovation, we had to limit the number of services. Therefore, we will only be able to serve 100 stews. Hearing this, both of them are shocked and say limited and only 100 servings. Then both of them start saying softly, it would be better if we come here alone, without telling anyone else. She listens to them and says in her mind, wait, it is not like that. And she says, thank you for supporting us, especially since you have come here from such a far distance. We are nothing without our loyal customers. Because of your gratitude, we are giving you a token. We'll give you a special reserved seat and reserve it forever. Tsunabi happily responds, special reserved seat. Tia then replies, in return, please tell everyone about opening it when you go back to Kiss Step Place. She then says, let's turn this crisis into an opportunity. She then adds, I expect a very long line of customers tomorrow, but I guarantee you'll get the first seat no matter what. They both cheer, and Melcat says, so are you making other evil creatures jealous? You can. Then the female cat says, oh, hey, this place looks really tempting. Okay, we'll spread the word here. They start going to his house. Tataya says to herself, tomorrow they'll be the reason for everyone's jealousy. Sand cats truly love fancy and high-ranking things. They can never refuse a proposal. Oh, how clever I am. Then we see the next scene in Christ's Place on the day of the pub Another World reopening. Christ's Place is completely empty, seeing which the player angrily says, what's going on? I said, what's going on? To this, Pigard said, well, you can see, Master, but now Otherworld, it's reopened today, and it seems all our customers have gone there. Bill angrily said, what were you doing that the situation has deteriorated like this? The card said, yes, I'm sorry, we tried our best. Bill said, shut up, what kind of place is this? Can there even be a stupid pub there? Then we see the next scene in a restaurant. It's very crowded. And Alexa shouts, come on, we're out of tickets. Those who don't have numbers, please go home. Looking at them, Tia says, we're surrounded by people. I mean, cats. Kasaru says, but my lady, look at their eyes. They've almost gone mad. Tia says, what? Kasaru says, I haven't seen many evil creatures, but they certainly look far from normal. They look like little dragons. Tia says to herself, oh my god, I knew how crazy cats go for Katachu. But what if he completely, they go crazy? Crazy means they think and act differently than normal, and they can become so obsessed with something that they lose control. Then a fight breaks out. They start shouting, "We want the stew! We want the stew!" Then they start asking for other people's tickets, saying, "Give me your number, I'll buy it." But the others refuse, and he says, "I'll pay you as much as you want." They all start fighting among themselves. Seeing this, Tia says to herself, It was hoped that this would attract those cats like a drug. But this turned out to be a real drug. Seeing their fight, Tia comes to Alexa and says, "Alexa, when all the cats with tickets come inside, then close the door." Alexa says, "Yes, my lady." After some time, Alexa closes the door. Then someone tells Tia that the feelings of evil souls easily get filled with evil. Then Tia, seeing him, says in her mind, "Who is there?" I did not see him coming in, and she says, "Get filled with evil." That person. He asks, "Did you think they'd get addicted to the stew?" Their obsession has turned the stew into a real drug. Suntia, shocked, says, "That means they're starting to growl because they're lacking the K2. Those drugs are really dangerous." We then see the man who was Blair, and he says, "That's why we prepare limited quantities of food at Krista's place and take precautions. It seems you've never run a business for evil creatures before." He then removes the cloak from himself. Seeing this, everyone is shocked and says, "There's the Grand Devil Blair. There's Blair. What brings him here? Run away from here." And Tia, seeing him, says, "Finally, he's here." Then Blair says, "So are you the owner of this restaurant?" On the other side, we see Aiden, who is writing something. He finishes writing and says, "Yes, it's done here." He has a baby Gollins tied to his back, who starts crying. Seeing him crying, Aiden says, "Oh God, forgive me, forgive me." Just then, Aaron comes there and he takes care of him. Holding the baby, Aiden says, "You're a terrible babysitter." Aiden says, "Oh, I'm sorry." Aaron says, "What were you doing?" Aiden says, "I just finished writing the divorce papers. I just need to get them signed." Aaron says, "Hey, bookkeeper, you're getting a divorce." Aiden says, "Oh yes, here's the thing." Aaron says, "I can't believe it. I heard you calling her in your sleep. Everything was like, Letitia, Letitia, when we were in the dark. I thought you two were happily married." "But what happened now?" Aaron says. I believe he deserves much more than me in this place." Aaron says, "That's really the reason." Anne says, "And there are no other problems in your relationship?" Aaron says, "Hardly." Aaron says, "Well, it seems like whatever's going on between you two is far from a problem." Aaron says, "What?" Aaron says, "Oh dear, I haven't met many divorced couples in my life, but I know for sure that they don't see each other the way you guys do." Aiden, be honest with yourself. Do you really? Do you want Adavos? Here Aiden thinks of Adentia and says, "I." Then Alexa comes there, and while driving, she says, "Alexa, what's the matter?" Then Alexa says, "My lady, there he has been kidnapped by Billier." Then we see the time of a few hours ago in the restaurant. When Blair comes to the restaurant, Kaiser talks to him. Here is the Grand Devil Billier. Then Tia tells him, "Calm down, Kaizaro, step back. I will take care of it." Then Tia tells Blair, "I am the owner of this place. Why are you here?" Blair says, "Great. I knew it was you." Then he tells his guard to take her. Then the guard comes and ties Tia in a cloth. Then Bill picks her up and says, "Let's go home." And Tia starts screaming. "Look here," the three of them also scream, "My lady." And Bessie moves forward to attack. Then Vylar stops her with his magic and says, "How dare you? How can a tall, evil creature attack a great devil?" And he hypnotizes her. Seeing this, Ciro and Alexa shout Bessie. Then Biller says, "Listen to me." So Tia tells him to let me go. Saying this, she kicks him in the face. After this, we see Bessie, who falls unconscious. Here, while driving, Kaiser says Bessie, and Tia says, "Hey, I told you to let me go." Blair says, "Oh, it's very loud here. Hey, pig, you hurry up." He says, "Pick, yes, sir." Then he takes out a door from his bag, and Blair starts moving towards that door. "Totia," she shouts and says, "Stop me, let me go." But they don't stop, and they start going inside that door. Seeing this, Caesar moves forward to attack them and says, "Hey, you bastards, stop right there." So before Caesar can attack them, they close the door and disappear from there. Seeing this, everyone is surprised, and Alexis says, "My lady." Then we see the first scene. Hearing Alexa's words, Aiden reaches the restaurant. Then Caesar says to him, "I can't believe this." Then Bessie says, "When I regained consciousness." So he already on this. Aiden says, "Bessie, do you remember the time when it was snowing for 3 days? And you were reading a book loudly to me, a 5-year-old kid who was crying bitterly?" Bessie says, "Why are you saying this?" Aiden says, "Do you remember? Please answer. Bessie says, yes, of course I remember. So Aiden says, do you remember what happened that day? Bessie says, my lord, how can I forget this? Aiden says, please answer my question. So Bessie says, crying, how can I? How can I forget this? From that day on, our little lord, he trained every day and tried to be brave. So Aaron immediately goes and hugs Bessie and says, I was so scared that I lost you. Bessie says, what should we do? What if? What if he gets carried away by the merger? He listens. Aiden closes his eyes and says, Dim, it should have happened to me. I should have divorced him before all this happened. Next scene, we see Belle in Diamond Castle. Biller carrying Tia. When he reaches his palace, Tia shouts and says, you bastard, Biller, leave me. He puts Tia on the sofa and says, oh, stop struggling like this. Wait, calm down. Then he starts untying the rope tied to Tia. As soon as she comes, Tia immediately attacks Biller's eyes and shouts, how much did you like it here? I have been working on my coping skills for the last 10 years. Biller is shocked and says, you are a crazy low-ranking devil. Then he says, Pick says, he's a human. Biller laughs and says, what kind of crazy person would open a restaurant in the land of devils? It's so strange here. Tia says, money man. They said he charms people with his beauty. I shouldn't look into his eyes. Biller comes closer to Tia and says, where are you going now? If you're human, show me your face. It'll be a piece of cake for me, to enslave you and force you to obey me, to make you love me, and it only takes 10 seconds to demand attention. Pig, it's time. Pig says, yes, my lord. Then Blair looks into Tia's eyes and puts his hand on her head. Tia says to herself, I can't close my eyes. I can't move. Pig starts counting. Then Player says, tell me how you feel. I want to hear the desperation in your voice. He takes down her marks. Tia says, this is right, your true feelings. Tia is craving to be free from your mouth, she says. Manaman, I want to say it from the depth of my heart, but I can't, Tia. Then the player says, now say it loudly. Then Tia says, Manaman, I want to say it here, and she says, you are very next here. Hearing this, both are shocked, and Tia gets nervous, and Manaman says, here the bus has passed. Then Bill and he angrily says, I am next. Am I next? Then Tia says, you are next here. Hearing this, Bill gets even more angry and says, what did you say? Are you joking? No, what is there here then? Tia looks at her body and says, now I am free. I can move, and Vile laughs and says, yes, what did you just say? Nonsense, yes. Hey, I am going to do this again. Keep track of time, Pig. I will not accept this. I can't do this, you are joking. Tia says in his mind, he is nervous and his magic is not working. Then Vile clears his throat and stands up stylishly and says, hey, look at me straight away, you're attracted to me, and now start begging me. Tia says, no, you're next here. Hearing this, Biller becomes even angrier, and Tiabo turns her face away. Tiabo says to herself, no chance. My standards for beauty have risen. Thank you, Aiden, for that. Then Biller pulls Pick's cheeks and says, what kind of person are you? Pick says, if you think about it, there's a rumor going around about a low-ranking evil creature. The Lord of Holstate has made contact with a great devil. Player says, is the great devil of Holstate there? So, no way. Totia Moneyman says, I need to get the upper hand on this great devil if I want to take him out. Pig then says, I'm not sure if he's the great devil or not, but we can tell he's no ordinary human. Bill says, hey. Then he says, Pick. And she says, I suppose he has the guts to say that's ugly now. Look at them. Moneyman says Aiden will be back soon, so I have to buy time. Billier then says, no more jokes, we're wasting our precious time. Tia says, yes. So you've been beating around the bush all this time. Bill says, oh, you never miss a chance to argue with me. Hey man, do you think I invited you over for a cup of tea or something? Tia says, no, you kidnapped me. Let's be straight. Blair says, don't you feel any friendship for what you're doing? You opened your restaurant right across from mine and took all my customers. Tia says, are you seriously talking about business ethics? What are you doing? What kind of devil are you? Bill shouts. Oh, so Tia says, what's your point? Bill says, hand it over to me. Tia says, what? And she says, Money Man, he says, does he mean the Great Book of Secrets? Bill says, I want your stew recipe. Tia says, customers and cats are the key to my business's success, and you've taken them all. Tia says, just one stew recipe. It's called a habit. If you see what I mean. Sand cats, they go crazy for the latest trends. If you can make them your main customers, everything else will run smoothly. Here, Cynthia says to herself, he's a real money grubber. He's much more dedicated to his business than I expected. This could be just the opportunity I've been looking for. To confront this devil face to face, then Biller says, I'll forget all the damage you've done to my business if you tell me how to make 10,000 denizens. What do you say? Tia says this doesn't sound attractive at all. Blair says 10,000 dentists, that's not attractive. Then he sees her drinking tea and says, hey, and how did you get here? Then he sees Pick, who gives him tea, and he shouts, hey, you are that. Pick nervously says she didn't look like an ordinary person. Then some more women start coming there, and seeing them, Bilia shouts, do you want me to change your contacts so that you become like them? Here Sanaya says to herself, contact. Do devils contact each other? Villa then shouts, hey, you take this. A woman comes and starts taking all the stuff away. Seeing the woman, Tia says to herself, she's a human being. She's been seduced and enslaved by Biller. Biller asks, how much do you want? 1 million. Tia asks, why are you so upset about money? After all, money is nothing more than a tool created by Savita. Millionaire says, come on, we're both business people. You're not talking about money. How can you not understand the significance? Tia says, I mean, you have to think big. Your expectations are so low. How can you expand your actions so much? Bill says, that's because money works best when you can control humans. That's when they hear something. Bill says, what's that sound like? Then Pig comes in and says, my lord, a dragon attacked our castle. Does the north have a dragon? Sanaya goes to the balcony and says, money mean balance. Then we see Balance in Aiden. Seeing this, Tia calls him Money Man, Aiden. Just then, Blair comes there and says, you are the second master of Holstein. Tia looks at him. Then Blair says, what nonsense are you talking? Then the knights there try to tie him with a rope. They catch him and say, we did it. Everyone, pull him down. Pull him down so he can't create a ruckus. After being tied with the rope, Blanc tries to break free. See everything here. Aiden moves toward a monster, attacks it, and cuts the rope from its hands. Then it approaches Balance again. Balance begins to scream loudly. Then his eyes fall on Tia, who was talking to Blair, and he looks at her and begins to scream loudly. Then Aiden also notices her and says, come on, Tia. Blair then looks at Tia and asks, what is your purpose? To hunt humans and run your business among the monsters? For what? Biller says, demons chase chaos and disorder. What do you know about business? Tia says, I know one thing, you don't know how to take a step forward. Then she says to Pick, hey Pick. Pick says, what are the terms of your contact with Biller? Pick says, as you can see, because I was born a small and weak old man, I obey Lord Bill and work for him. Tia says, so here's a lifetime job. That's good. What do you get in return? Security. Pig says yes. Tia asks, it seems you're not getting much. You're not getting paid. And what about vacation time? Any insurance or pension plans? Pie doesn't understand anything. Biller yells, don't fill my pig's head with those stupid things. Todia tells Pie, this is a completely wrong contact. Don't you think you're being exploited? Biller yells, exploitation, I've been feeding him and housing him all this time. So Tia takes Pie to her place. Taking her hands, she says, would you like to come with me? You'll be treated well. I'll give you a good salary and the benefits you deserve. Hearing this, he perks up and asks, is that so? Bill yells, yes. Are you crazy? Devils are strictly bound by their contracts. Once the contract is official, they can't break it. If they do, they'll be prosecuted in the Devil's High Court. So, Tia, Moneyman says, well, that's so. Bill then says, it seems you humans don't know anything about anything. Then the pig says, will you take me with you? Biller grabs the pickaxe and says, okay, enough nonsense here. Give me my pig back. Tia says, no. Biller says, give it to me. Tia says, I said no. Biller says, I said give it to me and take care of that dragon. Tia says, it can take care of itself. I'll let it break or destroy whatever it wants. Bill says, leave my pig alone. Why do you want it here? He said, pulling her towards him. His shirt got torn. Tia got her bundle in her hand and the pig was in Biller's hand. Biller shouted, it's like I'm talking to the wall. This is my pig. You can't take it away from me. Oh, how evil you are. Now you'll try to steal my employer too. Oh my God, you're completely crazy. Tia looked at the bundle and said, yes, there's a lot of space here from which the pig took out that thing. Then Bill took Tia's hand. He catches him and takes him away, saying, I'll teach you a lesson. Come here. I'll threaten you to get them out. Totia shouts. What are you doing? You're crazy. Seeing this, both Aiden and Balhan get furious. Balhan says to himself, how dare you lay a hand on her? Then he starts burning everything by spewing fire from his mouth. Look here, Blair says. A dragon spewing fire. Here's a fire-breathing dragon. Looking at him, Tia says, Money man. And he's terrified. Yes. Now the situation is on our side. Saying this, she climbs on the boundary of the palace and says that there is no joke here anymore. Then Bila shouts and says, what are you doing there? Here she says, if you want to talk to me like a businessman, then learn some manners before meeting me. Saying this, she jumps from there. Look here, Blair shouts and says, what are you doing? Then Aiden looks at her and shouts Tia. After this, he takes Blanc and moves forward to catch her. And before Tia falls down, he catches her. Here Tia says, Aiden, I knew you would come. Then Aiden looks at Tia and hugs her. Dunham sees the next scene in Belosa. Tia reaches there. Everyone hugs her and says, my lady, thank God you are safe. We were very worried about you. Then Alexa says, we were very scared that something might happen to you. Totia says, forgive me for disturbing you. On this, Alexa says, my lady, aren't you attracted to Blair? Then Aiden says, her soul, it's safe. I already checked. And that makes me so happy. Tia asks, when did you check? Aiden says, I just knew when I saw you. And he says, if you weren't there, Letitia, there's no one in the world who could give me such a beautiful smile. Just then, baby Columbus comes in, grabbing Aiden's clothes and asking, is that Obi? And why is Grandma crying? Aiden explains. The thing is, a very evil person took them and hurt them. Listen here. Tia says, you're doing a great job. Then they ask baby Callum, did the devils hurt our Lord? He angrily replies, they hurt Our Lady. We'll kill those evil devils. Tia says, this place is wonderful and awesome. They're not cute and tiny anymore. Aiden says, they're evil creatures. After all, anger fuels their growth. We then cut to Halstead Castle at night. Tia and Aiden arrive there with Blum. And then, after entering the castle, Tia says to herself, I'm back home. Aiden then removes his mask and says, lady, I need to talk to you about something. Tia says, what? She looks at him and seeing his glare, she says, Money man, this is all very sudden. Aiden says, go on, Aiden, and Money man says, I think he's gotten used to taking off his mask. I'm very happy. Aiden then hands Tia the divorce papers, saying, please take these. Tia takes them and looks at them. She says, yes, what's here? Aaron says these are our divorce papers. Todia Money man says, divorce. Aiden says, I have something to tell you. Tia, I had the divorce papers prepared a long time ago. I promised I would grant you a divorce as soon as possible. But I've been very short. I'm sorry, lady. Your kidnapping is what gave me the strength to move forward with this. I can't put you in any more danger. Totia says, Aiden. Aiden says, on which? You'll sign and will officially divorce, and you can leave Halstead Castle whenever you want. Tia says to herself, so this is why you stopped being shy around me. You wanted to remind me how disgusting you are? Then we cut to Alexa and Bessie. That's why I think he's talking to her right now. To this, Cesaro asks, is divorce the only option? Alexa replies, ever since our Lord returned, Our Lady has been in countless dangers. We're not sure it won't happen again. We were lucky this time, but what about next time? So whatever decision they make, we can't argue with them. If Our Lady wants to go, we have to respect her decision. Then we see Tia in Baleson. She cries and says, I don't want to take dowers, and our business is just starting to flourish, and Holstate has just started growing. What about hunting the devil? Tia says, Aiden, you always decide my future. Why do they do this? Whether it's marriage or divorce, why don't I get a say in this matter? This isn't right. Then Aiden Moneyman says, did I do this? I decided my own wife's future. Then Tia Moneyman says, he always says he's here for me, but I don't like the fact that it seems like he's waiting for the right time to leave me. Which wife would want to divorce her handsome husband? She says, I will. I will always be with you. And then nothing will be dangerous for me. Must be, and our Balag is still going on, so how about dealing with it until we finish with Balar? Aiden says yes. It's not a bad idea. Tia says, then let me keep it, and she starts putting it in her bag. Then Aiden says, but remember, please let Tia stay close to me. Do you promise me about this? Tia says, yes, I do. Then she blushes and says to herself, he is too close. Being too close to him could be bad for my heart. So Tia blushes. Look, Aaron says, let's go. Then we are told a story. It is said that once upon a time there lived a farmer in a small village. He was very worried. The harvest season was coming soon, and he had to deliver his produce to the Duke, who protected the village from evil spirits. But it hadn't rained in a while. If he failed to deliver his produce, the Duke would let the evil spirits ravage the village. The farmer wondered, "What should I do now?" Then a little mouse appeared. It said, "I have a very, very precious thing." Good idea. Kishan asks what's there. The mouse says, "I'll ask my friends." To steal crops from other farms in the neighboring village. Kishan says, "What? Are you sure you can do that?" The mouse says, "Yes, but on one condition, you give me your soul." The farmer considered the suggestion. He thought to himself, "What should I do? If we steal a little, there won't be any problems." For the sake of his family and village, he accepted the offer. Day by day, his granaries filled with grain, bringing him relief. He was sure the Duke would protect his small village that year. But a few months later, the farmer heard terrible news. A neighboring village had been attacked by evil creatures, and everyone there had died. He couldn't believe his ears. His eldest daughter had been married in the same village. He hadn't collected enough tithes to give to the Duke, so they couldn't get protection from him. The farmer felt he was at fault. He was deeply saddened. From that time on, he drank alcohol day and night. The drunken farmer began beating his wife and children, and his abuse grew worse with each passing day. The distressed wife wondered what she should do. And then a snake appeared. He said, "I can stop him." His wife asked, "How?" The snake replied, "I will bite your husband's leg while he sleeps. In return, you will give me your soul." So the wife did what she had to do to save herself and her children. A few days later, the farmer died from the snake bite. After his death, her crops were destroyed. The goat dried up and its hide was reduced to mere skin and bones, leaving the farmer's family hungry. His second daughter wondered what she should do. Then suddenly, a goat transformed into a man. He was very handsome and smelled lovely. His skin was as smooth as sand heated by the sun, and his hair shone brighter than silver. She was amazed. The man looked at her with his sweet, innocent eyes and said, "My poor little woman, I have come to save you and your family." She asked, "How?" The man said, "I have come to save you and your family. I'll give you treasures to feed the whole family. In return, give me your soul and come with me. I'll get you out of this desolate place." She says, "Okay." The man says, "Yes, good girl." And just like that, the woman becomes his slave. Then we see the next scene at Biller Castle. Biller shouts, "Explain yourself. How could you let that Hellfire lady run her business in your territory?" Betchain says, "She deceived me. She said they were great devils who came from all over the world. And how could I? I could tell they came from Holistic." Just then, Bill Duck grabs Batchins's cheeks and says, "Dreams of the great Satan, hold your tongue or I'll teach you a lesson you'll never know." Then he releases her and says, "Without that artifact in this castle, it would be much easier for me to read everything going on in your mind. I thought we should first deal with the trust they've gained, but I never imagined they'd be in the house across from mine. We'll go about our business. I'm planning to attack Bolso while the dragons are away, but as long as Holstad has B there, I can't kill them or wipe them out. I must convince them. But how?" And the money man says, "She looked very confident and sure. Is there something behind her and her arrogance? Should I attack her or accept her challenge?" Then he says, "Hey, Pig." Pig says, "Yes, my lord." Blair. He says, "Our fastest and most powerful men are going to see Bolso. Form a small team." Pig says, "Yes, sir." Then he picks up a coin and says despite being a mere human, he has the courage to provoke the devil of wealth. "I can't let go of such a rare officer. It will be fun to play with him." Then he tosses the coin and says, "I will take everything here until the end, even your soul." Meanwhile, we see Hollisted Castle Alex. Now she tells Aiden and Tia, "I have arranged your schedule just as you requested. You can have a bedroom. We will share. Is this okay? I will ask Bessie to read it." Hearing this, Beto gets shocked, and Tia says, "Yes, Bessie will take care of this." Then Aiden says, "What should be taken care of?" After this, Bessie says the current bed is too small, that you cannot share it. "I will get a new bed for you." Then both of them start getting nervous, and Aiden says, "Will it be okay here?" Then Tia says, "Are you sure that everything will be okay?" By the way, she asks, "Is there any problem?" Then Tia says in her mind, "We are married. There's nothing strange about that." Then in the next scene, we see them both sleeping in the same room, but on separate beds. Tiabo sleeps in the upstairs bed. Tiabo then says, "They got us a new bed, but the current one is right upstairs. But I'm still very nervous about sleeping in the same bedroom with Aiden. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep." Then Aiden looks at Tia and says, "Ladia." Hearing his voice, Tia gets nervous and says to herself, I've been in a similar situation, seeing him so scared. Aiden says, Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. He also says this with a disgusting face and covers his face. Todia says, No, you didn't scare me at all. By the way, what's the matter, Aiden? Aiden says, I was going to ask you what time you want me to wake you up in the morning. Tia says, Oh, just whenever you wake up. Aiden says, Okay. Then he goes to sleep. Tia says, Eden. Aiden says, Yes. Tia says, Sweet dreams, Eden. Then Aiden remembers Tia's childhood saying to Aiden, Whenever they wake up, Eden. Sweet dreams, Aiden. Then Aiden says to Tia, You should also lie down, Tia. Then they both try to sleep. Tia says, Money man, I can't do it. And Aiden says, Money man, go to sleep. Then in the next scene, we see Duke Bajan coming to meet Tia. Tia says, Belle, it seems like the devil is using his brain. Then Aiden says, Don't worry about Belosa. We have stone golems there. But they don't make good soldiers. They've grown too big and look quite dangerous. Duke is surprised and says, Stone golems, that means you've controlled the evil creatures? How? Totia laughs and says, Well, there's a secret here. So Duke asks, What kind of woman is she? Tia says, If Billier decides to visit us, I think it would be wise. We should prepare a grand welcome. Duke says, It should be more complicated this time. Aaron says, How complicated? So Tia says, We'll start an experiment to find out. After hearing this, they both say something. We are also unable to understand. Then we see the next scene in the restaurant. Billa comes in a dead state and says, Stew, we want stew. Then Tia opens the door and says, You all are welcome. But that other world has opened again. Hearing this, all the cats become happy, and they say, You should serve me first. Then another cat says, No, me first. Then another Billy comes there and he says, Here is our money. Take as much as you want. Then Tia stops her and says, Excuse us, sir, but our rules have changed, and now we don't accept Dennis. He asks, What? Tia says, Because we decided to take something else. Babilia asks, What's there here? Any jewelry or artifacts? Tia says, Your contract. Then we see a flashback. Tia asks Aiden, Aiden, do you know about contracts made by demons and evil creatures? Aiden says, Yes. Aiden says, As far as I know, their contract is very complicated. They are not physical objects, they exist as magical power. For other beings, the number of contacts is a standard for indicating the level of their magic's power. They depend on the number of human souls they have captured, and how corrupt these souls are. This depends on the master's power. Demons and evil beings can seduce humans and capture their souls, and they are constantly creating wolves to bind more souls. This is a form of entertainment and competition. The bigger the wolves, the more powerful they are. They will be powerful. Even the most evil and weak beings can be given the title of devil if they have the acquired contact in a strong bond. So this asks, what about the contact between devils and evil beings? Aiden speaks of the way they induce humans to give up their souls. His ostensible devils and evil beings write real contacts. Most of these are used to force weaker beings into oaths to keep them in subservience. Depending on the conditions, they can control their demonic counterparts and much more. But human souls have been seized by their vassals up to that point. So it says, Well, do you think Duck B-Chain has signed a contract with the devils? Aiden says, Until now he has been the guardian of his family and the artifact will protect him and his family. Then he says, Manaman, but if he continues to work with the devils, B-Chain's artifact will soon fall apart. Totia says, The more devils there are on the same contact, the more they will be destroyed. The more you are bound, the stronger the bondage will become. Aaron says that's why it's so difficult to free yourself once you've been captivated by demons. They say human souls are captured by demons. Even after the body dies, they can't be freed from the demon's grip. Tia says, What if I could stop the demons from contacting me? Then we return to the flag bag and a badge says, You want to make contact? Tia says, You pay with your own souls or contacts made with other demons. You can. Listen here. Everyone starts panicking and a black cat says, But I've already made a contract with the great devil. I don't have any contracts. I have the strongest wolf and the most souls. Tia says, It's great here. To put it simply, one contact is equal to one coin. You all have to convert your contacts into coins, and for every coin I get, you'll get a bowl of stew. Listen here, everyone. They become happy and say, Great, here are your coins. It was very easy here. Gradually, they have a lot of coins. Seeing them, Shiro says, My lady, what is this in the world? Tia says, These are all the coins that I have minded today. Then Alexa looks at one of the coins and says, "Are these coins the devil's contracts into physical matter? They are not real things." But this, no one can break the bonds bound by the contract, because this is a pledge between souls made by magical power. Because the contract is spiritual property, you cannot steal it, nor can you copy it, nor can you counterfeit it because you can only use coins issued by our sin. This contract is mine from today, and no devil can break it. And here we have a trap for Bill. Dynam next scene sees Bill in Diamond Castle. Biller yells at Pig. He says the stone golems are still in Belosa. Weren't they taken by Holstein yet? Pig says yes, but it's strange. Bill says what's there. Pig says there's a demon lord and a group of other warriors there. Bill says what demon lord? Pig then speaks and the stone golems obey him. Hearing this, Bill becomes even more angry and asks what's going on there. And Maniman says I was planning to conquer Belosa first. And then slowly Holster wins. The stone golems are weak, but their physical strength cannot be ignored. Well, it can't be helped. I have to face them in the next box, and openly. Dynam Nexon looks at Tia and Aiden. Tia says, "Since that day, the distance that separated us has closed. He's right next to me, but that bastard Blair, why hasn't he come yet?" Aiden says, "Well, lady." Tia says, "Yes." And Moneyman says, "It's because of him looking at me more than usual. There could be side effects too." Aiden says divorce documents, we talked about it the other day. Tia Moneyman says she's still wearing her mask, but I can almost see her face through it. Just then, Blair comes flying in, and they both get shocked, and Tia shouts, "Blair," then Bill says, "How are you all?" Whole state looking at him, Aiden Moneyman thinks so here is the great devil Blair. Then Bill says to Aiden, "Hey, do you know how much it cost to renovate that house of mine? The one you broke?" Aiden says, "You kidnapped my white. Be happy. That's all I did. Otherwise, I want to cut your tongue out. Right now, into 1,000 pieces." He catches his shot. Then the player says, "Be careful what you say in front of a great debut." Seeing them fighting like this, Tia says, "The tension between these two is really getting intense." And she says, "You're welcome. I've been waiting for you." Here Bill comes down and says, "It's in 1,000 pieces. You were waiting for me. Look here." Aiden angrily says, "Stay away from my wife." Bill says, "Hey, at least let me talk to her." Todia Moneyman says, "Yeah, right. She lost her parents to demons, and I told her to stay with me. I shouldn't have done that. I should have thought about it more deeply." She stops Aiden and says, "Aiden, I'm sorry. If it's too annoying here, you can go outside." And Moneyman says, My wife is kicking me out." When Biller says, "Okay, let's just leave it to the two of us to discuss some business." Ed takes Dentia's hand and says, "No, Letitia, I promise." Hearing this, Sanaya says to herself, "I think I can see rabbit ears on her." Then Blia says, Okay, whatever. I'll get straight to the point. I want to take over your business." Tia says, "Yeah, so you have a plan here, but you don't know how much I'll charge for it." Bill says, "Hey, lady," then Aiden says, "Don't mess with her." Biller angrily says, "Hey, why are you interrupting me?" "Listen." Tia Manaman says, "This can't be denied." Biller Manaman says, "You couple are driving me crazy." Tia tells Aiden, "Calm down, Aiden." Bill Manaman says, "I'm fully prepared to seduce her. If he keeps interrupting me like this, I won't be able to do anything." And the woman over there has poor eyesight. She doesn't even blink. And the next one, Demon Lord Mo, is so hostile towards me. Why is he being aggressive? Then Tia says, "Wait a minute. I'm going to get some documents." Bill says to himself, "Yes, maybe he had some conflict with some demons in the past." When a person is very angry, it becomes easier to read his mind. Yes, at least let me hear the name of that demon who made him so mad. Then he reads his mind, which says, "Don't even try to hit my wife." Look here, Tia is shocked and says, "Oh my god." What does Tia say? Bill says, "Money man." Basically, he is shouting his thoughts loudly. Then he tells Tia not to take it to your mind. "I heard something wrong," and the money man says, "You fellows, this Pat, I have come to discuss business with your wife. How can I not look at her while talking?" So Aiden, seeing the thoughts in his mind, says, "Then close your eyes." Biller says, "Who on earth discusses about any subject with his eyes closed?" Aaron, the money man, says, "Do you want your eyes to be closed forever?" Biller, that money man, says, "He's lost his mind." Just then, Tia comes in and says, "What are you two doing?" Bill says, "Oh, just a little chat from the bottom of our hearts." Then Aiden Moneyman says, "I hate her though. I told him not to look at her." Then Tia says, "Let's get straight to the point." Then she puts on a mask and goes inside the restaurant and starts showing everything. Billion Money Man says, look here. Here is the famous pub Otherworld, and those naughty sand cats are going crazy for the stew. It seems there's something here. There is nothing but half of the leftover stew. What could be the recipe for this? Then Tia says, hey, look up. Then he looks at a boat and says, yes, menu, there is nothing on your menu except stew, 1 cat stew for 1 coin. What is a coin here? Tia says, I want to run my business with a new currency. Hearing this, Biller gets shocked and says, what? Tia says Denya is the human currency which is created and used by humans, and as the official devils loot the Denya issued by humans. Yes, more Denya are circulated among devils, so the value of the currency decreases. Here, Sun Money Man says. So here is what he meant. But if you think about it, he is right because we devils have taken a lot of money from human Denya, so the value of the currency has changed a lot. And I am sure it will be cancelled in the last, but if we create a new currency, it can have its own value among devils also. Then Tia shows them coin and says, so we will replace the devils with a new currency called coin. We will change the entire market structure. Look here. Blair says he's quite smart, and Diamani says in her heart, it seems he took the bait. Biller says, is it just for a simple man like you to change the structure of the devilish market? How dare someone even say there's negligence here? Todia looks at him and says, oh, you're right. The only human master in the North Frontier has very little power. Bill says, yes. Todia says it's very difficult for us to run this small restaurant. Of course they must be devilish. They'd know better how to conduct business among devils. And while talking about it, many of them are interested in our new currency. Hearing this, Biller is shocked and interrupts Aiden, asking, who? Mephistet or Asteroid? What kind of deal do you think is this that's attracted so much attention? Tia says, now I can see you're interested too, right? Otherwise, why would you be so upset? Tia then shows him the coin and says, this is our currency, called coin. Looking at its current bill, I'll say it's worth 50 denia. Aiden says it's correct until this morning. Hearing this, Biller is shocked and says, this is crazy. How can this useless stew be so expensive? Tia says, well, its price has been rising continuously. Biller says, this is a joke. I'll check it myself. He says this and holds out his bag. Seeing this, Tia says, Money Man, yes, that bag looks exactly like the one I snatched from that pig. Blair then opens the bag and takes out a scale from it. Seeing this, Tia softly tells Aiden, this is crazy. What's in there? How can you fit such a large object into such a small bag? Aiden says, there's a bag used by demons called an inventory. It's a kind of portable storage room that can hold anything. Thanks to magic, it connects portals to the bag. Tia says, that's interesting. Aiden says you can send or receive items through it. Tia says, so would a pig's bag work the same way? It looks a bit like a bank account. It shows scales there. The player says, here's a scale I invented myself. It tells you the true value of whatever you put on it. Aiden replies, hey, Pumpkinhead, stop your husband from doing that. Tia and Aiden get even angrier, and Tia calls out, Pumpkinhead. Bill then says, I'm about to reach my breaking point. Did you hear that? I've never messed with my obsession with money. Did you understand? Then he brings out 50 Daniels and says, give me a coin. If this really works like a real corpse, my scale will show its value. Totia does so. She gives him a coin. Bill places the coin on the scale and says, it better not be worth more than 10 Daniels. He places the coin and the scale starts to go down. Look here, Blair says. Oh, it looks like it's more than I thought. Then the scale goes all the way down, shocking Blair. He says, I can't believe how much it costs. Why does it keep going up? A moment later, the calculations are complete, and 1 coin costs 500 Denians. Seeing this, Blair is shocked and says, 500 Denians is nonsense. How is that possible? Tia then asks, do you remember where we were just now? Blair looks at her and says, Rustin Hall. Pelia was eating stew there. Tia says, we've been issuing our coin for a few days, and since issuing it, we accept any coin made by David. They have refused to do so, and because they have a specific issuance date, simply put, coins are a limited resource, and you, Blair, are the devil of wealth. You just showed interest in our coin business in front of everyone. Hearing this, he is even more shocked, and Tia says that because you showed interest in their coin business, the price increased. Bill says, so you mean its value increased even more from that moment on? Tia says, I wonder what they thought when they found out that Great Devil Bill might have a hand in this business. They were very worried about it. He must have been worried that he might not be able to eat the stew. Bill says, okay, so that's it. Tia says, now I can start the conversation. She says, but it's still amazing how you raised the price so much in such a short time, trading only one coin. I can see how talented you are, Blair. Bill says, that's right. I raised the price from 50 to 500 denarius. That's so interesting. Tia says, but never forget the exchange of denarius coins. Bill says, I knew you meant it. I have a plan. You will charge me more interest, right? Then Aiden shows him a paper and says, the exchange fee is 5 fields per coin, and here is the exchange rate. Seeing this, Bleer gets a little surprised and says, don't I have such a small amount? Just deduct it from the exchanged amount. He says this and starts signing. Then Tia says, my scale, he cannot lie. And the only fact is that I showed interest in this business. Price increased rapidly, so now we can really increase the value of this nonsense coin by this much. Not in a few days, I mean in a few minutes. Then Tia tells him that there was a good business here. So Bill Moneyman says, no, making a coin doesn't seem that difficult. So what if I make a new one? No, the value of this limited resource called coin is determined by the scarcity and demand of the remaining stew. If I can also get the juice of the stew or trade the coin for something more valuable, then that way I can make even more money. For this new purpose, I need to dominate this new currency market. Then Tia hands him a bag and says, here are 499 denarii and 95 peels. Now what do you say? Are you interested in our new currency? Biller says, yes. Then the money man says, to capture the coin market, I have to wait until its value drops. Tia pretends she's not interested, and he says, no. Then the money man says, and I'll buy it then. I'll buy it when its value starts falling. Tia also says, money man, it's exactly as I expected. Then Blair says, well, it seems like your husband needs to control his anger. Tia says there's no secret here because he already lost his parents to the devils. Without me, you already... Then Bill says, that bastard looks like a stone statue, but inside he's burning with jealousy. Totia is shocked and says, jealousy? Then Moneyman asks, what is he planning this time? Player says, hey, why would I lie in such matters? Totia Moneyman says, who would believe the devil? Then she looks at Eden and says, but is this true? Player says, do you really want to know? Do you want me to tell you something? Really, you won't have to spend much to know here. Totia looks at Eden and Moneyman says Eden's true feelings. Then Bilia says to Tia, I need one small thing from you. What do you think about this? Do you really not want to know? Tia says, I want to know everything, but even if I knew everything, nothing would change. Listen, Blair tells Moneyman she's not caught up in this. He says, well, I know you act like a happily married couple. No wonder you don't want to know his true feelings or whatever. Tia says, what? What if he really knows Aiden's true feelings? Blia then says, you need to get the divorce papers. I've met him, right? What good will lying do to me? Once you divorce him, you'll have no one left. You better prepare for this before it's too late. Totia says to herself, right, if I divorce him, I'll have to say goodbye not only to Aiden, but also to Bessie, Alexa, Cesaro, and everyone else at Holliston Castle. Just then, Aiden arrives and shows Baylor the paper, saying, here's the receipt. If you're done, go away. Then he tells Tia, don't look at him. When Letitia looks him in the eye, Tia says to herself, I'll be left behind again. Billier takes a deep breath and says, you guys are a truly unpleasant couple. Then he flies into the air and says to Aiden, but you know what? Once your fate is entangled with the devil, you can never be free. We will meet again, Lord of Hallstatt. Then he says to her in his mind, whether it's on your ancestral mantle or near your bike or wherever your eyes can reach. Listen to Aiden here. He gets angry and tries to catch it, but it disappears. Seeing this, Tia says to herself, he's gone. I almost fell for his sweet talk. Next time I'll be more careful. Tia then closes the pop-up and says to herself, I can't get Biller's words out of my mind. Oh, be careful, Lydia. The great devil has a plan here. Just then, Pig comes and says, oh, Pig. Then Pig bows his head and says, how are you, madam? Seeing this, Aiden says, money man, what a winner Pig he is. Then Pig says to Aiden, and how are you too, Hostler's lord? Todia asks, you came here with Bill, right? Pig says, oh, to be honest, Master doesn't know I'm here. Totia says, well, I really want to try the stew, but I don't have any contract because I've already signed a contract with Lord. Tia asks, so you want to buy the coin, right? Pig says, yes. Then Tia looks at some papers and says, when Bill. He said that he wasn't interested in coins, so the price should be a little lower. I should check today's closing price. Pig said, thank you, madam. I just need one coin, just one. Totia gave him a coin and said, "We've closed the store today, so come tomorrow." Pig said, "I will. Take care of yourself, madam," he said, and then left. After she left, Aiden said, "It seems we haven't seen much progress today. What should we do?" Lady Tia said, "No, we've made a lot of progress." Aiden said, "But how?" Tia said, "It seems that the great devil has caught our eye very quickly." After this, Pig goes to Blair Diamond Castle and gives the coin to Blair and says, "Here is the coin you asked me to bring, my lord." Bill says, "Why did it take so long? Didn't you use the door?" Pig says nervously, "Oh, I lost the bag there." Bill says, "What? How? Oops, you're such an idiot." Then he puts the coin on his scale and says, "Let me see it first. It's 340 denaries here." As soon as I put the coin in his scale, the price went down again. "But I think you should wait until it drops even more," Pig said. "I'll have to wait and see." He then takes the coin and stares at it. Then we see a few days later, Bill yells, "Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more." He says this because the coin's price keeps going up even more. Then he yells, "Why? Why doesn't it move?" When it drops, it starts bouncing back up. Then it goes back up a little bit more. It falls down and then starts jumping up again. So Pick says, "My lord, you've done nothing but watch Darrows for days." Tobiler angrily says, "Did the stupid scale break here or something?" Pig says, "How about some fresh air, master? And you need to mingle with other people. Oh, I mean, with the devils. I'm starting to worry about your health." So Biller shouts, "What if the price drops in the meantime?" Pick says, "I don't think the price will fall any further. Why don't you do it now? Buy it." Willie shouts, "It's gone up even more." He increases the price to 104 denians per coin. Then Pick says, "But other devils have started investing in the coin market, and the stube is still selling like hotcakes." So Mara says, "I just need to take it down one more denian." Just one more denian, and he ties Pick up. After a few days, the price of one coin becomes 43 denians. Seeing this, Biller becomes happy and says, "I'm going to buy the coin. At least untie me. You must do that." Then we see the next scene in Hallisted Castle. N says to his knight, "So here's the plan. Have I explained myself? Thank you for your cooperation." Then the tyrant says, "But honey, do you really think they'll fall for this trick?" Aaron says, "If not the other demons, I'm sure Bill will definitely fall for it." Aaron says, "By the way, where's your wife?" Aiden says, "Yes." Aaron says, "Well, here's the deal." Then we see a flashback. Tia says to Aiden, "Please give me just 1 hour. I beg you, can't you give me 1 hour? Leave me alone in my room." Then we return from the flag bag. Aaron says, "Well, here's the deal. You're around her 24 hours a day." Then we see another flashback to Tia's room. Tia looks inside the bag and says, "I can't find it." When Aiden, she showed me its inventory. I remembered that I had put the Dillo sweeper in the pig's inventory, and now I can't find it here. What if I go inside? Saying here, she goes inside. Going inside, she sees that there is a big room, and she says in surprise, "What is this place here?" Then after searching for some time, she gets tired and says, "No matter how hard I try to find it, I am not able to find it." "But why? Does this give me any relief?" Then Aiden starts calling her. Tia comes out of the room and says, "Aiden, can you come in?" Then Aiden comes in and says, "Is everything okay?" "Let's go," Tia says. "Yes, what do you mean?" Aiden says, "Well there. Do you need more time alone?" Tia says. "What Aiden says, then I'll do it here. I'm just worried that I might have upset you a lot lately." So Tia says to herself, "Will Aiden be as scared of being alone there as I am?" And she says, "What are you talking about? I need to be alone with you. I like living here more than being alone." Saying this, Tia gets shocked, and Manaman says, "Yes. What did I just say here?" Hearing this, Aiden starts blushing. Then while wearing his mask, he says, "My face is suddenly feeling cold." Then Tia also, while leaving from there, says, "I also need some water right now." And Aiden Manaman says, "Because of such times, I am grateful for my mask." Then Kesaro comes there and he says, "My lady, today, as soon as we opened the pub, the biller bought all the coins." Then Tia Manaman says, "Okay, I understood." Then we next scene pub. I see Biller buying all the coins and saying, "Yes, now all the coins are mine." Tia arrives and tells them, "I think this means we have to close down." Hearing this, Belia says, "Biller bought all the coins. This means that the stone won't be made anymore?" Tia then asks Bill, "Did you really buy all the coins in the market?" Bill says, "Yes, all the ones you currently have." Just then Pig comes in and says, "My lord." Seeing him, Bill says, "Hey Pig, you got it right. I have a contract to buy the coins and send payment to Lady Hallistet." Still reads it and says, "Yes, my lord." But I'm afraid that if you send her the money here, you'll have to collect all the denaries on your list. How will you pay such a large bill all at once? Player says, but I've already signed the contract. You worry too much, Sword. As soon as the coin price rises, I'll collect even more denaries. Pick says, we're fine. Then, do you have any of your own? Do you have inventory, madam? Tia replied, yes, I do. Aiden, surprised, replied, oh, this is great. Then let's go to the office and sort this out. He brought the papers and said, here are the payment documents, and you can stamp the inventory button right here. Tia took out the bundle and said, that's what the button means, isn't it? She placed Pick's stamp on the spot, and Pick replied, it's finished. After the stamp was applied, Tia, when she looks in the bag, there are coins in it, and there Pig starts looking at the seal carefully and says that it looks a bit strange here. And he asks Tia, Madam, is that the bag? Tia shows it to him and says, oh, you noticed it till the last time. Seeing it, Peek says in surprise, Madam, do you know how hard I was searching for that bag? Hearing this, Blair says, there's just a stupid bag here. I will make more for you. Pick says, a stupid bag in this my collection. In that bag, Pick sees a collection of how to make his feet beautiful. It was. Tosha shows it and says, look at it here. Pick shouts, please, madam, give it back to me. I spent my entire life buying that stuff. Totia says, it's not free. Pick says, you're really a scary lady. Pick then says to Blair, oh my lord, are you? Blair says, yes. How much is it there? I don't want to be some old master. Pig says, but alas, you don't have any money. You have whatever Danians you had left. He gave it to them. The player says, no problem, I can sell some coins and lend you the money. How much do you need? Tia says, oh, but I'm afraid there's a small problem with the exchange of money. Bill asks, and how much is there? Tia tells him to look at the bill. It says, 1 coin will be exchanged for 1,000 Daniels. The player is shocked and Manaman says, how can this happen so quickly? Tia says, are you kidding? The joke here is reduce the fees immediately, Totia says, showing him the contract. So you should always check the terms of the contract before signing. Great Devil Billier, there are no such conditions in this contract that we cannot increase the interest without any notice. Bilkis says to himself, he caught me, and he says, you proven little girl, reduce the fees immediately. He's about to take the contact from her when Aiden comes and pulls Tia away, then blocks her attack with his shot. So Bilya, he says my attacks are coming back. Then he attacks again, but his attacks go back. So he says, how did this happen? Tatia says, as you mentioned yourself, contracts are very important for the devil. You have some strict rules that you must follow, right? Oh, and we are getting a lot of complaints about the price of the stave. So to compensate for this, we reduced its price and this reduced the price of the coin. So Bilya says in surprise, no, you guys are cheats. How are this crooked pair of devils? Tia says, a devil is calling me a devil. Oh my god, all of the great devil Bill Billier's money is in my hands now. Billier, feeling poor, says, are we broke now, my lord? Biller says, nonsense, we still have coins. So everything will be fine. Then Palber and Bolanus get scared and say, wait, we're from the capital of hell, a group of devils who work to increase the wealth of every devil. It does, as long as your faith and trust in us remains intact. Seeing them, Blear says, yes, I have never heard of such a thing before. The Bolanist says, we constantly monitor the financial markets of devils. We have received reports that you, Lord Blear, who are our biggest customer, are facing serious financial problems. That is why we have come to meet you. The Bolanist says, excellent. What kind of service have you provided for your customer? The Bolanist says, there is a commission increase here, and such an action against a great devil. How dare they do this? You can borrow money from us at Health Capital against your property. You just need to complete some paperwork. It was wise for you to buy coins because the coin market is booming. But you still need to make a living and consider the people you have to write to. The coin's price will rise soon. Until then, you can use our loan service and repay your loan later. The biller is delighted and, without further explanation, sends the contact away. But while signing, he says, did you guys hear, man? This is what we call bond between devils. Seeing this, Peak stops him and says, my lord, then what will happen to our inventory? Bill says, forget it. I don't want to give a single penny to those evil and miserly people. I will make a new one for you right now. Pig says, but my lord Bill. Toppler says, just wait and see, the price of the coin is going to rise like crazy. Let's go home now. After saying this, he leaves from there. As soon as he leaves, Bolst says, it seems he doesn't really like to learn. So Aiden says, Well done, Bolanist and Palar. So what do we do now? Tia says, through Nigini Shiva, Biller borrowed money against his diamond Caesar and all his property. So Biller's inventory should be completed now. Then Polanist says, and because we lent him money, everything here belongs to Hostet. Right? Tia says, yes. We should go back and get our precious money back, along with Biller's castle and all his property. Tanum next scene Holinist Castle. Let's see it at night. Aiden Moneyman says, now that I'm done here I should answer these letters. Why are there so many? Canto Omardo, Mercurius Quay, and Dick Borso. What are all these letters for? Then Tia says in her sleep, now you've got Blair here. Listen. Aiden looks at her and smiles. Then he opens a letter and reads it and is shocked. Then we see the next morning. Tia wakes up. Aiden says to her, are you awake, Italy? Tia says, oh, Aiden, you're awake. You woke me up. I could have, Aiden says, but now we were sleeping very deeply. Then someone comes there and he says, breakfast is over, lady. My lady. That's it. Tia Manaman says, why is she still wearing a mask? Then we see another scene at night. Aiden reads the letter there, in which it was written, dear Lord Hollistead, because I am aware that you are planning a divorce. If you don't mind, I can get a chance to meet Lady Hostet personally. Then he reads another letter, in which it was written, Lord Hostet, I've heard sad news from the divorce lawyer. I'll file for divorce as soon as I can. I'd like to have a cup of tea with Lady Hostet. I'll send you a letter after I hear the news of your divorce. I have a lot of land and property, but I'm still not married. However, I want to spend the last years of my life with Lady Hollistead. Aaron becomes very angry at everything here and wonders to himself, what in the world is going on here? Is this the best thing for him? Is this the right thing to do, or have I done this? I thought, I understand it perfectly, but my heart feels like it's breaking into a million pieces. He starts crying as he says this. While crying, Man says, I have to put on the mask again so I can be strong and not be fooled. Then, in the first scene, Aaron speaks to Tia. What's our next move? Tia says, Miller will be very worried and anxious about the price of coins right now. So, we're going to take advantage of that. Then, in the next scene, we see the Diamond Castle. Bandage and Oret go over and shout, Great Devil Billier, he's here. Biller comes out and asks, who is he? Oret says, we're from the Financial Security Institute. He then shows his card and says, we recently found 2 inventories of suspicious activity under your name. Have you sent a large sum of money recently? Bill looks at his card and says, I didn't even know they existed. He says, yes. I made some money transactions. Then, Lord Bill, why did you send money to your job listing that you issued? Blair says it's because that lady stole his stuff and says, oh my God, is this true? This is more serious than we expected. This means here your own inventory is also in their hands now. Then Blair gets shocked and says what? Aaron says, if she came from your servant's inventory dimension crack, she can also access your property through your inventory. Hearing this, Blair gets even more shocked and says, here's the joke. How could an ordinary person do this? He says that ordinary person has already put you in a lot of financial trouble. Then he remembers Tia's words when she said, next will undermine his confidence, to keep his trust in this company. Then he tells Buntes, we don't normally do this, but since there's a great devil Billier here, we can help you with this because your inventory could be at risk right now. You'll need to invest all your money in the new stock we've issued. It should be transferred to the Financial Security Institute, FSI. If you give us access to your inventory, we can safely transfer the money to another inventory. After saying this, they start exchanging bags and Blair says thank you. After the exchange, they leave and say, rest assured we will protect your valuable money at FSI. The second time Blair looks at the bag, here, very interesting. He tells them, thank you, FSI. Just then, Pig arrives and says, my lord? Who was there? Player says, hey Pig, listen. I never knew that social services for devils would be so nice. They said they would protect my property. Hearing this, Pig gets angry and says, so you handed over your inventory to them? Bill says, yes, now all my money and property will be safe. He then checks the bag and says, and here's the transfer. But he sees nothing in the bag. The telly remains empty, seeing which Vila gets shocked and Pick shouts, my lord, they have caught you again. Then Bessie and others come there. Then Bessie shouts, what devil Blair is here, we are from Hell Capital. Seeing them, Blair says, Hell Capital, but wait, you guys are from Hell State. Then Bessie starts moving towards him. Look here, Belle. Says, will you all stay away from me? Then Bessie takes out a red-colored chit. Seeing Belle says, what are you going to do with this? Then Bessie gives that chit to Blair. She puts it on the pot behind her. Looking here, Blair and Pick are shocked and ask, "What is this?" Messi says, "Biller, we have confirmed that you are no longer able to fulfill your contractual obligations. According to your contract, we are now taking over your castle and all your inheritance." Hearing this, Bilia is shocked and says, "Can't this happen here? This isn't true, my entire estate." Just then T arrives and says, "It seems we've won." Seeing her, Bilia becomes even more nervous. He angrily asks, "How dare a mere mortal like you touch the Grand Devil's money?" He transforms into a monster and shouts, "How dare you?" He roars loudly. Tia then says, "Remember, you've signed a contract. Blair, as long as the contractor is successful, you can't take back the money or harm me." She then takes out a right chit and places it on the top of the peak. She says, "And as per the contract you signed with Hell Capital, when they confiscate all your property, it means here they can take all the humans and devils working in your castle with them." Blair says in surprise, "What?" Then Kaisaro puts a red chit on everyone and their souls get freed. As soon as they get free from Blier's contact, they say, "I can talk." And the same happens with Pick, seeing whom Blier shouts and says, "You are a cursed human." Saying this, he starts attacking Tia. When Aiden moves forward to intercept him, he blocks Bliar with his shot, injuring him, and he screams. Aiden then says, "How dare you talk back to me? Until now, I've kept my anger under control for my plan, but now things are different." The player says, "I signed the contract." "Okay, but you didn't say here that you could take my inventory. This is fraud. I'll have you all prosecuted in the Supreme Devil Court." As he says this, he casts a spell. It falls on the ground, causing energy to emanate. Seeing this, a frightened man speaks of Lord Blair. The energy increases there. Then Blair says, "I will meet you in hell." Then we see Atia and Adnami reach there with Biller. Biller says to them, "This is the Supreme Court of Devils. Now what can you do here?" Then the judge of the Supreme Court says, "Second Master of Holstate, Litia Hostet, will you answer my question? Yes or no?" Tia gets nervous and says, "Oh dear." Then the judge says, "Present. By ignoring the issue system, you created a mutual currency and deceived the great Saturn Miller into thinking he could corner the market, forcing him to invest all his wealth in the currency. Is this true?" Tia Moneyman says, "Don't worry, ladies," and says, "Yes, this is the truth." Then the judge says, "Furthermore, right after he invested, they raised the commission without notice, which was essentially market manipulation, and secured all his wealth through greedy lending and fraud. Is this true?" Tia says, "Yes, all of this is true." The judge asks, "Would you like to explain yourself?" Tia says, "In this process, the villains signed all the contracts and must abide by their terms. Isn't that true?" Then Billier says, "Nonsense. Those contracts were all sham contracts." The judge says, "You have committed a grave crime of fraud against a great devil. Because I, the judge, could not remain silent in the face of such a heinous crime. That is why the case has been presented to the court." Cynthia starts to panic, and the player starts to laugh. "It seems so." Then the judge says, "What a talented human being you are," and he bursts into laughter. Then he says, "How can an ordinary human being be so evil? We are all amazed by what you have achieved." Two Villiers angrily replies, "You're joking, Your Honor. Why are you praising a human being? He defrauded the great devil." The judge says, "Shut up. All the devils of the fool pursue evil. Have you forgotten that? Deception is your power, and treachery is your art." This case brought by Devil Bilia is dismissed. And after this moment, Bill is stripped of his title of Great Devil. They say they're ending their trial, but Bill cries out, "What?" Then he's sent back. The judge then says to Tia, "Human, you have the potential to become a great devil. I sincerely wish you would degenerate into a devil so you won't be afraid of fire." Tia says, "Wait." The judge says, "Good luck, human." Then they return and ask, "Is it over here?" Alexa asks, "Did we win?" Then Caesar says, "My lady, look there." Everyone looks there and says there is jewelry flying in the air. Then Tia looks at her bag and says, "Yes, why is it feeling heavy suddenly?" Then she looks inside and gets shocked. "Look here," Aiden says, "What happened late, Tia?" Tia says, "All the treasures of the palace are in this bag, and I think now we have all the compensation of Bill for Christ's place." From here we all get shocked. Then a lady comes there and says that the first name of this castle was Saranash. Melian made a contact with the previous owner. He did it and took over the palace. After this, he gradually took over all the people living in this state, and for this victory he was given the title of Great Devil. And since then this castle has been called Diamond Castle, Tia says. Now, since the contact has been broken, you have saved my other family members and all the people of this palace. How can I thank you? You have saved my soul. Here, listen, Tia says. I saved his soul. Then his body starts glowing. Seeing this, Tia says, oh, their bodies. The lady says, our bodies have been destroyed long ago. We have been bound to this palace for a very long time. But finally, now I can meet my family. Thank you, my lady. Then the other ladies also say, thank you very much. I could not thank you enough. After saying this, they all disappear. Dynam sees the next scene. People talking among themselves say, did you hear that Allstate has become very rich in Holly? I heard that they defeated a great devil. I've heard they have great welfare benefits. They used to be very poor. They're providing education and hospitals for their people. Maybe I should move to their state too. Then we see Bessie, upon seeing her latest model, say, oh my dear sweetheart, do you know that ever since I saw you, I've wanted to take you with me? Then Tia asks Keizero, what did you buy with your bonus? Keizero says, I do. Then he shows her a bill, which she sees. Tia is shocked and says, a sailboard. Keizero says, I never thought that I would be able to own a sailboard after my retirement. Look here, Tia says. Money Man says everyone has their dreams in the last years of life. Then she says to Alexa, Alexa, did you buy anything? Alexa says, I am fine, my lady. Then Aiden comes to Alexa and he says, Alexa, here is the thing. I have something to give you. Alexa says, what is here? Then Aiden gives her a diamond ring. Seeing this, Alexa gets shocked and she says, how did you manage here? Aiden says, when our financial situation was bad, you sold it and gave us the money. I always wanted to get it back because I knew how valuable it was to you. It's had many different owners since then, but I took great care of it. Alex takes it and says, oh dear, I never thought I'd see it again. Thank you so much, my lord, my lady. Totia says, thank you for everything because of your hard work and your faith in me. Lastak succeeded in winning this commercial war with Biller. I think the North can now enjoy peace and happiness for a while. And she looks at Aiden and says, Money Man. And what does this mean for us? Then in the next scene, Tia meets Aiden and Aiden says, do you have something to tell me, lady? Tia says, the thing is honestly, Aiden, I lost the divorce papers. Aiden is a little surprised. Then Tia says, I'm sorry, Aiden. And she says, that's on me. He will get angry. That paper is very important. But Aiden starts getting happy and hiding his smile says, then I will have to call a divorce lawyer and get it rewritten. Then Tia starts getting nervous and says, though it will take some time, right? Aiden says, yes, I guess it can't be helped. Tia says to herself, I don't want to talk about the divorce papers anymore. So maybe I should just leave. Then Tia looks at the clock and says, oh, look at the time, it's almost midnight. Oh, it's time to sleep too, isn't it? There's no need to rush, so you don't have to do it here today. You can call tomorrow. Aiden says, Litia. Totia says, you know, I still remember the moment you came to my rescue and called me by my name. Aiden blesses her and says, yes, I did. Totia says, I like it when you call me by my name. Then she says, Money Man, and as soon as I divorce you, I'll never hear you say my name again. And I'll cherish this day for as long as I want. I want to drive you there. Then Aiden says, please, please, stay with me a little longer tonight. She blushes and says, what? But for what? But now I'm safe and we have separate rooms. I'm scared. Then Aiden takes something out of his door and says, things have been so busy lately, so you must have forgotten about it. Tia says, about what? Then Aiden goes to Tia and kneels down and says, I've never said it here before, but I'm a little nervous about saying it here now. But I've always wanted to say it out loud instead of giving a gift. Then it's 12 o'clock and the car starts to buzz, and Aiden opens the box containing a pendant. Aiden says, I'm sorry I haven't been able to be here with you for the past 7 years, Letitia. But now, happy birthday, Letitia. Then we see a flashback to Aiden's childhood. Aiden looks at his face in the water and says, I have another pimple. Then we hear the sound of someone coming, which frightens Aiden, and he immediately starts wearing a mask. He tries. Due to his haste, Aiden falls down. Just then a boy comes there and says, Aiden. He sees Aiden and says, hey. Then Aiden says, Hans, I told you not to come in so suddenly. The boy's name is Hans, who says, I'm sorry, next time I'll definitely knock. Then he shows Aiden a book and says, I've read the book you gave me last night. I think I was too excited. Aiden says, already. Anne says, yes, it's incredibly. It was amazing. Aiden says, that's right. Isn't it? What was your favorite part? Hans says when they defeated the dragon. Aiden happily says, me too. Me too, and your favorite character, we will say it together on the count of three. Hans gets a little shocked and says the answer is very difficult. So Aiden starts his work. On the count of three, they both say together, Billy, Billy. On getting the answer of A, they both get happy and say, that's why we are good friends. Then Hans shows him the wooden plank and says, let's have a battle. We should work hard to be as strong as cats, Aiden said, but I haven't had breakfast yet. Then we see an hour later, they're both tired from training. Why are you so good at sword fighting? Aiden said. That's because Hans sits down and says, well, it's no wonder you're so good. All the great teachers have taught you everything, but a stable boy like me can do nothing but look after and feed horses all day long. I don't like working here at all. It's so boring. I want to become stronger so I can destroy all the monsters and demons, defeat all the great devils, and become a warrior. This idea really appeals to Aiden, and he says, what about me? Will you kill me too? Hans panics and says, no, why would I kill you? Aiden says, because I am. Hans says, you're my best friend and fellow warrior who is under the curse. Do you know that girls often have such bad luck, and I like interesting characters? Aiden says, we'll need a magician who knows how to do magic, and we'll go on an adventurous trip to Darkland. I'll defeat all the demons and lift the curse for you. Then we see nighttime. Aiden is in bed, thinking to himself, a fellow warrior. He remembers Hans and falls asleep with a smile. Then we see in the next scene, Bessie asks Aiden, is this a new title you've come up with? Aiden says, yes. Bessie says, so would you like to? I'll read it tonight. Aiden says, no thank you. I'll read it tomorrow, laughing. Bessie feels bad hearing this, and Saffron starts laughing. Then Bessie says, it seems you really liked the story about Elderberry. Aiden says, well, in this story, when we grow up, Hans and I go on an adventure to defeat all the monsters and devils. We'll make a lot of friends during our journey. Hans even promised to lift my curse, and he even said that he'd be very talented with a character like mine. Famous. They said I'm a mysterious male character with a tragic backstory and something else. They said I'm good-looking and a shy guy. If I want to continue my family lineage, I have to get married. But who would want to marry a man like me? So that's why I have to go to a wedding with a smile. Alex says, my lord, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Aiden is shocked. Then we come back from that flagrante delicto, and Tia continues the story. Hearing this, she says, wow, here I am. Alexa says, I cried a lot there and said that I feel very sorry for any lady who wants to marry a man like this. This still makes me laugh. Everyone starts laughing as she says this, and Aiden says, please stop saying such things. Tia then asks, what about Hans? What did he become when he grew up? Hearing this, the three of them say, oh ho. Tia gets nervous seeing them. Manny Man says, why are you sad anyway? What happened to him? Aaron says, I'm going to take care of Hans the horse. He was discovered to have natural talent and is currently working as a Sai Astwar protector in the capital. Totia Menemen asks what about his adventures and how he got a job. She then says, but since your good friend left, you've been so lonely. Aiden says, that's not true. I have Alexa, Bessie, and Casaro. My palace is full of people, and I have you too. So, Letitia Allstate, a small, simple palace located on the outskirts of the north, was able to grow and have you all as well. Thank you. We're so glad you're one of us, Lady Tia. Then we see Tia in the night scene on the bed, saying, many man, I used to love being with him. Even though we used to sleep in bunk beds, I get a little lonely here. Well, there's no danger now. So here she says, grabbing her necklace and sitting up, she says, hey, think about it, when I grow up soon, I'll be sharing a room with him, right? And if we don't use bunk beds, we'll be in his place. Then, Litia, she thinks about a romantic scene with Aaron, and then her nose starts bleeding. Then she goes to her table and says, oh my God, can't I be at peace? There were some letters on her table, seeing which Mani says, I had never seen these letters, when did they arrive? Dynam in the next scene seeing Bessie, Bessie says you have to come to the reception room immediately. Then Aiden reaches there and seeing a lot of people asks, what is going on? And on the other hand, Alexa says to everyone, please everyone go back today because our lady is not feeling well today, so we can't meet her today. An old man says, then I will wait here till tomorrow morning. Another person says, she will be fine by then. Isn't it? Aiden asks him. Why are you all here today? The person says, oh, you are the master of Holstadt. I heard you are writing Dubos's papers. That's why everyone has come all the way from the capital. Another person says, I will get you his lawyer. Everything will be sorted out quickly. Aiden says, please go away. Boperson says, what are you saying? Look here, Aiden angrily says, all of you should go away from here, due to which everyone gets scared and leaves from there. After this, Alexa says, what is going on here? Aiden says, is Letitia okay? Alexa says, well, I just made up a story to leave her there, she is fine. Aiden asks, where is she? Alexa says, maybe she is in the Western Garden. After this, we see Tia sitting under one leg and Letitia. She reads it and angrily tears it apart, saying, this is no different. Then she says, Monty man, he's just like my uncle. He'll take advantage of me, and if I get into trouble, his friend will blame it all on me. He'll brand me a witch and hand me over to the temple. She yells, oh, I'm angry now. The only place in this world where I can do whatever I want is Hostetter, and the only husband who will truly support me is Aiden. No matter how much he tries to marry me, I'll never let him go. I won't give you a divorce. But then what should I do? I can't keep the divorce papers Aiden wrote burning forever. Just then Aiden comes in and says, Lady Tia, are you here? Tia says, Aiden. Then Aiden sees the pieces of paper there and Tia says, oh, Aiden, I looked in the letterbox here and found my name on all of them. I'm sorry for tearing them. Then Aiden Moneyman says, I don't want you to marry anyone else. That's what I want to say. But if I keep him by my side, if I keep her, there will always be a threat to her. Tia asks Moneyman, has he gone mad? Then Aiden Moneyman says, then I want to at least express my feelings for you. Can I do that? Then he puts his hand on Tia's cheek and Moneyman says, can I convey my feelings to her? Then he says to Tia, Letitia, be honest. Just then Biller arrives there and he says, Madam Letitia, everyone is shocked to see him. Aiden takes out his sword and says, Tia, Blair. Biller says, how are you, madam? Aaron asked. What are you doing here? Melia replied. I want to ask you something shamelessly. I took the liberty to humble myself and appear before you in person. Aiden replied. The devil's begging, I know this is nothing more than a trick. Biller angrily replied, get out, demon lord. I'm here to talk to Madam Letitia. Aiden said, do you think I'll just sit back and watch while you talk nonsense in front of my bike? Tia then replied, talk to my husband, watch your language while doing this. You are a low-ranking devil. Belia, what do you want? Belia, he says nervously, Madam, can I dare to do this? Seeing her like this, Aaron Manaman says, what does he want to say? Does he want to confess his love? Then Blair says, can I dare to do this? Then Aaron Manaman says, how dare that bastard? Then Blair says shyly, can I dare to expect myself to be familiar with you? Hearing this, Aaron gets angry, and Tia is shocked and asks what player says yes. Then Tia Manaman says familiars are demon servants. They obey their master, and whenever they are called, they follow his orders. When they are not needed, they are ignored for centuries or decades. This is how they have been ranked in the line of devils, and she asks, why did you suddenly change your heart? Miller says, you said that I am ugly, whereas I used to be a great devil. You, with your clever strategy based on your knowledge, you shattered my pride and usurped all my wealth. At my expense, you were given a high regard by the greatest devil, and I was given the title of low-ranking devil. Totia says to herself, it seems as if I was too harsh on her. Then the player says, I was a worthless devil who only pretended to be great and truly evil. Whatever it takes, I want to know the depth of the true evil hidden within you and your evil plan. Tia says, yes. So, how? No. So Bill says, why not? Even if I'm still the longing devil, I can still be useful to you. Tia says, so what do you want me to do? I promise. I'll obey whatever you want me to do. You can kick me if you want. You can beat me. You can curse me and do bad business with me. You can even keep me hostage. So Anne says, Litia, let me. This bastard seems to have some scary habits. Bill says, then I'll tell you where that artifact is hidden in Serena Skysol. Tia says to herself, come to think about it, we haven't found the artifact yet. Bill then says, so what do you think? Can I help you as your family? Tia says, go away. Blair says, you weren't this talented even when you had all the power and authority. So why would I want you as my familiar? Should I? You're the great devil who fell victim to a human's fishing plan. Malaya says, you're an evil person. Tia says, everyone in our palace has lost their family and friends to devils. What makes you think I'll accept you? Who would want you if you're so bad at understanding situations? If you want a job, focus on the basics. Bill says, basics, I have to stick to the basics. Tia says, I'm done. Okay. And he disappears. As soon as he disappears, Tia asks, why would he do that? What's wrong with him? Aiden says, I was very surprised. I thought he was going to talk about something different. Tia says, a different subject, and she says to herself, aren't you surprised to hear that he wanted to become my acquaintance? She asks. How? Aiden says. The thing is, I thought he wanted to say love. Tia says, love. Aiden says, love, love. He wants to get a chance with lovely Candy, and she thinks, money. He says, thank God I had candies in my pocket. Then Tia says, I also need something sweet right now, so thank you. In the next scene, we see someone drying my clothes, and he says, did you hear that? Do you know the small dirty river that flows on the outskirts of the palace? Someone else says, yes. What about that? Then the first lady says, overnight it became clear that you can wash clothes there. And there was a devil who did all this here. I think his name was Billier. It seems he really did. He has worked very hard. Then we see in the next scene, Alexa tells Tia that I am hearing from Biller. He patrols the streets at night. There he catches pickpockets and deals with drunk people. Just then someone comes there and says, my lady, there is a fire in the South Mountain area. Tia says, is it true then he must be from Palhan? After this, they go there to check, and Blair is already there. Seeing him, Tia calls him. Then Blair says, Madam Late Tia, I have already put out the fire. Tia asks, why would you do that? What's wrong with you? Bill says, you said I had to stick to the basics. Tia says, I asked people what the basics are, and they told me to draw conclusions. The basics are about being honest and doing good deeds, based on your goodwill. Tia says, but isn't that the opposite of your personality here? You're a devil. And she says to herself, why does he look so much younger than before? Am I imagining things? Huh. Blair says, I believe there's some wisdom hidden in every word you say. To become familiar with them as humans, I need to understand the fundamental principles of their lives. That's how I understood what you said. Tia says, yes. I think you're useless now. I understand. I'll reconsider your offer. So, continue your work. Hearing this, Blair is pleased and says, sure, Madam Letia. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, then I'm going to stick to the basics. I take my leave. As he leaves, Irons asks, are you sure, Letitia? Tia says, if we keep ordering him around like this, I think there's no harm in keeping him as a familiar. He seems quite useful for the job. Then Aiden Moneyman says, a pact between a master and familiar is a deep covenant between two souls. Now that our blood pledge has been burned, the relationship between Letitia and me can only be dissolved with some divorce papers. If Letitia is the soul's partner with Bilar, then if she signs a contract, I won't be any more important to this community. Absolutely not. I need to tell Letitia how I feel before something like that happens. Then we see in the afternoon, Ednut meets Tia and says Letitia. Letitia says yes. Ednut says, Letitia, here's the thing. Well, I mean, Letitia, I want to say, I'm looking great. Then Aiden comes out of there looking sad. Alexa asks him, my lord, where are you going so late? Aiden says, just to pick some apples. Dynam next scene sees Aiden who says, some people are contracting Letitia just to take advantage of her talent, and Anil also wants to make a soul contract with her. He's my rival everywhere. I promised I would divorce her, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea for us to divorce at this time. And most importantly, I don't want to divorce her. But I also want to tell her my feelings. What will happen after this? Lady Tia deserves much more than me as a life partner. Just then Tia comes there and knocks on the door and says, Aiden, are you asleep? Hearing her voice, Aiden gets shocked and says, Tia. Then he goes and opens the door, and on seeing Tia, he starts feeling shy. Then he says, Tia, what have you brought here at such a late hour? And why haven't you gone to sleep yet? Tia says some time ago we were sharing the same room, but now we don't live together. So I feel a little strange. I saw your lights were on, so I came over. Then Aiden says, Tia, really? Then a gurgling sound comes from his stomach. Hearing which Tia says, Aiden, was that yours? Then Aiden Sharma says, I'm sorry because I was up till late night, so nothing. Tia just says, Aiden. Then Aiden says, what? Tia says, should we raid the house, Rosai? Then she puts a cloth over Aiden and takes Aiden from there to the kitchen. She starts taking him in. They start walking slowly so that no one finds out. Then when they reach the hall, they start running away. After some time, they reach the kitchen and Aiden says, are you sure we can do this? Tia says, why not? We are the masters of this castle. Aiden says, anyway, Bessie, she will be angry with us. So Tia shows him the cake and says, Aiden, look here, this is yesterday's dessert. Aiden, do you know what happens when you eat dessert first? Aiden says, what? Tia says, as much as you want. You can eat as many sweets as if it were Mendes. Aiden says, that's great. Then they start eating the desserts and Aiden says, it's fun to sneak food like this. Tia says, right. When I lived at my uncle's estate, I was always hungry and often had to sneak into the kitchen to get food. Aiden says, you did that. Tia says I was a little girl then, so it was easy to hide. I would eat too much and then stay in bed after filling my stomach. Of course, whenever I got caught, they gave me a good beating. They beat me like that, Aaron says. Did they beat a little girl? Rhea says, well, I guess they thought I was more of a troublemaker than a little kid. By the way, why were you up all this time? Aiden says, oh, I was thinking about something. Todia Manaman says, is she worried? And she says, if you have a problem, why don't you try fortune telling with flower petals? Aiden says flower petals, so Tia shows him a flower and says, whenever I have to choose between two choices, one has to choose one. I do this often, for example. Like today, I stayed up late. Tomorrow, I should sleep or not. Then she plucks the petals, one by one, and says, do I want to sleep? No, I want to sleep. I want to sleep, and I don't want to sleep. Then at last, a petal falls, and she shows it, and says, look here, I want to sleep. I can sleep tomorrow night. Then she gives a flower to Aiden. So Aiden takes it and says the result is only yes or no. So here she says, yes, here is correct. But when you are in dilemma, it helps you to make up your mind. It helps to tell. If the last petal says you shouldn't sleep late and you're very upset about it, then it means you already made up your mind to do that. Aaron says, oh, then Tia puts a piece of each in his mouth and says, and if you think about something too much, it drains your energy and you get hungry easily. That's why you need to eat good food, especially when you're worried. Then she takes a bite and says, by the way, saffron sweets are always good. I think I can have my cake and eat it forever. So Aiden looks at the flower and says, I didn't know sharing food with someone would be so much fun. Aiden starts plucking the petals. Tutia says to herself, I think ever since he was little, he must have eaten his meals alone in his room. For so long, there must have been so many things he couldn't do because of his curse and mask. Maybe he never even felt the cool spring breeze on his cheeks in the fields. The springs at the height of summer, the cool and fresh air, the sweet apples plucked by the feet, and the warm vapor of her breath on a cold winter day. Then Aiden Moneyman says, I will not, I will, and then he gets shocked. On the other hand, Tia Moneyman says, what if I can remove Aiden's curse? Then Aiden looks at the last petals of that flower and says, their divorce, I will not do that. Then Tia Moneyman says, if I can do this for him, then I will not have to divorce him. And she says, why don't we do this from time to time? Raid the kitchen. She gives him a bite of the cake and Aiden eats it and says, I like it here. Then we see the next day and she screams again, did Kesa run out of his dessert book? Who did it here? Who ate all the desserts? Kesara covers his ears and says, well, I'm not surprised this happened. My cake is so good. Bessie yells, how can you talk like that? Kesaru says, but I can make another cake. Bessie says, but who ate this one? Then Alexa comes in and says, yeah, the situation is bad. So Tatia. She says, you mean sweets? Alexa says, no, because Biller's gambling house there has closed down and we don't sell stew either. The bored devils have started attacking again. Tia says, what? Alexa says, according to reports from the outskirts of Holestead Castle, most of these incidents are caused by long devils and evil animals. She asks, so does that mean we've caused more harm to the people of Holstead in the last one? Then Moneyman says, that shouldn't be happening. We've used the army for this. He has worked hard to win. Alexa says, my lady, if you don't mind, why don't you use it? Tia says, who knows the devil best, after all? There must be the devil himself. Dynam Nexim looks at Blair, who says to the low-ranking master, because you're attacking humans, Madam Letitia, she can't concentrate on her work. A cat asks, then doesn't she have any plans to sell the stew? Abel says, we're so bored we don't know what to do for fun. Belle says Madam Letitia of the Great Light Frame isn't interested in that stupid stereo business anymore. Belle says, so what now? Then a lizard-like monster says, what's your great idea now? Mill says Madam Letitia she's planning to conquer the entire continent. Hearing this, everyone is shocked and says, is it really? Dynam checks in after a few days. Alexa tells Tia and Aiden it seems the situation has gotten a little better now. Tia says, I'm very happy to hear that. I think his cheating has reduced. Alexa says, well, it's true that he's been doing a lot of work for us lately. Alexa says, do you think so too, my lady? Hearing this, Aiden starts to panic. Then Alexa says, Madam, our crops have dried up due to the drought that has been going on for months. So Aiden immediately says, I'll take care of that. Then he makes it rain everywhere like Blanc. Next, we see Tia looking for some documents and asking, where are the palace's caretaker records from last year? Then Aiden arrives and says, they're here. Seeing this, Moneyman says, I'm impressed by how hard he's working to become a better palace master. Then Aiden tells Moneyman, I have to prove myself as a good husband, more helpful than Biller. We see that in the next scene. Tia tells Moneyman, but I think he's been pushing himself too hard lately. It seems he went out with Bluns early this morning. Is he sleeping well and eating well? I'm worried. Thinking this, she goes to Aiden's room. But Aiden is not there. Tia says to herself, still, I wanted to at least have breakfast with him. I'm sad, but it can't be helped, and I have my own work to do. Just then, someone comes in and says, my lady, could you come down to the hall and take a look? Tia says, yes. What happened? The person says, my lady, the hall is so clean that we are almost blind. Santia comes out and seeing the hall shining, she asks Bessie, Bessie, did you clean here? Bessie says, well, really. Then Blair comes in and says, Madam Lady, I just finished cleaning. Bill turns into a child, seeing which Tia is surprised and says, Bill, how did you become so small? Player says, oh, it's because of all the good things I've done here. Tia says, that's possible. Player says, if I become familiar, I'll grow up again. I'll go, so don't worry. Tia says, what if I don't accept you as my familiar? Hearing this, Blair is shocked and cries, will you leave me as a little-looking devil? She asks, if I make you my familiar, can you remove the curse of another devil? Biller says, it depends on the curse and the devil who gave it. She asks, can you find a way? Biller says, I don't have that much power. It's so low that it's hard to trace. But if you can check the consecration registry from Anant's library, I think we can find a way. Tia says, where is Anant's library? Miller says, the Anant library isn't a place here. There's just a small item here. The last time I heard about it, they said it belonged to Femistal. Tia says, Femistal? And Blair says, she's the great devil of ego. I heard there's a weirdo out there pretending to be a saint and tricking humans. She is hunting, and there is the castle over there that is the residence of Saint Bestia. So Tia asks Alexa, did you know about that place? Alexa says Stay Here is known as the headquarter of a religious group, and I heard that their power is so closed that they don't let outsiders in. Tia asks Sania, is that a great devil? Biller says that devil is one of the high-ranking devils. For many centuries, she has been deceiving people by assuming the guise of a saint. Tia says wait. Then those, what about the believers? Do they know they're worshipping Satan? Bill says absolutely not. Then Cesaro says, as far as I know, the Abadis worship what they call the Holy Beast, and when they become young, they have a baptism ceremony. Tia says, so it could be that there's a spirit contract here. So how many people are bound by the contract? Blair says, thousands. Then we see at night, Tia tells Aiden everything. Aiden says, you mean the voice? Tia says yes. I found out here. The great devil in Sante really has steel too. Don't you think we should help them? Iron thinks for a while and then takes Tia's hand and says, Lady Tia, I don't want you to get into any more danger. Tia says, man, should I tell him about the infinite library? Then I'll have to tell him that I want to lift his curse. No, I think I should wait a little longer. Then Aiden says the promise I made to you in the beginning is here that Holstat will protect you at all costs. But now we're protecting Hollestet, Tia says. But as the second master, I have a duty here. Oh, then she says, Manim. She's right. Then Aiden says, I believe we need to think about our divorce. In the next scene, Tia tries to eat, but she doesn't feel like it. She says to herself, Infinite Library Saint and Abad friend, I didn't expect Aiden to accept my suggestion so quickly. He will reject me. What should I do now? Then Aiden comes there with Bluns and says, Litia Totia says, Aiden. Aiden says, I am here. Totia asks, where did you go this morning? Aiden says, Serena's. Totia asks, are you making early morning trips to Serena's these days? To find out where the artifact is hidden. Iron says yes, and I think last tag I found a dungeon. Shall we go there together? Tia says yes while bringing her cereal, and Mani says man, so that is why they are so. He was so busy these days. He's so cute. Diana next scene sees Serena's castle. Tia and Aiden start searching for the artifact. Do we have any other clues? Aiden says, I'm not sure if this will help. But according to records, the first master of Serenae's castle was an ancestor of Hallstatt. If he hid the artifact, searching for clues related to Hallstatt might help us find it faster. Tia says related to Hallstatt. Clue, and she starts thinking and looks away. So Aiden says, come on, Tia. Tia Money Man says, I thought the base was just some vine decorations. But now I can tell. Then Aiden says, what's wrong? So Tia Moneyman says, two stolen wings, the point where all four wings meet. And she says, you're absolutely right. Aiden says, look at these. These are two stolen fans, the whole stat symbol. Aiden says, I see only a sewer drainage track underneath them. Tia says, no, look at it carefully. It's here. If it's old, it's rusty. I can tell it's shaped like a sword here. Then she says, Moneyman, I think I've seen it here before. And she touches it. Then Aiden says, if I'm right, it's shaped like the first Bellower sword of Allstate. I recognize it from a statue of my ancestors. I think that very sword will work as the key that fits here. Tia says, we should bring the very sword here. Anne says, but we don't have that sword in our palace anymore. Tia says, where are you? Aiden says, real. Even without the sword, perhaps the statue's replica sword could be useful. The next scene, Nan looks into the Hollestead family vault. Tia and Aiden go there, and Aiden says, I guess this is the last of the line, because our first emperor lived here. He then moves on, looking at his ancestor, and says, there he is. He then takes the sword and reaches Sarnas and places it in the structure. Just then, the ball in front of him cracks, and it opens, which Dekia says is open. Then they look inside. There, near a statue, there is an artifact. Looking at them, Moneyman says again, two pairs of wings, and Aiden, taking the artifact there, says, here is the artifact of Sarnas. And as soon as he holds that artifact, suddenly, the statue starts moving and it starts glowing, seeing which Tia says what is glowing there just now. Then that statue changes, which Tia says, Moneyman says that the statue has changed. Then Aaron says this artifact is called the Veil of Ignorance. While using this artifact, you can change your base as you wish. Tria says, that's why the statue changed its shape. Aiden, we can use it to infiltrate the settlement. Aiden says, let's go, Tria. I thought about what you suggested we do with the Avada Dosha, but I believe that dealing with Mapisal is too difficult for us. Tia says, oh. Raiden says, I'm sorry, but Letia, you faced threats many times, and you've helped the Hostettlers more than anyone else. I believe that as long as you're with us, our first duty is to protect you. Totia Maniman says, why would he say that when you're with us? Aaron says, I'm really sorry. Lady Tia Totia Maniman says, now I can feel it here. Our divorce is very near. In the next scene, Diana sees Tia looking at a book, and Maniman says, Emma, friend. I'm also in the Eternal Library. The divorce curse. I have so many things to think about. Should I go there alone? She then turns the page and sees a shot, and Maniman says, it's shaped like two pairs of wings. The sword here bears some resemblance to that statue. The Sword of Limbo. The paper here is very damaged, so it's hard to read what's written on it. Then she moves a little further. There's a separate road, and then she can't read anything further. Then she skips that line and moves on. She had a sword in her hand. The sword's power was so great that it could cut through rocks and mountains and even rip through time and space. As she reads it, she laughs and says, legends is told exaggerated stories. Then she overhears some people talking. They ask, so when will they divorce? Then we see in the hall, they return and tell Alexa, rumors of divorce have been circulating in the capital for months. Why is this dragging on so long? Alexa replies, you may be Marcus, but that doesn't mean you can interfere in our business. Our master has no intention or obligation to meet you. Please go away. A man shouts at her. He says, how cruel. Call your master, at least call the Lady of Gahaz. The point is, we don't want to meet your master. That ugly, disgusting monster. Just then, Aiden arrives, startling everyone. Aiden says, we opened the door for you because I believed you were our guests. But if you're going to do this again, I'm ready to expel you from our castle forever. Then, the same person says, Lord Hollestead's divorce papers are here. He's disappeared again. Why is it taking so long? Alexa says, as I told you, because of the recent feud with the Great Devil, both of our masters are here. He yells, stop this nonsense. You want to keep her for a long time and don't want anyone to take her away. Am I wrong? That's right. That lady has brought you wealth and prosperity. We know you're putting off the divorce because you're doing so well because of her. That's right. You should be ashamed, Master of Hallstatt. Listen to Eaton here. He starts getting angry and says that this is not true. Just then, Tia also comes there and looking at Aiden, Moneyman says, Aiden, what happened? Then they say, Anada, why haven't you taken a divorce yet? To which Aiden says, no, I won't. Then that person says, what? Then Aiden shouts, I won't take a divorce. Hearing this, everyone is shocked and Tia is also surprised. Then they say, what do you mean you are not taking a divorce? Why would you change your mind suddenly? Aiden says, I have kept my word. I have made it clear. I will not give him divorce. So in that they say that I knew that Lady Grey has brought wealth and prosperity for you. You do not want to lose her. Hearing this, Tia gets angry and shouts saying, please control your mouth. Seeing this, Aiden shouts and says, Lady Tia. So Tia shouts at them and says, what are you all doing here? You are creating a scene in our palace. Many people say to Madame Grey, are you serious? Do you want to spend your entire life with this Grisnet monster? Hearing this, Aiden feels bad. And Tia Moneyman says, it's my willpower that keeps me here. Even if I say that, they won't buy it. They think Aiden somehow tricked me into staying here. So maybe I can use it as an officer. She adds, currently Pandamonia, located on the northern border, is being protected by Holstein. Is there anyone here who hasn't benefited from this? No one has an answer, and they nervously say, that's right. Tia then says, if I leave Hollistead, how long will the peace last here? The person says, but we don't have Crystal Place or Blair. Tia says, wait, there's a great evil lurking around, and you can't even recognize it, isn't it? They say evil. Tia says, Awad, my friend, has been suffering from the tricks and evil practices of devils hidden in a saint's base. There's the great devil Mephistel here. Listen, baby, they start talking about it among themselves. They say, does he mean here? The saint of Awad, he's the great devil of the base. I'm on this? I can't believe it. Then Tia comes down and says, everything here is from our latest information. Aiden takes her hand and says, come on, Tia. Suna says, I heard that Avados recently opened up his palace and is going around the surrounding villages to preach his religion. Ava, Suna says, friend, it's not far from the capital, Suna says. Moneyman is working there. She says, you can see there's a lot of evil going on rampaging to the other side. They can't stop there. Time can attack your property. On this, an old man says, what are you going to do about it? Lord Hostet Aaron says what? That old man says, are you going to conquer Avadosh? Then Tia says, that is why I have to stay here with Halstat till the end. Then she takes Aiden's hand and says, I think you should know why. Here listen, Mannyman starts saying that this is right. Before he came here, the reputation was not as good as it is now. Here his clever strategy was that whose. Because of this, Hostet's army became tremendously strong and brought peace to the mainland we are enjoying now. Then Tia says, have you all completed your calculations? One person says, then we will meet again when you conquer the Awadosha. Then another says, good luck to you all. Then Tia looks at Aaron and Manamen says, was I still so careless? Even without his consent, even if I become selfish, I don't care. I want to live with Holistic. I want to remove Aiden's curse. Then Aiden says, why did you tell them such things? Late Tia. Then Tia Manaman says, but to do this, I have to order myself. And she says to Aiden, are you sure? Aiden says, what? Ria says what you just said. Did you really mean to say that? Then Manaman says, I need to kill him here. And she cries and says, are we really not going to get a divorce? Then Manaman says, please tell me to stay here. I want to stay here by your side. Then Aiden cries to her. Seeing this, he hugs her and says, it's not what you think. I swear, I never have. Totia says to herself, what does this mean? Was I saying I was worried he might not want to divorce me, or does he think the same way I do? Afterward, Aiden says, they want me to divorce you. They're just saying this to take advantage of your intelligence and knowledge. We never know how they'll treat you once they've all profited from you. I swear, I won't let any of them marry you. I'll never let that happen. Tia says, oh, how could he do that? How could he be so selfless? He doesn't even care about his own happiness. Aiden then says, going to Awad Dosh is very dangerous for you, and even if we succeed in conquering Awad Dosh, they will keep coming back to claim you. Tia says, but you'll stay with me, right? Then she tells Moneyman, I know there's a selfish desire here, but I still want to stay with him. I want it. Even though I'm the only one here who loves him, she holds his hand and says, no matter what happens, you'll stay with me, right? Aaron Manaman says, back then, I was the one who found relief from your hands, me and Benaras. He touches Sia's head with his own and says, of course I will. I'll always be with you and protect you. Manaman says, and now I never want to let go of these hands. But how long will I be able to hold them? And how long will I be able to stay with you? Tia says, don't worry, Aiden. I'll protect you too. Aiden says, protect what? Tia says there's a secret. Then Manny Man says, I'll protect everyone. I'll lift your curse. I'll defeat the demons. And keep you and me safe from all our enemies. Then Aiden says, Moneyman, how close am I to it? Then we next see Tia in Balusa approaching the portal and saying, it's working here. I think it'll work here. Then Mannyman says, I understand what Aiden's worried about. But now that I've decided to go with him to Abotus, I feel I can at least protect myself. She then recalls yesterday's words and says, I'm very happy to hear that. But instead of being someone who needs his protection, I want to be the one who stays with him because I choose to do so freely. In the next scene, we see all the Hallest members meeting. Tia says, as you know, our assets are now near the northern border, including Serana. It covers almost the entire region. Aaron says, just below us, smaller castles like Karl Mazel and Joker surround Avados from the north. Avados used to be a center of exchange between castles. But now the entire area has become a closed religious society, and hardly anyone knows what goes on inside the castle. Alexa says, I never thought a saint would be a great devil. Many ignorant people worship devils as their gods. Todia says, that's why we have to be very careful when approaching them. We need to be careful. There's an artifact we got from Senna's called the Veil of Ignorance, which allows you to change your form at will. Aaron and I will use this artifact to change our form and sneak into their palace. Bessie says, I think you'll still go there even if we try to stop you. Aiden says, well, I worry about you too, my lord. Casero then says, then what should we do? Do you want it? Tia says, please, friends, let's sit outside the castle now because we still don't have the proper information. We need a detailed plan to learn more. Hollestead has tied itself down hunting devils for so long. Those who only want my knowledge for their own gain. I will show them that we, Hollestead, are capable of protecting not just the north, but the entire continent. Then she says, Moneyman, you guys think we'll just get a divorce the way you want? But that will never happen. Dynam. The next scene takes place 2 days later in the forest. Aiden tells Adentia that this castle has several smaller castles leading up to the last one, and from there, we'll soon enter Avados. There's no inn nearby, and it's already late. So why don't we go to a castle and ask the Lord if he'll let us stay for a night? Tia says, I can't concentrate on what he's saying. I can't think of a single word. Then Aiden says, Lady Aran wasn't wearing a mask because she covered her face.